Oh, good morning everybody and welcome to Brands Hatch, day 2 here at Touring Car Rewind. I tell you what, I feel like I'm in southern Spain today. It is absolutely glorious, isn't it? However, we're about to go racing. Yes, we are. Classic touring cars, as you can see, got to be one of my favourite grids of all time. Let's have a little look around, shall we? Because look who is back here today. Unfortunately, was out yesterday, but he's going to put a bit of a show on for us. Dave Farrow in a car that looks a little bit different to how I remember it as well. Dave, I know you got your helmet on, but let's have a quick chat. Lovely to see you today, by the way. Yesterday, a day to forget.
Yeah, it didn't really go to plan. Qualifying was great, like we said. A couple of taps between me and Joe. I had that time as well. We both looked at what we were doing, so we were on par, yeah, which is really, really good. So we would have had a great race. So we were both really disappointed, to be fair, that the rad failed. All TIG welded up, we're good to go, and yeah, I'm coming from the back of the grid again. You're going to
put a show on for us. Yeah. Look, this looks a bit different, not seeing this livery.
So this is my new title sponsor. This is EST Performance. Great quality company. They deal in basically performance Mercedes and stuff like that. Yeah, really good bunch of guys, and the car looks fantastic with their logos on.
It does look good. You've got to get in. You've got to go. Good luck out there, because we're not too far away. Right, where are you, John? Sorry, I was looking over there trying to find you. This man here, Martin Reynolds, got a bit of a bone to pick with him. I saw him in the paddock a little bit earlier. Says, "Oh, Ian, that's it. I'm done. I'm out. No more racing for me this weekend." And here he is. Martin, never give up, right?
Never surrender, mate. I'm here, yeah.
So what was the issue?
Well, we wrecked the total front end of the car, so this is a 2.2 rather than the 2.5, so we'll see how it goes. This is my reserve car that I take to Europe, so
okay.
Let's see.
Let's see. Thanks for talking to us, mate. Good luck out there as well. Anton Martin, so there you go. Look, it's a couple of changes at the back here. This should be a really good race indeed, shouldn't it? Let's keep moving on. I just want to go very quickly, say hello to Michael in here as well, one of the most popular cars. Sorry, yesterday actually, as I was making my way in. Michael, how are we? Are we well? Are we good? We have. What does a race driver do on a Saturday night at Brands Hatch? What did you get up to?
Change an engine.
Change an engine.
Yeah, okay. It wasn't down to me, mate. My mate Andy, my mate Tom, my other half. Everybody, you know, there was other people helped me out, and everybody got together, rallied up, gone and got my old engine and put it in.
Nice.
Yeah, we'll see how we go.
So yeah, this is going to be a bit of a baptism of fire, then, is it? Let's see how we crack on.
Yeah, I am quite a bit horsepower down on the other engine, but you know, I'm out, I'm racing, so let's enjoy it.
Mate, great job by you and the team. Thanks for coming out. Really do appreciate it. Wow, we thought there'd actually be a slightly longer delay than this. There goes Joe Collier. Yesterday, he won his first ever race and finished his first ever race here at Brands Hatch. What can he do from pole position here? We are about to find out. The cars are making their way out. There goes Piers Grange about to head out onto the circuit. There he goes. The classic touring car racing car, Blue Oval Saloon Series, classic Thunder Saloons and historic Thunder Saloons. Their second, and can you believe, final race of the weekend for them here at Brands Hatch. There's Ian. He gives us a bit of a wave as he makes his way out. More cars steaming onto the circuit. Almost time to go racing. Cannot wait for this one. Turn the volume up, everybody. Great to have you along here on the BARC YouTube channel as well. Hit that like button and subscribe button if you haven't already. We've got so much coming up. Quick reminder, I know it's still early on a Sunday. Next week we are at Donington Park with the trucks, so make sure if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button, hit that little notification bell as well. Make sure you don't miss any of the action. There goes Dave Farrow. Watch out for him from the back of the grid. It is time to go racing, and for the first time today, what a pleasure it is to hand over to the commentator to take you through the action. It's the one, the only, Dave Goddard.
Thank you very much, Ian. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Brands Hatch on this beautiful summer Sunday morning here in the southeast of England. Here at day 2 of Touring Car Rewind 2026. A dozen races to get you through today, some historic touring car demonstrations later on as well. We begin with the Blue Oval Saloon Series and Classic Thunder, sponsored by PRG Trailers, Ricky Can Motorsport and Burton Power. First of our dozen races today. Then it's followed by the second of 3 races this weekend for the British Supercar Racing Club. They were spectacular yesterday. Plenty more touring car action throughout the day. We've got the Junior Saloon Cars. The Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship join us today. They had their qualifying session a little earlier this morning. The Classic and Modern Motorsport Club Intermarket Silhouettes, if you like your national hot rod style machines, they're out for their second race of the weekend. The Track Action Racing Club with their mixture of different saloon cars. and plenty more besides. As we say, we've got the demonstration this afternoon as well at around 3:45 p.m. Some special touring car demonstrations, some of the historic machinery we've got here on display. A packed day of motorsport, to say the least. Then the first of our dozen races is on the grid, ready for the rolling start. So I'll take you through the grid for this one. The PRG Trailers Classic Thunder Saloons, Ricky Can Motorsport Historic Thunder Saloons, and the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloons for everything Ford. The grid based on the results of yesterday's race, so it's Joe Collier's BMW M3 in pole position, the similar car of Giuseppe Calari alongside him. Second row, Colin Voice in his turbocharged Mark 1 Escort alongside the Blue Oval Saloon Series winner yesterday, Piers Grange, with his Escorts. Row 3, Kevin Denwood in a BMW Compact, a very modified BMW Compact, and Sean Brown in his Sierra Cosworth RS500. Row 4, Adrian Bradley in his BMW, and Sam Daffin's Ford Fiesta. Completing the top 10, the reigning Classic Thunder champion Ian Bauer with his BMW M3 alongside the BMW E36 Estate of John Hillier. Row 6 of the grid, we've got Cliff Pellin, he's in a Ford Fiesta alongside Grant Chan's Mark II Escorts, Andrew Edoyne's Honda Civic and Michael Keneally's Fiesta on row 7. A couple more Fiesta STs on row 8, Will Hunt number 70 and Todd Hawkins in number 225. The ninth row is another Fiesta ST, that's Ian Seal alongside Anton Martin in the pink BMW 330ci. Chris Mackenzie's BMW M3 starts alongside Martin Reynolds, we just heard from, in a backup car from his collection of classic Fords. I don't think Peter Moffat is there, unfortunately, with the Mark 1 Escort. Dave Farrow we've spoken to, though, he's there. Changed the radiator in his BMW 1 Series, that's why he failed to race yesterday. And Michael Rudge, as we heard, has changed an engine in his Fiesta XR2 and starts at the back of the field. This will be a 15-minute race. Behind the pace car down there, the Porsche pace car leading them around. Joe Collier from Swadlincote in the North Midlands on pole, currently leading the points in the Classic Thunder Saloon Championship. Just looking to see if there's anybody absent there at the back of the field. Peter Moffat is not there. His Mark 1 Escort unfortunately broke down yesterday. I'm not sure if Chris Mackenzie's BMW M3 is there either. It's the pace car. Oh, Piers Grange pulling into the pit lane following the pace car. The Blue Oval Saloon winner from yesterday has got a problem. So a gap on the second row as we head up towards the rolling start here at Brands Hatch. The red light's about to go out and we're underway. And what a start by Sean Brown. Look at the Sierra Cosworth shoot through. Up into third place. He might get second if he's lucky here on the inside of Giuseppe Calari. That was a super start from one of our quicker Blue Oval Saloon Series runners. Joe Collier's got the lead as they head into Druids for the first time. David Farrow's on the grass up Halewood Rise there, and he's blitzed past several at the back of the field just by doing that. My goodness. Sean Brown, well, after that good start, now slows down. He clips Colin Voice. He's nearly hit by Cliff Pellin as well. Well, that was extraordinary. Sean Brown shot off from the rolling start like a scolded cat, and now he's slowed down. I don't know whether he's got a problem there. So Collier leads from Calari. Adrian Bradley up into third place. He had a couple of spins in yesterday's race, and already David Farrow is using all of the road and more in his V8 engine BMW 1 Series to charge his way through the field. Kevin Denwood had a quick start as well. He's slowed up as well, and Colin Voice in the Mark 1 Escort gets around the outside. What a crazy first lap of the day here at Brands Hatch. David Farrow has already got a penalty according to the timing screen. We'll give you a bit more info on that when we find out what has happened. I've got a feeling that might be for a jump start as Kevin Denwood gets crossed up coming out of Druids Hairpin down to Graham Hill Bend chasing Colin Voice. So the order is Collier from Calari, the two M3s. Adrian Bradley looking to make up for a bit of a disappointing race yesterday. He had a couple of spins. Then it's Colin Voice, Denwood. And the number one there in unfamiliar colours is Ian Bauer. We normally see him in the Castrol M3, but in a different car this weekend. 5-second penalty showing for David Farrow. So maybe it's not... Oh, he's going into the pits anyway. So I'm not too sure what's gone on there, whether there's a problem. He might have damaged the 1 Series when he charged up the grass at Halewood Rise. There's Calari second. Kevin Denwood going to third place. Adrian Bradley's dropped back. He's down to 5th. There's Sean Brown, who's dropped back in the Sierra Cosworth. After that lightning start, he nearly took the lead going into Paddock Hill Bend. He was so quick away. There's Anton Martin in the green machine. David Farrow leaves the pits. Can't be a drive-through penalty, surely. I'm not too sure what's happened there. So the race has now settled in. We'll pick up who's leading the Blue Oval Saloon division after all that. It's Cliff Pellin who's gone to the front of that in the black Ford Fiesta. The Blue Oval Saloons will be wider open now because Piers Grange failed to take the start. Michael Rudge, he failed to race yesterday, engine failure in qualifying. Has changed the engine as we heard in the Fiesta XR2. 3 wide over the line. Martin Reynolds charges through up the inside. The car he, as we heard, often takes over to places like the Nürburgring to race in their classic touring car events in Germany, the Oldtimer series as it's known in Germany. Battling with Anton Martin in his very pink BMW. Had electrical problems with that machine yesterday. Had a bit of a collision in the Pre-03 touring cars as well and lost his rear bumper. Behind him, that's Grant Shand in his Rothmans lookalike Escorts, a similar livery to the car that Ari Vatanen won the World Rally Championship in 1981. Sponsored by Rothmans and run by a certain Dave Richards, the head of MS UK, of course. Behind him, Andrew Edoyne, he's in a Honda Civic. They're battling over 13th place at the moment in this first 15-minute race of the day. There's Will Hunt in his Fiesta ST. We've got the later shape Fiesta of Michael Keneally. 3 members of the Keneally family here this weekend. It was Pat Keneally, unfortunately, had an accident in his Lotus Cortina at Druids in the Pre-66 race yesterday. Hopefully he's going to be back out. The red car is Todd Hawkins, and we've got Michael Rudge behind them. When David Farrow, after he rejoined. David Farrow, having rejoined, has set the fastest lap of the race, 49.719. This is going to be interesting to see if he can make his way through again. It's showing on the timing screen he's got a 5-second penalty, but we haven't got a reason why. Well, the race continuing on. 5 laps completed by Joe Collier at the front of the field, son of Simon Collier, who previously raced Bangers up in the Midlands. Was with the Barton Boys team, based in Barton under Needwood in North Staffordshire. I remember seeing Simon race at Hensford Raceway in my youth, in the days of the Ford Granadas. His son Joe following him into circuit racing. Simon occasionally appears in the Classic Thunder in another BMW as well. There is Joe. Nearly 6.5 seconds clear. He's run away from Giuseppe Calari, the Surrey-based Italian-born racer, runs a recovery company, Britalia Auto Recovery. He's up there in 2nd place. The only historic Thunder runner, sponsored by Ricky Can Motorsport, is Colin Voice's Voice-Tune Mark 1 Escort. He's in 3rd place overall. This is the battle for 5th. Kevin Denwood in the BMW Compact and Ian Bauer with his new car. 2 titles for Ian last year. Not only did he win the PRG Traders Classic Thunder title, he won the TrackHub.UK Pre-93 touring car title as well. It's quite a collection of M3s. The man from Southampton, he's power sliding there around Druids Hairpin. This is not Rallycross, Ian. Of course, Rallycross was held at Brands Hatch here for many years. Of course, turned left just after Druids, went through a gap in the barriers and along what's now the infield parking area. Rallycross hasn't been seen here since the 1990s. Andrew Edoyne in the Honda Civic, the man from Dudley, same hometown as Michael Rudge. The Black Country boys towards the back of the field. Sean Brown has pitted the Sierra, and Anton Martin has stopped as well in the pits in the pink BMW. Not a happy weekend for him. A lot of electrical gremlins with that car, sadly. This is the battle for the lead in the Blue Oval Saloon Series, sponsored by Burton Power. And look who's catching our 2 leaders. Martin Reynolds up from the back, closing on Cliff Pellin's Ford Fiesta, a Brands Hatch specialist. Sam Daffin in his very modified rear-wheel drive Fiesta in 2nd place in Burton Power Blue Oval Saloons, Boss as they're known for short. With Piers Grange and Sean Brown having dropped out, some of the often slightly lesser lights, shall we say, of Blue Oval Saloon Series able to shine, battling for the lead. They're battling for 7th overall. It's a good drive by Cliff Pellin. He used to race in the Cannons Motor Spares Tin Tops series here at Brands Hatch. chased by Sam Daffin. Here comes Martin Reynolds having a look on the inside. Martin based over in Norfolk. He's a classic Ford collector, runs a construction company, and look who's behind them, David Farrow on his recovery drive. He's up to 10th from the back. He's come through from the back twice after that pit visit. Goes around the outside of Reynolds. These three won't be too phased if the BMW 1 Series gets past them. He's in a different championship to them after all, in the PRG Trailers Classic Thunder. Sponsor of the Classic Thunder Series out of this race, Piers Grange, the owner of PRG Trailers. Through goes the BMW. I think Cliff Pellin just content to let the more powerful machine through. That BMW 1 Series has got a 4-litre V8 engine squeezed into it by the man from EDF Motorsports, by David Farrow's father Eddie. Here comes Sam Daffin up the outside. This is a cracking fight between these three very different Fords. Reynolds has a look on the inside. He's going to try and take Sam Daffin here. Goes tight to the inside. Is he going to go through? Just about. 6.5 minutes of the race to go. Now Reynolds to the inside at Druids. No, you don't, says Cliff Pellin. Knows Brands Hatch like the back of his hand, does Cliff. Just about holding on there. On the Cooper straight. It's not particularly straight. There's that left kink in the middle of it. Then into Surtees. The right flick of McLaren. And then up to the right-hander at Clearways, and the longer right-hander turning onto the straight is Clark Curve. Just looking at turns here at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit, named after British and international racing heroes. This is the Sir Jack Brabham straights. And into Paddock Hill Bend, the circuit drops away like a roller coaster. As I said yesterday, I have walked a lap of the Brands Hatch Indy circuit a few years ago, and it's only when you do that you realise just how steep this circuit is in places. Then up Halewood Rise and into Druids Hairpin, and Sam Daffin gets the better exit there on the inside, but the next corner's the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. Still Martin Reynolds not able to make a move stick on Sam Daffin. Joe Collier still leads. He's 13 seconds ahead now. Daffin to the outside. Oh, he's off, he's lost a wheel. What's happened there? Disaster for Daffin. So Sam Daffin out of the race. That might lead to a safety car. There must have been some contact there with Cliff Pellin. He's slowing down. I saw the wheel come flying off there, and Pellin, he must have made contact. We'll try and get a replay of that. You can see there's damage to the front end of Pellin's car. Such a shame there, and it's given Martin Reynolds a clear run in the Blue Oval Saloon Series. There's Joe Collier going through to lap Cliff Pellin. We'll try and get a replay of that. There's Sam Daffin, and in fact the red flag is coming out. The red flag out with Sam Daffin's car in an unsafe position in the gravel. And we'll try and see what's happened there. Sam Daffin gets the helmet off. Boy, is he angry. See the damage to the right-hand side of the car. That is such a shame. That car was going so well. So there was just under 4.5 minutes of that race to go. So we'll wait to see if there's going to be a restart to this race. Let's have a look again. Daffin was on the outside. There's the clash between the two of them. Off comes the wheel, and Daffin ploughs off into the gravel trap. That must have been quite an impact to rip the front wheel away like that. Here we see it again from the high angle. Yep, wheel-to-wheel contacts. A lot of damage there, particularly for Sam Daffin. Cliff Pellin damaged his car as well, and Martin Reynolds said, "Thanks very much, I'll go through." Well, it was an innocuous-looking little knock between. I thought it was just a little knock between the the two cars there. That's why it's caught me by surprise slightly. I thought they'd just touch wheels coming through there, but a much heavier impact than I thought. We'll see it again here. Pellin on the inside, Daffin on the outside. They come together. It looked like they just bounced off each other, but there you can see the damage. Off comes the wheel. Into the gravel goes Daffin. Well, and it's such a shame for Sam Daffin. He was going so well. Up there on the outside. He gets a little bit sideways there. There's the impact. Pellin was trying to move to defend. I think Daffin's car just slid very slightly. It's his rear-wheel drive, as we said, that car, so maybe just slid just a little, and they ended up on a collision course. It looks as if they were just going to bounce off each other, but my goodness. You have to feel for Sam Daffin there after that great fight for the lead. Cliff Pellin picking up damage as well. Now, no indication yet on whether the race will be restarted. And the telehandler coming in to rescue Sam Daffin's car. Trackside recovery. Steve Bewers and his team in charge of the recovery team this weekend. Big thanks to them. Big thanks to all our volunteer marshals as well. And the team recovering the Fiesta of a clearly very upset Sam Daffin. There's Cliff Pellin. Now he slowed. See damage to the right front, the left front, I should say, corner of his car. A chunk bitten out of the front panel. So Martin Rails just ahead of him. The car's still on the grid at the moment, so we might possibly see a restart. Joe Collier is your leader. He was nearly 15 seconds ahead of Giuseppe Calari when the race was stopped. Adrian Bradley was third, ahead of Colin Voice in the Escort. Kevin Denwood and Ian Bauer next, and David Farrow was up to seventh from the back. Behind him was Reynolds and Pellin, having just crossed the lines, complete their 11th lap. And John Hillier's BMW Estate was behind them. Rest of the order. Grant Shand's Escort Mark II, Andrew Edoyne, Will Hunt, Michael Keneally, Michael Rudge, Todd Hawkins and Ian Seal, with Anton Martin and Sean Brown, who pulled off into the pits, and of course we lost Piers Grange at the start. So under the red flag here at Brands Hatch in our first race of the morning, following a collision between the Fiestas of Sam Daffin and Cliff Pellin coming through Clark Curve, ripping a front wheel off Sam Daffin's car, sending him into the gravel. I wonder if the officials put the red flag out to ensure the race didn't finish under the safety car. We might get a few more laps here. Let's have a look again at the start of the race. Piers Grange pulling into the pit lane. Now watch for Sean Brown in the Sierra from the outside line. From the third row of the grid, he gets his foot down, blasts his way past Colin Voice. I thought he was going to take the lead going into Paddock Kilbend. He had the extra room to manoeuvre because Piers Grange wasn't there. He briefly got his nose ahead of Joe Calari into second place. And watch David Farrow from the back of the field here. Straight up the grass in the background, charging past some of the Fords further back. Now he still has a penalty showing on the timing screen. Sean Brown, after that great start, then the Sierra slowed and nearly got hit by Cliff. Well, that nearly took Pellin out of the race. bizarre first lap here at Brands Hatch, as David Farrow continued weaving his way through from the back of the pack. There he is behind Will Hunt in his Fiesta. Kevin Denwood nearly clipped the grass coming out of Clark Curve as well, which let Colin Voice around the outside. Plenty of highlights so far in our first race today before things calmed down a little. Joe Collier cleared off in front in the BMW. Adrian Bradley, a better run than yesterday, the Irish-born racer. Seen Niall and Ronan Bradley race with him as well here at Brands Hatch over the years. The red flag's still out, but the timing screen showing 4 minutes. It was 4 minutes 24 on the clock when the race was stopped. Just keeping an eye on things, see if we will get a restart. David Farrow quickly made his way through the field as the Blue Oval Saloon battle developed in the midfield, but then David Farrow came into the pits. Too clear of the reason why, and he had to do it all again from the back of the field. Sean Brown, after flying nearly into the lead at the start, dropped back down the order and eventually into the pits in the Sierra Cosworth. We've seen his brother Dan race Cosworth at this event as well in the past. Anton Martin dropped out as well, the pink BMW. The battle started to be joined in the Blue Oval Saloons between the Fiestas as the race went on. There's Grant Chan, that lovely Mark II Escort. Michael Rudge in the XR2. Good to see that car back out. We had hoped to have Chris Brown's Escorts Fiesta XR2 out at this one as well, but not able to be here. Mark II Escorts side by side with Anton Martin over the line. See, England's green and pleasant land is not as green after the last couple of months when we've had virtually no rain. See there, picture in picture, as the Fiesta is removed from the gravel trap, as we keep an eye on some highlights of the race so far. PRG Trailers Classic Thunder Saloons, the Burke Power Blue Oval Saloons, and the Ricky Can Motorsport Historic Thunder Saloon, because unfortunately the historic class only one entry this weekend, Colin Voice's Escort. Didn't take long for David Farrow to make his way through the field for a second time. He was up to 7th at the time of the red flag. Walkins there in his Fiesta ST. And the inset camera there, Sam Daffin's car onto the flatbed. You have to feel for Sam, he's had a lot of bad luck with that car over the years. It was going so well in that race. But modified machines such as that, they're quick but they are fragile. Collier dominating proceedings once again. He said yesterday that Brands Hatch in the past has been a bit of a bogey venue for him. He previously raced here in one of the Intermark Silhouette spec Vauxhall Tigras, which caught fire and burnt out here a few years ago, unfortunately. He's racing the Intermark cars with his father Simon. Ian Bauer, a bit of power sliding action in his new M3. See the tilt and slide bed of the lorry lifting the Fiesta and its errant wheel. Hello to all of you in the comments already. It's getting busy in there already. It's Gareth Matthews, Freya, Chris Ayres, Stephen Bryant, Reverend JT, Wixie, Super Furry Phil, to Graham, and all our other commenters so far. Talking about your earliest motorsport memories this weekend. We see a replay of that brilliant Blue Oval Saloon Series battle. One of my earliest motorsport memories was here at Brands Hatch from 1988. That's a fantastic battle between the Sierra Cosworths of Andy Rouse and Steve Soper in the British Touring Car Championship on the Grand Prix circuit. Andy Rouse was certainly an early motorsport hero of mine when I was little. Told by my parents I had a toy steering wheel and I used to pretend I was Andy Rouse driving his touring car. Another touring car hero, as I mentioned yesterday, was Midlander Matt Neal in the 90s. Whatever happened to him? It's a legend of British touring cars, Matt Neal. Quick hello to Melvin Hooker, the Jaguar Group 44 replica driver. Watching on our YouTube, see him occasionally in the Historic Thunder division with his Jag, the Bob Tullius replica. A shame that incident happened because we were having a great fight in the Blue Oval Saloon Series. This was for the lead of the category with Piers Grange and Sean Brown having dropped out. Martin Reynolds made the move through Paddock Hill Bend. Then tried to take the lead from Cliff Pellin. Sam Daffin positioning himself on the outside, coming through Druids and then getting the move done at Graham Hill Bend was a great piece of driving. That gave him the momentum to get up alongside the 612 Fiesta. And then he was ready to attack for the lead. Pellin, a Brands Hatch specialist, trying to hang on in his Fiesta. Big hello to Reese and to Andy Spate saying hello in the comments. We watch a replay of the race action so far. I think we are about to get back underway as well. I think we're going to restart behind the safety car. Just to see a replay of the race up to the red flag while we get ready for the restarts. Sam Daffin went onto the outside through Clark Cove, tried to get alongside, but the two cars clashed, and that was the result. Poor Sam Daffin into the gravel. Okay, the race is going to be restarted. The clock is running, so we'll get a couple of laps of green flag racing. We're going to restart behind the safety car. There is the safety car leading Joe Colley around. He's got back markers behind him there. Joe Kalari Giuseppe Calari in second place, the yellow and grey BMW, and Adrian Bradley in third, then Colin Voice, then Kevin Denwood. As we said, there's not all that many cars on the lead lap at this stage, because Joe Collier is so dominant this weekend in the BMW. Safety car, I think, has pulled off, yes, and we're underway with the restarts. Joe Calari will try and get past the back markers and try and get after Joe Collier. Adrian Bradley going with him. There's Colin Voice, he's fourth overall at the moment. There is Martin Reynolds, showing his fifth place on the timing screen, a lap down. Very busy as they come through Druids. Lapping Ian Seal there in his Fiesta, the white car with the red front panel. There's that BMW Estate. There's a few estate cars here this weekend we'll see on track. Blue flags being waved in general, I think, by the marshals here as they overlap the back markers. Will Hunt goes out wide onto the curbs there in his Fiesta. Kevin Denwood's caught in the middle there, and it could allow Ian Bauer and David Farrow to attack him, battling Beamers in the midfield. The Compact, the M3 and the 1 Series. They're trying to get past the back markers. David Farrow, the more powerful of those cars, charges through on the inside. He's going after Kevin Denwood. They're showing as 9th and 10th at the moment. So Collier still clear in the lead. Just under 2 minutes left on the clock on our timing tower, but the timing screen from TSL says 50 seconds, so we'll wait to see when the checkered flag goes out. I think we'll get one more lap out of this for Joe Collier, our race leader. A little bit of confusion with the race restarting behind the safety car, apologies there. Kevin Denwood under fire from Ian Bauer. Sideways again, there's yellow flags waving there coming out of Clark Curve, I notice. Has somebody else come to grief? I hope not. There's our leader. Joe Collier probably wondering where everybody else has got to. Collier heading for his second win. He's allayed his Brands Hatch curse. Looks like it is. I think it's going to be checkered flag this time. We'll see as he comes across the line. What a dominant weekend for the Classic Thunder points leader in his M3. There's the checkered flag. Joe Collier takes the win. It'll be Giuseppe Calari in second place and Adrian Bradley onto the podium this time. Winning margin of just under 7 seconds, even with the stoppage. Colin Voice comes in fourth and wins the historic Thunder category. Martin Reynolds from the back takes fifth overall and he wins the Blue Oval Saloon Series splits. We'll confirm the provisional result in a moment. David Farrow incidentally got the fastest lap of the race. He made it through to 6th place from the back, having come through from the back twice with that pit visit as well. So the provisional result then, Joe Collier takes the win in our PRG Trailers Classic Thunder category. Giuseppe Calari comes over in second and Adrian Bradley completes an all BMW podium. Colin Voice, the historic Thunder winner, in fourth ahead of Martin Reynolds. He takes the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series. Dave Farrow from last to 6th, Martin Reynolds last to 5th. Kevin Denwood in 7th, he held off Ian Bauer in the closing stages. John Hillier and Cliff Pellin, despite that bit of damage to his Fiesta, round out the top 10. Grant Chan was next home then. Will Hunt, Andrew Edoyne, Ian Seal, Michael Keneally and Todd Hawkins. Michael Rudge completing that run of Fiestas towards the back of the field. We lost Sam Daffin, of course, Anton Martin, Sean Brown and Piers Grange didn't take the starts. Let's head down to Parc Ferme, where Ian Waterhouse is waiting to talk to our race winner.
Now, this time yesterday, Joe Collier had never even finished a race at Brands Hatch, let alone won one. Now at 11 o'clock on Sunday morning, he's finished 2 and won 2. Joe, congratulations.
What a turn of events, mate.
It's been quite a special weekend for you, hasn't it?
It is, yeah. Shame we're not racing really anybody. I know Dave had his problems and whatnot, but yeah, another lonely race. Yeah. Could do with more people to race, to be honest with you, but
I mean, look, we had the red flag, so we had a bit of a lengthy delay. What goes through your mind when you're sat on the grid there waiting, red flag?
I wish I had aircon.
Yeah, it's it. I saw everybody opening the doors trying to get some.
I was boiling, like really, really hot. Sat in the car. Car's like 40, 50 degrees in there, car temp. So yeah, no, it's all right. It's good, but I don't know what quite happened. But there's grass everywhere and gravel everywhere.
Unfortunately, Sam off on the circuit up here.
Oh, was it Sam? Oh, bless him. I hope he's all right then. So
he's absolutely fine.
Oh, is he good? Yeah.
He's good. Look, congratulations, Joe. Pretty good weekend. It's really good to see you, by the way.
You too, buddy.
Take care, mate. Yep. Definitely. Right, there's Giuseppe. Let's grab Giuseppe for another chat, shall we? Come on, my friend. It is a little bit a case of deja. It is, isn't it? Really, yes.
That was good. It was a good race. Safety car put me under pressure. Joe was gone from get-go. But the safety car put me under pressure on the restart. Adrian was on my tail. I had all the back markers to deal with, and I just thought, please get out my way. So I had to play the last little bit sensible and play defensive. Changed my lines. Had no heat in the tyres. Second place.
What was it like though when you were sat on the grid, you were waiting under red flag? Joe just said, I wish I had aircon.
Yeah, definitely wish I had aircon. I kept opening the door and thinking, if the door swings open, I'm not going to be able to shut it. I was like, trying to
the things that go through your mind is crazy.
It was, yeah. I just want to thank some people, that supported me along the way. My uncle Enzo that comes with me. Some people who are helping the mechanic. We lost a couple of family members over the last couple of weeks.
Oh, sorry to hear.
And this is dedicated to them. 2 seconds.
Excellent. Look, Sebby, lovely to see you, mate.
Give us a hug. See you again next time.
He's nice. He's RT is right there. We did want to speak to Adrian if possible. Where has he gone? We've got Martin. Martin, let's grab you for a quick chat. We all thought it was all over for Martin yesterday, but he's come along and he's taken the boss category win. Martin, that's it, isn't it? He's stuck in and he got the win.
What a great race, though. We had some good battles out there, and there was a few incidents, but that happens. But I got some great videos, and we enjoyed it again. Yeah, real good.
Well done, Martin. Congratulations. Lovely. Never surrender, he says. Colin Voice as well, taking the victory in the historic Thunders. Congratulations to him. Supercars out on track already, as you can see. I did catch up with one of the drivers a little bit earlier, so let's hear from them now. Right, here we are, time for our second race of the day, and it is one of the most wild you are going to see. The second race of the weekend for the supercars as well. I've got Ben Ardern here. We didn't have a chance to catch up yesterday, Ben. Sorry about that, but congratulations. It was a solid race one, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a good race. There was a big gaggle of us at the front fighting for our class win, and it was good to get my first win in the class, really. But yeah, John made it an hard race, and then the lads behind me didn't make it easy either.
You're out fairly early today. Do you prefer that? Do you like an early start?
Yeah, I like to get on and get it done with, and try it. It's a bit cooler as well, so hopefully the tyres aren't going to melt today. They were front end was a bit.
Well, we'll leave that for race 3, shall we? Later?
Yeah, that's
Sorry to cut that short there, chat with Ben Ardern, but we are on track and about to get underway with our second Super Series for the British Supercar Racing Club race of the weekend. They are behind the face car at the moment. This grid, incidentally, formed on lap times from yesterday's race. It is overall race winner Paul von Gerard in the only Division 1 supercar that's here this weekend, who is on pole with the yellow number plates. Most of the Division 1 supercars over at the Dutch Supercar Grand Prix this weekend, so there's just the one out there. Kurt Catamol in GP1 in the 250 mono class with the white number plate starts alongside. He was leading that category yesterday. He had a head gasket go, so had to retire. Second row, 49 Michael Parr, and yesterday's class winner Ben Ardern we just heard from. Row 3, John Reeder in 143 and Luke Burton, number 51. Then Sam Harrison, 159. Number 50, John Busby, who came through from the back of the grid in yesterday's race. Completing the top 10 on this grid, we have number 95 Daniel Lanson and 23 Sam Kingsbury, then 26 Ronan McClintock on row 6. It's the first of the F450 Nationals. There's the 125 Open class as well. There isn't time to go through the full grid because we're about to get underway. If you've not seen superkart racing before, you have a real treat coming up here. Paul von Gerard, the only Division 1 superkart with the 2-cylinder 250 engine on pole. Look how close they're formed up here for this second race of the weekend. Away they go. Power comes on, and I suspect we'll once again see Paul von Gerard pull away here from the carts with the white number plates of the 250 mono runners. We've got a bit of a tangle there. One cart spinning off, another one goes into the gravel in avoidance. We'll try and identify those in a moment. And Ben Ardern in problems. He's gone straight on at Druids. A bit of smoke there. I think he locked up his tyres. Yesterday's category winner. 23 is off. That's yesterday's 125 Open winner. 23 Sam Kingsbury in the gravel. So he's not going to make it 2 out of 2. The 125 Open, with the exception of Sam Kingsbury, they have blue number plates. For some reason, Sam Kingsbury's are yellow, and the 450 National, the bigger engine carts, they've got red number plates. There's a couple of those out there, Ronan McClintock and Andy Gulliford in number 26 and number 7. So that's your entry summed up as they come around the first lap. The very bright pink cart there, that's Ollie Ridout's number 1 in the 125 Open category. He retired on the last lap of yesterday's race. And who was the other car to spun up there on the first corner? I can't quite make out at the moment. It might have been Aaron Mayle, number 47. He retired with a puncture in yesterday's race. A few non-starters in this one. Sam Kingsbury, of course, didn't make it round the first lap. Here's a battle in the 250 mono class. 50 John Busby and 51 Luke Burton. John Busby will be one to watch here. He started from the back after problems in qualifying in race 1 and then had to make his way through. He made it into the top 10, but with the grid decided on lap times. He was able to improve his grid position for today. So Paul von Gerard, 3 seconds clear already. He's going to take the overall win as long as he keeps going. Speaking of keeping going, somebody's pulling over there at the bottom of the hill. I think that's Kurt Cattermole. Yes, GP1. Kurt Cattermole, the 250 mono British Grand Prix winner this year. His engine's let him down again. So 2 retirements for the category favourite. There's the battle in the 450 Nationals for the bigger engine carts. The 7, the black cart, is Andy Gulliford. Now, he's raced Division 1 supercarts in the past. 26 is Ronan McClintock. It was McClintock who won the category yesterday. I think they're the only 2 Division 1s out there because Andy Connell was a non-starter. I don't think Andy Flewitt's out there either. They were the only entries this weekend in Division 1. As we say, a lot of the top superkart racers are currently over in the Netherlands. As McClintock takes Andy Gulliford, you can hear the deeper engine notes of the bigger 450 engines. The engines in these carts based on motorcycle units, mainly motocross or flat track engines. The 450s both have KTM engines. 250s, various manufacturers. The 125 Open engines are all from the Italian TM company. The 36 slowing up there, that is Bradley Betts. Now, he retired from yesterday's race and he's in trouble again. The man from Gloucester. So von Gerard leading the way. For some reason, he has disappeared from the top of the timing screen. I thought I saw him come through, or has he dropped out there, Paul von Gerard? We'll pick that up in a moment. The number 83 cart, he cleared off in front, but he hadn't come through on that last lap according to the timing screen. There's the 47 coming through, that's Aaron Mayle. As you said, he retired having suffered a puncture in yesterday's race. The blue number plates are the 125 Open, and they've got their O-plate race in race 3 later on today. Winner will carry the O on their cart instead of their regular number. Leading them at the moment in this race is the 55, which is Alan Witherow from Northern Ireland. Now, have we lost Paul von Gerard, or has his transponder stopped working? See if he comes through. Yes, I think he's dropped out, unfortunately, so we've lost the only Division 1 cart out there. I didn't see where he's gone. So your leader now is number 49 overall, that is Michael Parr. Pick him up in a moment. There's Ollie Ridout, number 159 is Sam Harrison. Charging round the outside there, the more powerful single-cylinder 250. Number 27 in there is Ami Jurga. Heard from her yesterday on the 27 carts. Despite the yellow number plates, she is in the 125 open category. Well, there's our race leader. He's well out in front here. The 49 of Michael Parr from Manchester. Try and find out what happened to Paul von Gerard there, the only Division 1 supercar. We've had quite a few retirements. Alex Dudley, 76, has dropped out as well. Bradley Betts we saw pull into the pits. We've also lost Terence Dudley, number 77. We lost Sam Kingsbury into the gravel on the first lap. There's the battle for second place, recovering number 92, Ben Arden, after he ran wide on the first lap, chasing John Reeder in 1:43. So this is for second overall now, as well as second in the 250 mono class, and Ben Arden charges through at Graham Hill Bend in the green and blue number 92, livery to look like the 1991 Jordan Formula 1 car, the 7-Up livery, one of the great Formula 1 liveries of all time. Ben Arden through into second. He got his first ever 250 mono win yesterday, fighting past John Reeder in the closing stages, and their battle is joined once again. It's Busby in fourth place, ahead of Luke Burton in the white and blue carts. So the 250 monos getting a chance to fight for overall victory here, with no Division 1 supercars, a quicker class out there. Battle with the 450 Nationals, Andy Gulliford, and somebody slowing there, number 95, Daniel Lanson. He was running inside the top 10 in 9th place, but he's in trouble as well. This is a race of attrition for the British Superkart Racing Club Super Series. There is Andy Gulliford, the number 7. He's dropped back from Ronan McClintock. They were together. About 5 seconds between the two of them on the last lap. Here are the leading blue plate runners, the 125 open class. That's Alan Witherow leading their category. He's 11th overall. Just ahead of the number 97, that's Toby Vincent. Two black carts there. Just ahead of them. There's Witherow, there's Vincent. Behind them, 159 of Sam Harrison on his 250 mono. Another one bites the dust. That's the 75 of Kevin Dudley. I think that's all three members of the Dudley family from Staffordshire now out of the race, unfortunately. There you can see Lanson's parked up on Cooper Straights. There is Alan Witherow, the Northern Irishman, leading the 125 open class. The second race today, third of the weekend, we'll see the 125 open class contest their O plates. So is it going to be with 55 replaced by O for Alan Witherow? See later on, he'll be one of the favourites, certainly. There's the 27, Ami Jurga, chasing the number 61 of Tony Keel from Leicestershire. The classes nicely mixed in together now. Ami Jurga wearing the vintage motorcycle leathers there, the black. The 61, that's the more powerful and twice capacity 250. And the yellow flag out on Cooper Straight, so no passing there. That'll be because Daniel Lanson has pulled over there. Ami Jurga to the inside. This is for 14th place. Tries to get past the 61 of Tony Keel. And a spin for John Busby from 4th place. That's at Druids. Trying to get the car going again. He's going to have to climb out if he wants to try and restart it, is he? No, he can't get it going again. He's going to pull it onto the grass. Marshall comes to help him. So another casualty among the front runners. Turning into a pretty chaotic race, it has to be said. And the 49 of Michael Parr still leads it, lapping the 36. That's Bradley Betts, who's rejoined after a visit to the pits. Very close between the two of them there. Michael Parr gets through, still leading this race. You can see the gap there. There's Ben Arden's bright green nose cone in the background. Quickest supercarts, would you believe? The top Division 1 supercarts can achieve 140 miles an hour in a straight line. Would you want to do 140 in one of these little things? These drivers are certainly braver than me. I can only just drive an arrive and drive kart. Here's the battle for second place, and John Reeder's got ahead of Ben Arden there. There's Luke Burton up behind them in the 51. These three had a good battle for the win in 250 mono yesterday. This time Michael Parr has got away. Can they reel him in over the final 2 minutes of this race? The gap is 4 3/4 seconds, so I don't think so. This is great stuff though. Another race for these very intrepid and very brave racers to come later on. 47's come through well. That's Aaron Mayle. He's doing well. To the back of the top four now. Here's Mayle on the red karts. And that retirement yesterday. He's going for the inside on Luke Burton here. McClintock is further behind them, leading the 450 class. There he is, in 6th overall. Still the 125s led by Witherow. Couple of laps to go now. Michael Parr looks to be heading for the win. 36 Bradley Betts gets out of the way of the leaders this time. Yes, Parr increasing his lead. Aaron Mayle, not surprisingly, who's just taken 4th, has done the best lap of the race. 48.213. That's even quicker than Paul von Gerard's Division 1 managed in the early stages. 48.213, that's quite a way off John Riley's F250 mono lap record, 46.276. That was set back in 2001. Superkarts haven't been here for 11 years up to this weekend. The 250 mono battlers, all for second place at the moment. 143, John Reeder has it at the moment. Aaron Mayle up into 3rd place in the 47. They'll be going into their last lap this time. Michael Parr, there he is heading for the win. You never saw what happened to Paul von Gerard, unfortunately. The lone Division 1 supercar dropped out. But the squabble is all for second place. It's going to be a 250 mono overall win. Here comes the man from Manchester, Michael Parr, on the Anderson Viper SK250. Up to clearways for the last time. Perfect drive by Michael Parr. I think this will almost certainly be his first overall win in the British Superkart Racing Club. Across the line, takes the checkered flag, great drive. Well clear of the battle for second place, which is going to be won by Aaron Mayle. He's got past John Reeder on the last lap. Ben Arden is next and Luke Burton takes 5th. Ronan McClintock wins the 2-strong F450 category. Wait for the rest of them to come home. Quite a lot of retirements in that one. Lap times from this race will set the grid for race 3 later on. .125 class is won by Alan Witherow on the blue number 55. Amy Jurger is 2nd. 3rd in that class, Toby Vincent. We lost Sam Kingsbury, yesterday's winner, into the gravel on the first lap. A very unpredictable race there. A lot of big names hitting trouble, including, sadly, all 3 members of the Dudley family dropping out of that race. So Michael Parr wins it by over 5 seconds ahead of Aaron Mayle. That's a big margin in superkart terms. John Reeder completing the podium. Great run through by Aaron Mayle for second place. Ben Arden, yesterday's 250 mono winner, takes 4th. Then Luke Burton rounds out the top 5. Ronan McClintock in 6th wins the 450 class. Rob Randall in 7th place ahead of Andy Gulliford. And Daniel Gerrard and Sam Harrison rounding out the top 10. Alan Witherow in 11th wins the 125 open class ahead of Amy Jurger and Toby Vincent. 18 karts in total going the distance in our second British Superkart Racing Club Super Series race of the weekend. Their 3rd race coming up at around just after 4 o'clock this afternoon. Fastest lap of the race going to Aaron Mayle there with a 48.213. A couple of seconds off John Riley's 250 mono lap record from some 25 years ago. We'll have a look at the other lap records as well if we get time later on. John Riley, incidentally, also holds the Division 1 Supercar lap record from 2005. Let's head down to Parc Fermé in the meantime with Ian.
What a great race that was. Here we are, Michael Parr. Let's have a quick chat above par performance there. That was brilliant, wasn't it? Talk us through that one.
Yeah, just got my head down from the start. Got a decent start. I was in about P3, I think, and then I didn't know what the gap was. When I took the lead, I just kept trying to manage it, but I knew everyone was behind me. I just didn't know how far. And yeah, looked like it worked, managing it, and P1.
It certainly did, wasn't it?
Lead, so we'll take that.
It's been a pretty special day, isn't it? You got one more to go later as well, haven't you?
One more to go, so aims to do it again and another win.
Excellent, Michael. Thanks for talking to us. Somebody who's had a far better day today as well is Aaron. Things didn't quite go so well yesterday, did they, Aaron? But you've made up for it here, right?
Yep. No. Well, we had an absolute disaster yesterday. Tyre exploded on lap 1. Nothing you can do. You have to park it up. Real shame because we were properly quick in qualifying. And then just then I oiled up at the start, so I was dead last, half a lap down, I reckon. I didn't get going until I was onto the Cooper Straight. But it picked back up, and then it was quite quick, I think.
I think. Listen, just tell me, tyre blowing on one of these when you're going around Brands Hatch, I mean, what's that experience like? I mean, if that was me, I'd probably need a change of clothes for obvious reasons.
My first thought was, I think, on the previous straight, I was like, oh, it's a bit slower. Something's not right. I want to go, why am I not going faster? But yeah, no, and then it went loose. It was like, yeah, it wasn't scaring me. It was just frustrating me because you know it's game over when it's that.
So what are we expecting from you, Aaron? Race 3 a little bit later, all guns blazing, right? You came steaming through the field there. We're expecting a show, right?
I want to win it. That's what I want to do.
I love when people say that. Well done, mate. Congratulations indeed. I must say a big shout out as well to Alan Witherow winning the F125 and Ronan McClintock winning the F450s. Right, if you just come with me for a second, John, we'll just squeeze through if we can, because look what we've got coming up next here. And there is one more supercar race coming up later this afternoon. But right now we turn attention back to the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, the Pre-66s. It is going to be their final race of the day, of the weekend. What a shame, but they are put on a bit of a show. A little bit earlier I did catch up with a couple of drivers as well. I caught up with Jeff Smith and Anne Astley, so let's hear from them now. Yes, here we are back in the assembly area. Time for the Pre-66s for the Classic Touring Cars, and wow, this is always one of the most eagerly anticipated races of the weekend. I wanted to find this man, Jeff Smith. You're running away from me, mate. How are you? Are you right?
I'm all right.
Yeah. Listen, of course I was with you at Truxton last week. Brands Hatch, a bit of a different challenge around here, right?
Yeah, definitely, and going really well yesterday. Got tyres up to temp and then made an error up at Druid, so locked the front right and then tried to come out the brakes a bit, but it wouldn't unlock and just straight on.
So what are we expecting from this race then? Are we in for a bit of a show from you here?
I want to be P1.
Jeff, I love you, man. Go to your car. Great to see you. Let's just move around. I think we've got a little bit of time before these guys have to head out on to the circuit. Let's make our way up here. Go say hello to Ant in one of the most eye-catching cars we have. It's even got A on the front lamps there as well. And I love the fact that you taped an A on the lamps at the front as well.
I know, yeah.
Pretty cool, isn't it? This car, have you had a lot of attention this weekend?
Yeah, fair bit of attention, yeah. It's the only one here. Everyone seems to like it, yeah. It's been going all right, really.
Is it suited for this circuit?
It's better for the GP circuit, yeah, for sure. But yeah, I mean, it's all right. 9th yesterday, so against all of these guys, so I'm happy with that, really.
Excellent. Yeah. Well, look, actually, it's quite nice being out now, isn't it? Because then you can sunbathe for the rest of the day, right?
I know. Well, we got a long drive back to Cornwall.
Have you?
Yeah.
Oh, goodness me.
I know.
Enjoy that one. Good luck, anyway. Good to see you. Right, here we go. Time for our second and final Classic Touring Car Racing Club Pre-66 race of the weekend. Dave Goddard, over to you.
Thanks very much, Ian. Plenty of classic cars at trackside this weekend as well. See one or two of them up there. Very nice Escort. I think that's an RS Turbo or RS 1600 up there on the infield banking. I think it's an RS 1600. Bit different to the Mark III Escort gear that my family had when I was little. Still remember that car. There you can see where the cars are parked in the background. There is the old rallycross course we mentioned earlier on. But time for some slightly older cars than that Escort now. The Everard's Pre-66 historic touring cars. Their second race of the weekend. Just waiting for the circuit to be cleared up after the kart events. And that looks like a car from the old Rover 216 one make series that ran in the 90s. Certainly a replica livery. You don't see many of those on the road now, the old R8 Rovers. Very nice indeed. I do like the alloys on that as well. As I say, we saw a display earlier on as well. I didn't get a chance to mention it. Some of the cars displayed at trackside this weekend. We'll give you the grid in a moment for the Pre-66 touring car sponsored by Everard's. It's based on the results of the race from yesterday. There's some of the cars on display. We've got some old school Fords there, Escorts and Anglias. Nice Peugeot 306 there as well. It looks like an Alfa 155 in Martini colours. Volvo Estate, a few Nissan Skylines. Porsche 924 I can see. Lotus Elan 2+2. Alfa 75, Peugeot 205 GTI. Lots of Alfa Romeos in there. A few MGs. Another Ford Anglia there. Plenty of old school Fords, as you'd expect as a retro touring car weekend. A couple of Sierra Cosworths there in the background. It's the Pre-66 touring cars we concentrate on next. Of course, we saw the race halted towards the end of yesterday, when Pat Keneally's Lotus Cortina unfortunately went off at Druids into the tyre wall. We'd already had a safety car when Jeff Smith locked up and went into the gravel in his Mini. Nice 100E Ford Popular or Prefect there as well. Mini Cooper Works GP just above the ice cream van there. So let's have a look at the grid. As we say, based on yesterday's result, it is Piers Grange on pole in the Ford Falcon. Took the win yesterday ahead of Ian Thompson's Lotus Cortina. There's a dedicated class for Lotus Cortinas in this championship. That was won by former overall champion Ian Thompson. Second row, Simon Gustafson in another Lotus Cortina. And the current overall championship leader coming into this weekend, Jake Swan, with his Ford Anglia. He won his class yesterday. The reigning champion, James Ibbotson, James the Giant Killer, as we call him, in his Hillman Imp on row 3. Alongside Mark Burnett with his Mini, racing in the guest class this weekend, not scoring points in the championship. Row 4, Gary Preble, former Pre-03 champion, with his Hillman Imp, alongside 52 Billy Keneally, son of Pat, in his Ford Anglia. We've seen Michael Keneally racing in his Fiesta earlier on as well. The fifth row of this grid, we'll see number 23 Ant Astley, same class as Piers Grange, a class for the big V8 engine cars, on row 5 in the Mustang, alongside Brendan Rooney with his Hillman Imp, little and large on row 5. Row 6 is Jimmy Syme, the Scotsman, in his Mini. Normally we see his son Barry racing that car, but Jimmy getting a chance behind the wheel this weekend. Starts alongside Adrian Oliver's Hillman Imp. Row 7 is Bob Bullen with the Ford Anglia, Michael Loveland with another Imp. And on row 8, Kevin Bottomley's Mini and a similar machine of James Burrows. A Morris and an Austin on that row. Row 9, Roger Stanford with his Lotus Cortina. Got a penalty for a false start in yesterday's race. Starts alongside Steve Dunn with a little Austin A35. On row 10, Patrick Harris in a Morris Minor. And Keith Wright is in a Morris Minor, I believe, as well. He's not in his Lotus Cortina. 2 cars that he races in the championship. But his Morris Minor did stop in yesterday's race on Cooper Straight. So whether he's gone home overnight and picked up his Lotus Cortina to race today, we're not sure. Then we've got the cars that failed to finish yesterday. Pat Keneally, we hope he's there in the Lotus Cortina. Jeff Smith, we know he's there in his Mini, ended up in the gravel yesterday. Ed Gibbs failed to finish in his Anglia. He starts 23rd alongside John Davies. The reason that car's at the back is Mike and John Davies are sharing that Mini John races today. It was Mike yesterday, so they have to start from the back, having swapped driver. Likewise, the Austin A40. Steve Evans raced that car yesterday, but it's Brian Bedford behind the wheel today. One car that has unfortunately failed to race this weekend is David Ellis with his Hillman Imp. It broke down in qualifying yesterday. Bad luck to David as the cars head round on their green flag lap then. The Allen Man Racing lookalike Ford Falcon of Piers Grange, looking to make up for the disappointment in the Blue Oval Saloon Series race in another of his collection of classic Fords here. Similar to the car that Frank Gardner won the British Saloon Car Championship in back in the 60s, the great Australian. Pat Keneally's there, that's good to see. He's taped up the front of his Cortina. I didn't see Ed Gibbs there, so I don't think his Anglia is on the grid. Have a look to see if Keith Wright's there. Yeah, Keith Wright's there, and he is in the Morris Minor, not his Lotus Cortina. Just behind Steve Dunn in a little Austin A35. Oh no, hang on, that's, apologies, that's Patrick Harris's Morris Minor, the other one. So Keith Wright, I don't think he's there at all. Should have had two Morris Minors on the grid, but I could only see one. Double check that as they come through clearways. Yeah, Harris is there, the maroon Morris Minor. Keith Wright is not. Yeah, his minor broke down yesterday. Brian Bedford in the Austin A40 at the back. He's playing the part of Doc Shepherd. 1960 it was that Doc won the British Saloon Car title with an A40. That car currently being restored. But it's Piers Grange, the big red and gold Ford Falcon, leads them up to the grid. It'll be a standing start this time. Ian Thompson in the grey Lunar Rising Records Cortina alongside. Row 2 in the traditional white with the green stripe, Lotus colours. Simon Gustafson's Cortina alongside the black Ford Anglia of Jake Swan. His father Kevin usually races a white liveried Ford Anglia, but not out this weekend. Row 3, James Ibbotson with his Imp, and the Mini of Mark Burnett. The light blue Imp of Gary Preble alongside the blue Anglia of Billy Keneally. And Astley, the black and gold Mustang, Brendan Rooney's Hillman Imp complete the top 10 of this Everard Pre-66 touring car grid. Just waiting for the last couple of cars to form up on the grid. Green flag is waved at the back. This will be a 15-minute race for the Everard Pre-66 Touring Car Championship. Revs are up and away they go. Good start by James Ibbotson in the Imp, trying to get through on the inside. Oh, and Astley's clipped Brendan Rooney. The big Mustang moved across on the Imp there to try and take the line for Paddock Hill Bend. He's just clipped the front of Brendan Rooney's Imp, the current points leader in Class E for the smaller engine cars. In a few problems there. They're all round Paddock Hill Bend okay though. Grange leads in the Falcon. Ian Thompson in second place. Gustafson is third, and side by side for fourth, James Ibbotson and Jake Swan. First of the Minis is Mark Burnett, just ahead of Billy Keneally's Ford Anglia. Not as good a start for Gary Preble's Imp. He's under fire from Jeff Smith, who's got a flyer from the back of the grid. Now we know that Jeff, the former British touring car man, is a great entertainer at the wheel of a Mini. And watch for him challenging the leading runners. He's already having a look on the inside there as they come through the first time through Surtees and McLaren. Michael Loveland in the white Imp ahead of Adrian Oliver. His father was the great Eric Oliver, one of the all-time great sidecar racers. Side by side, Jake Swan round the outside of James Ibbotson. Mark Burnett's Mini is tucked in behind them. There's a battle further back. Bob Bullen having a go at a pair of Imps. They're going to go three wide through Paddock Hill Bend. That's a brave move. Is Bob Bullen going to get the inside of both of them? Yes, he is. He's done it further back in the order there. The two black Minis together. Jeff Smith with the white roof. That's the way to tell those two apart. Roger Stanford hasn't made the best of starts there. He's towards the back of the field. Or did he start from pit lane? I'm not too sure. Lotus Cortina's battling it out, and through goes Simon Gustafson into second place. He's got ahead of Ian Thompson, and more importantly for the lead of Class F for the Lotus Cortinas. Look at the Minis fighting it out for fourth place. Jeff Smith up the inside. Well, could he challenge for overall victory here, Jeff Smith? He started towards the back. He locked up and went into the gravel at Druids in yesterday's race. Jeff, who used to be teammate to Andrew Jordan at the Eurotech British touring car team in the Honda Civic. Sadly, his career at touring car level ended by a serious arm injury sustained in a crash at Croft. He's recovered now, and my goodness, can he handle a Mini. He's raced in the Mini 7 Racing Club in the past, and he's soon going to be on these Cortinas, surely. Simon Gustafson up the inside there, coming out of Druids. Piers Grange runs a bit wide, but he's got the inside line, and he's got the power for Graham Hillben. The big V8 engine beast holds the lead. That Mini's got the handling advantage, and Jeff Smith has done the fastest lap of the race, 57.76 seconds. Look at him sideways there, and Mark Burnett as well. That's how you drive a Mini. It was John Rhodes who pioneered the unique driving style in the British Saloon Car Championship in Minis. John still around today. I believe he's nearly 100 years old now. John Love, the man from Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe, was a great exponent in Minis, and Sir John Whitmore as well, racing aristocrat. Here's the battle of the imps. James Ibbotson has lost out to Gary Preble for the lead of the class there. Preble getting through on the Sir Jack Brabham straights. Seeing Gary win the pre-03 Touring Car Championship in his Honda Civic, one of the all-time greats of the Castle Combe circuit in Wiltshire as well. They're being harried by Billy Keneally. Look at Jeff Smith sideways through Graham Hillben. He's one of the great entertainers of British motorsport. His fans known as the Jeff Army. I bet they're all here this weekend to cheer him on. He's having a go at Ian Thompson now, the former champion, for third place in his Lotus Cortina. Still 11 minutes this race, so a long way to go yet. I think we may have lost Brendan Rooney, unfortunately. No, he's down at the back somewhere. Maybe a legacy of that contact with Ant Astley off the grid. As here comes James Ibbotson to try and retake the lead of the class here. Class E, which is for the smallest engine cars. Class A for the big V8s. Class C is the Minis and Anglias. Class D, the Morris Minors and A40s and A35s. And Class E is for Hillman Imps. Class B is for the slightly smaller capacity cars, such as we've seen Triumph Vitesses, among other things in that. But so we rarely get entries in Class A. Class B, there's none here this weekend. And of course, Class F is dedicated to the Lotus Cortina. Class G, which Mark Burnett's racing in, and Steve Dunn's A35 as well. That's the guest class, not scoring points. Here's the battle for second. Gustafson and Thompson, and they're not letting Piers Grange get away here. As Ant Astley, the Cornishman, said earlier on, the big V8s are more suited, with the exception of the Sir Jack Brabham Straight, to the Grand Prix circuit here at Brands. They can stretch their legs a bit more. With the rest of the Indy circuit not having a really long straight for them to pull away. There's Grange a little bit wide there, so does Gustafson. The better handling cars can keep up the pace with them. Ian Thompson's done the fastest lap of the race, 57.5 seconds precisely. He's closing on Gustafson, who closes in turn on Piers Grange in the Alan Mann Racing lookalike Ford Falcon. Jeff Smith still harrying Ian Thompson for third place. Pulled away slightly now from Mark Burnett in his Mini. Next behind them is Jake Swan, who's second in Class C at the moment. He'll want to try and defeat Jeff Smith here, because Jeff is racing for points and Jake Swan is leading the championship. Here's Ant Astley in the big Mustang, under fire from Bob Bullen. Vastly experienced in Ford Anglias and Escorts is Bob. Behind them is Adrian Oliver's Hillman Imp. Astley getting the rumbling V8 back ahead of Bullen. They're chasing Jimmy Syme, a man from near Glasgow, in his Mini. Barry mechanicking for his dad. A bit of a role reversal this weekend. Jimmy owns the car. It's normally Barry, the ex-single-seater racer, who competes in it. I think the Mustang might have been off somewhere. There's a bit of dust on his tyres there, I notice. Ant Astley. Here are the leaders. Coming up towards half distance in this Everard Pre-66 touring car race. Piers Grange pulls away once again. This is where he can unleash the power of the V8s. This is where Ian Thompson can try and close up on Simon Gustafson and go for second place. He's having a go down the inside. Great move by Ian Thompson, takes second and the lead of the class. Jeff Smith looking on. Mark Burnett's Mini in 5th place, and they pull clear of Jake Swan in 6th. Down the hill into Bottom Bend, as some drivers call it. Graham Hill Bend, the official name. Then onto the Cooper Straights, named after John Cooper. So he ran the Formula 1 team, but of course created the Mini Cooper. Appropriate, we've got a few Mini Coopers in this race. Here's a battle further back. This is in Class D. We've got Brian Bedford's Austin A40, Patrick Harris in the Morris Minor. They're about to be lapped. That's for the lead of the class as well. It said Brian Bedford on the grid sheet, but on the timing tower it says Steve Evans is in the A40. So I'm not too sure which of them is in that car. Normally Evans does the first race and Brian Bedford the second. But we'll have to check who's in that car, whether Steve Evans has decided to do both races. Still leading the class. Notice as well the Scale Extric stickers on these cars. Classic Touring Car Racing Club does have sponsorship from Scale Extric, and they are going to be making some of these cars across the Classic Touring Car Racing Club's various formulae in miniature Scale Extric form. So you could be running your own Classic Touring Car Racing Championship in your living room on your Scale Extric track. How cool is that? I certainly wouldn't mind a replica of Piers Grange's Falcon, or perhaps the Syme family's Mini. There's Steve Dunn, the little Austin A35. Look out, Jeff Smith. He clipped the back of it there. Well, Burnett next in the order. Here's a battle further back. There's Roger Stanford, and a bit of dust on his tyres. He's run wide somewhere. Roger Stanford, a veteran of classic touring car racing, has previously raced very successfully in an E30 M3 BMW and a few other cars as well. There's a bit of grass tracking for Roger. Returning to racing over the last couple of years, following a very big accident at Alton Park in his Lotus Cortina a few years back. He's also got the ex-Colin Turkington Vauxhall Astra Sport hatch from 2005 in his collection. Was hoping to race it with the Super Tourers this weekend, but some last-minute issues meant he had to withdraw it. There's Kevin Bottomley on his tail with the Gulf livery Mini. And behind him, Michael Loveland's Hillman Imp. 5 minutes of the race to go. There's the Battle of the Imps. Gary Preble ahead of James Ibbotts. This point on the circuit at Paddock Hill Bend. James Ibbotson's Hillman Imp was in a big pile-up here at Brands Hatch a couple of years ago. He's rebuilt it just as quick as it ever was. Even had a couple of overall wins at Touring Car Rewind North at Alton Park earlier this year. Rain proving a great leveller with the bigger cars on that occasion, and James was able to use his trademark sideways style to take a couple of overall wins. The overall win here. Can the Cortinas catch the big Falcon? Not with power like that down the straights. Tim Smith not quite able to catch up, but a great run through from towards the back of the grid for Jeff. First four well clear here of Mark Burnett, who's over 5 seconds down the road with his Mini in 5th. Lost somebody into the pits. It's Billy Keneally's Ford Anglia that's pulled in. We lost Pat Keneally earlier on. Still gremlins with the Cortina, probably a legacy of his crash yesterday. So both the Keneallys out of the race. Brendan Rooney's dropped out as well in his Imp. That probably a result of that contact off the grid. That'll harm Brendan Rooney's points lead in the Hillman Imp class, Class E. As Preble and Ibbotson will close up on him. Great to see so many Hillman Imps in the championship at the moment. The car was built near Glasgow. Oh, and talking of Hillman Imps, that's Michael Loveland, has been clipped by Kevin Bottomley there. Good save by Michael Loveland. Not very easy to pull a Hillman Imp out of a slide, because of course they are rear-engined. Thought Michael Loveland was going to spin out there. black and white flag has gone out to car number 23. That's the driving standards flag. That's Ant Astley's Ford Mustang for exceeding track limits. Track limits violations, your first one is noted, no action taken though. The second, you get the black and white warning flag. For a third offence, it's a 5-second penalty. If you keep accumulating track limits offences, then you could eventually be disqualified from a result, but that's thankfully very rarely happens. 2.5 minutes of the race to go, and still the order the same up front. Grange, Thompson, Gustafson and Jeff Smith. Brands Hatch celebrating its 100th anniversary this year as a motorsport venue. It started off as a motorcycle grass track before the Second World War. So it's nice to see so many heritage events held here this year. There's a lovely little Austin A35. Steve Dunn, second in the guest class. The other guest runner is Mark Burnett's Mini. Here's the battle between the two Hillman Imps, and they're not far behind Jake Swan in the Anglia, playing the role of John Fitzpatrick today. He was British saloon car champion with a Ford Anglia back in the 60s. That was a broad-speed tuned Anglia, I believe. John Fitzpatrick went on to become a great success in sports car racing. Look at Gary Preble there, lifting a wheel. That's how you corner a Hillman Imp. James Ibbotson trying to close up. Across the line they go. A couple of laps to go now. For Piers Grange, heading for 2 wins out of 2 by the look of things, and he's coming up on Kevin Bottomley's Mini, which appears to be slowing down. Yeah, he must have got some damage when he clipped Michael Loveland's Hillman Imp, but he's pulling off, pulls onto the old rallycross course at the bottom of Paddock Hill. The rallycross course, they turn right before reaching Paddock Hill, Ben, went down onto the dirt and then turned left and went along where that Mini is now. There's another car stopped there. I think that might be, is that Loveland stopped there? That might be Brendan Rooney. It was definitely the roof of the Hillman Imp I could see there, so that might be where Brendan Rooney stopped. I think Loveland is still going. Piers Grange is certainly still going. He's sliding the big Ford. There's another big Ford, Ant Astley. Another little and large battle. Ant Astley with Steve Dunn sliding about behind him. Wonderful, the variety in this championship. Now, can James Ibbotson, with a lap to go, get past Gary Preble to win the class? Gary is first foray into pre-66 racing this year, and Ibbotson is on his tail there. He's not finished yet, recovering from the ignominy of spinning on the green flag lap ahead of yesterday's race. Now to move through the field to retake his grid position. Clock's counted down to 0. Looks like it is going to be an overall win for Piers Grange for the second time this weekend. Here are the leaders on Cooper Straights. There's a contest for the Lotus Cortina class as well, because Simon Gustafson might make a move on the last bend. Oh no, he hasn't. He's got Jeff Smith up behind him there. Smith wants an overall podium. He's having a go here. Excuse me, Simon Gustafson, he says. So Grange is going to take the overall win ahead of Thompson. Who's going to be third though? Because Jeff Smith trying to make his way up the inside. Grange will win it. Thompson second, and Gustafson uses the power of the Cortina to hold third. Jeff Smith fourth. Grange, Thompson and Smith all win their classes. What about the Hillman Imps? A little bit of a slide there for Gary Preble. They've closed up on Jake Swan in the Anglia as well. Can Ibbotson get the slipstream here on the run to the line? He's going to have a go. He's almost on the grass up the inside there. A photo finish for Class E. Who got that? We'll go to the timing screen. Preble got it by 3/100ths of a second. Gary Preble by 3/100ths of a second wins Class E. My goodness. Ant Astley behind Bob Bullen. He had a good run there in the Anglia, but Ant Astley's just going to pip him on the line using his V8 power. Behind Jimmy Syme in the Mini, and the rest of them come home. That was a fine motor race. Very enjoyable from the Everard pre-66 touring cars. We'll check out the provisional result in a moment. You can see the branding on the control tower there. Brands Hatch, a century of power. There was plenty of power there from Piers Grange. 16 laps completed, taking the win by just under a second ahead of Ian Thompson, who wins the Lotus Cortina class. Simon Gustafson outpowering Jeff Smith to take third. Jeff winning Class C in his Mini. Mark Burnett taking 5th, he wins Class G, then Jake Swan and the two battling imps finishing side by side. Gary Preble just beating James Ibbotson. Jimmy Simon and Astley round out the top 10, and Bob Bullen, Adrian Oliver, the Davies Mini came through from the back to finish 13th. Roger Stanford 14th in his Cortina, a subdued weekend for Roger. Then Michael Loveland, despite that collision with Kevin Bottomley. James Burrows with his Mini. Steve Dunn, the Evans Bedford Austin A40. We're not sure who was in that one. I think it was Brian Bedford in 18th, and Patrick Harris round out the finishers. We lost Kevin Bottomley and Brendan Rooney. We saw them parked up at Paddock Bend. Billy Keneally pulled into the pits, and we lost Pat Keneally's Cortina as well. Let's head down to Parc Fermé with Ian.
Yeah, welcome down to Parc Fermé, everybody. Second on track, but a class win for this man here, Ian Thompson. Sorry to take him away. You can have him back in a minute.
With a sweaty hug and a kiss.
Oh, yeah. Very prickly, this. Very prickly, that.
Sorry, I'll shave it off for next time, don't worry.
It's all right. All right, man. Oh, what a great race that was. I'll tell you what,
it.
you were pushing Piers also.
I was. The point is, if I take him and we have a crash, I lose championship points, so no point. But I was right up with him. I was pushing. Great race with number 64.
Yeah. Simon's been on. In fact, it's deja vu with it from yesterday, isn't it? So.
The deja vu. He was on it today. Really good. Well done.
Have you enjoyed your weekend?
I loved it. Absolutely loved it. Be back.
What do you get up to then on a Saturday? I think we all need to have a party next time, don't we?
I'll bring a band. We'll have a party with a band next time.
Top man here. Lovely to see you. Well done, Simon. Congratulations. I tell you what, you top three. You were putting on a bit of a show.
That was more of a race, wasn't it?
It was. Yes.
Yeah,
we like that.
Yeah, we do like it. And I mean, he just got me on the exit of Clearways and. Nothing else I could do about it, and right at the very end, I had a little battle with the Mini.
Yes.
The last one, he came through.
Yeah, Jeff was coming through, wasn't he?
He came through, didn't he? Blimey, yeah, he did very well. Wow, he's good.
Well, some of you, Simon. You spend every time I interview you praise everybody else. You deserve some praise.
Oh, thank you very much. It's very kind. Yeah, I did really well. Really well.
You did, Simon. You did. Right, somebody I want to find, James Ibbotson, and I really wanted to find Gary Preble as well. There's our race winner, by the way. Let's just quickly say congrats. I was waiting for Piers. Piers couldn't find you. Everybody else came in. But you were the race winner.
They had the last lap board obscuring the checkered flag, so I only caught the checkered flag in the corner of my eye. So I wasn't sure whether it was a flag or not, so I thought, keep going. But I saw no Cortinas behind me, so I thought, they must have been the flag.
Yeah, safety first, but well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Happy,
cheers.
Happy this weekend?
Oh, superb, brilliant. Yeah, the car was fantastic. They did a great job with the car.
It's a bit of an eye catcher, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's relatively easy to drive, so. Excellent. Yeah, but it was close in places.
Well, Ian and Simon were.
Yeah, they kept me honest around Druids. Yeah, they were all over me around Druids. Yeah, it's good fun. Thank you.
Thanks for talking to us. Lovely to see you as well. We saw, I think we got a little bit of. Here he is. These two. These two. Do you know what the time was over the line? Naught.
It was 0.03 or something.
It was, Gary. It was. And James, were you thinking, I'm going to get him here?
I thought I did have him, but
I saw the shag of the head over the line. He sort of like give it a shit, like
get a bit of momentum. But yeah, great racing between you two.
Absolutely brilliant. I mean, it's been a long time coming because obviously, James is known as the Imp Master, and and I knew he was going to be quick. I knew he was going to be fast, and yesterday was a bit unfortunate with all the safety cars and the red flag and everything. But the two of us. I think we've had a great, absolute massive ding dong. I don't think it gets any closer racing than that. I mean, we touched panels, but nothing bad. I mean, it was, it's proper close racing. Brilliant, absolutely.
Well, we enjoyed it, guys. Thank you, James. Lovely to see you, Gary, as well. Yes, right. We are moving just very quickly. If you did hear I didn't hear anything, but if you did hear any bad language there, we can only apologise, of course. Their drivers are obviously emotional and still pumped up. So here we go anyway, but we are moving on to our next race. It is the Intermark Silhouettes here, and a little bit earlier I caught up with a very interesting chap, Volker Tims from Germany. Let's hear from him now. Hello everybody, welcome back down to the assembly area. It is time for our second race of the weekend for the Silhouettes. Look at this, how good does all of this look? Let's go down and have a quick chat with Volker down here. I want to say hello. Hello, how are we doing? Are we well?
Very well, yes, thanks.
Now I want to know, Volker, where are you from?
I'm from Duisburg, it's near Düsseldorf in Germany.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for coming over and racing. Tell us a little bit about yourself. How long have you been racing in motorsport for?
I race now 50 years in motorsport.
Okay.
And was going first on slalom racing.
Nice.
5 years and be 7th in the German championship from 450 cars. And then I go speedway over racing in Nettetal and been a few times a German champion and so on. And in '94 I started in coming over to England, go on over racing here.
Yeah.
And the big success I have in these years was the British what was it, long track champion in Mallory Park.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
And now I'm racing Intermark. I have to stop because of problems with our customs. And so I started here again in Intermark in 2016.
Nice. Are you enjoying it? And if you like Mallory Park, you'll like Brands Hatch Indy, won't you? It's a special place, right?
Definitely. And mostly I like the GP track.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, not today, I'm afraid. Okay, look, thank you so much for coming over. Thank you for sharing your story as well. Good luck out there. Have a great time, won't you?
Yeah, thank you for all. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Wow, what a remarkable man. Volker there, he's about to head out onto the track, as is everybody else for the Silhouettes. Their second race of the weekend coming up. Dave Goddard, over to you.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Ian. A little bit of clear up being done at the moment before we bring on the Classic and Modern Motorsports Club Intermark Silhouettes. We'll take you through the grid. First of all, it's based on the results of yesterday's race, but with the top 5 reversed. So the winner, Ray Harris, starts 5th. It's Ruben Taylor's Ginetta on pole position, alongside Phil Spinks in the Vauxhall Tigra. Keith White in his BMW Z4. That car is currently up for sale, alongside Warren Wiz Farasman's Tigra. Then row 3, Ray Harris, yesterday's winner, alongside Mick Robertson in the Volkswagen Corrado. Row 4, Steve Phillips in the autocross-built Ford Fiesta clone, and Richard Smith, number 4, in the Mercedes SLK on the 4th row. 5th row, Nick Bass with his Mazda RX-8, and Joe Russell in the Audi TT. Kurt Russell's Vauxhall Tigra alongside Volker Tim, we just heard from. He's got a grid penalty for a yellow flag infringement in yesterday's race. Colin Smith crossed the line 3rd yesterday, but the car was found to be underweight at post-race scrutineering, so he was excluded. Starts from the back along with Chris Ayling, who failed to start yesterday's race and therefore starts at the back of the grid here. Saw him in the assembly area, so he should be out there. We've lost a couple of cars, unfortunately. If you're watching yesterday, we sadly don't have the very beautiful Toyota Starlet, the George Polly replica of Jason Waterman. The head gaskets failed in that car. Paul Coxedge, number 81, the red and silver Tigra, blew his engine in yesterday's race. And Avni Rupica, the Albanian descended racer in the red Ford Fiesta, severe vibration from that car, so he will not be starting. These cars, similar to National Hot Rods that you see on the short ovals, space frame chassis, carbon fibre and Kevlar bodies, powered by 2-litre race-built engines, Ford or Vauxhall based units. Let's see if Ray Harris can make it a double in the Ginetta. This is a series, incidentally, not a championship, so no points on these races. Ruben Taylor has been one of the most successful drivers in the series so far. Let's see how he gets on with the grey Ginetta on pole, the black Tigra of Phil Spinks alongside. Up towards the rolling start. A 15-minute race for the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club Silhouette cars. And we're underway. Super start by Richard Smith there up the outside in the white and blue Mercedes. Keith White's there on the inside, nearly 4 wide into Paddock Hill Bend for 3rd place. Ray Harris in there on the inside in the 2-tone Ginetta. It's another Ginetta that leads the way. Ruben Taylor, the man from Devon, side by side with Phil Spinks in the black Tigra. Smith going round the outside. He's in the long lap penalty section there for the motorcycle racers on the outside of Druids. Still side by side, he clips the back of Keith White. He's swirling about all over the place. They both go wide. Ray Harris takes the chance to dive through on the inside. It's Ruben Taylor who leads the way as they come towards the completion of lap number 1. Phil Spinks in 2nd place, Keith White in 3rd. They're all in the Intermark Seniors category for drivers aged 55 and over, as is a lot of the grid in this series. Taylor leads them. Here comes Harris on the outside of Keith White's BMW Z4. And there's Colin Smith. He's had a fraught weekend. He changed an engine ahead of yesterday's first race. Started from the back of the grid, fought his way through to third, but then was excluded because the car was found to be 4 kilos underweight at post-race scrutineering, so he's had to come from the back all over again. Warren Farasman there, recent race winner at Liddon Hill, holds off Ray Harris. There's the Fiesta of Steve Phillips, the yellow car towards the back. Mazda RX-8, the yellow and red there is Nick Bass, recently got his first ever win at Liddon Hill in a handicap race. Taylor leads. Here comes Ray Harris, having a go at Wiz Farasmund on the inside. Wiz has raced in a variety of short oval events in the past. A lot of these drivers, as you'd expect in cars like this, have come through the likes of National Hot Rods. Phil Spinks raced Nationals for many years. The National Hot Rods are racing this weekend at Hensford Hills Raceway up in Staffordshire. It's their National Championship weekend. Ray Harris round the outside at Paddock Hill Bend. Great move up into third place. We've seen Ray not only on the short ovals, but he's also sliding it there. Also competed in Brick Car GT racing with the Ginetta in the past. He's going to have a go now at Phil Spinks for second place. They're all over Phil Spinks there. He got a poor exit there from Graham Hill Bend. They're 3 wide for second place, bouncing off each other. It is like a National Hot Rod race, and Harris has got through, and so has Farasman. Here comes Richard Smith as well in the Mercedes SLK around the outside. His son Lewis Smith used to be very successful in this series in a Tigra, went on to race in the Volkswagen Cup a few years ago with a Golf as well. And Phil Spinks has lost 3 places with that, well, he might have missed a gear there coming out of Graham Hill Bend. Used to race a Renault Clio, I remember, in the National Hot Rods, before the Tigra became the dominant car. Through comes the Ginetta, Colin Smith ahead of Keith White. The Ginetta's built by Carl Boardley Motorsports. Carl, a 4-time Hot Rod World Champion. Now, of course, races in TCR UK. Warren Farasman holds off Richard Smith. Problems for Volker Tim. We heard from him at the start of the race. He's had a spin at Druids. A man who's been racing hot rods for certainly longer than I can remember. Used to race the Nettetal Kaldenkirchen Oval in Germany, as we heard. Now sadly closed. Been racing at Audi TT for many, many years. Side by side there, Smith up the inside on Farasman. They're having a good battle. Ray Harris now closing on our leader. The Ginetta's 1 and 2. Phil Spinks under fire from Colin Smith, who's once again come through from the back of the field in the 491. Frustrating weekend for Colin. Here are the leaders. Ruben Taylor used to race a Peugeot 206cc coupe in the Silhouette series. Closed down here by Ray Harris. He's going to try and have a go. He's going to go around the outside at Paddock Bend again. Goes up high, wide and handsome on the entry, as the great Brian Jones, the voice of Brands Hatch for over 50 years, would have said. Privileged to team up with Brian on the PA system at Brands Hatch a couple of times. He's still hugely missed by everyone, as the voice of the Formula Ford Festival for so many decades. The trophy is now contested at that event in his memory. Fastest lap of the race by Ray Harris, a 51.032. It's all over Ruben Taylor. Richard Smith ahead of Wiz Farasman now in 4th place. Phil Spinks still 5th. Two Ginettas out front. The Ginetta G40 body shape, of course, not genuine Ginettas or Tigras and so on, any of these cars. They're space frame chassis with these carbon fibre Kevlar body shapes, hence silhouette cars. Bodies form the silhouette of whatever they're based on. Mercedes SLK up there in 3rd place, a less commonly seen car. I know Darren Owen, aka Deadly Daz, has got one of those that he competed in National Hot Rods in. He normally races his Mark 1 Escort space frame these days, though, in the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloons. Son James has started racing senior level now as well. Top 4 breaking away slightly. 9 minutes of this race to go. Across the line goes the 49. Reuben Taylor still hanging on from his reverse grid pole. The reverse grid drawn out of a ballot as Ray Harris goes to the inside this time at paddock, and he goes through. Ray Harris into the lead in the number 5. Came through from 5th on the grid. Here comes Colin Smith attacking Phil Spinks. Keith White's BMW behind them. There's Mick Robertson in the Corrado in 8th place. Robertson, I remember in my youth seeing him race in the National Super Rods Formula at Hensford Raceway, the big V6 engined saloons, Ford Sierras and Capris and so on. Ray Harris getting a bit crossed up there as they come into clearways. Just that saves it, and a bit of grass tracking, and Phil Spinks fires a bit of bodywork high into the air there. Looked quite spectacular. He's going to lose the place to Keith White. He's having a bit of a wayward race here. Started off well, Phil Spinks. Let's have a look at that again. There are the leaders. That was Ray Harris getting sideways. Spinks went straight on. And watch this as he comes over the grass. Boing! What was that? A wheel arch liner or something and flying off? And there's a big cloud of dust at Paddock Bend. Has somebody gone off there? There might be somebody off to the right. I couldn't quite see. There's yellow flags, I think, there, so we'll have a look and see if we can pick up who that is. But I think somebody's gone into the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend. Whether they've rejoined or not, I'm not sure. There are the leaders. Just past half distance in this race, just over 7 minutes to go. And coming up to lap Chris Ayling in number 28, who has sadly had an ailing car this weekend. He's failed to race yesterday. Let's have a look again. Who is it who's gone wide there? Oh, it's Richard Smith who ran wide, but he has kept it going. Couldn't tell if there was somebody off in the gravel on the right out of our shot, but Richard Smith has kept it going in 3rd place. And here are the 2 leaders. Harris leads. Reuben Taylor leading the seniors class in 2nd place. Most of the field running in the seniors category. The only drivers who aren't are Ray Harris, Warren Farasmond and Kurt Russell towards the back of the field in the Audi TT. Avni Ropica was in the regular class as well, but a non-starter in this race. So the 2 Ginettas run 1 and 2, Harris from Taylor. There's Smith in 3rd, the gap back to him is just under 2 seconds. White holds back Chris Ayling. Oh, Reuben Taylor's off. That's at Graham Hill Bend. 2nd place man has lost it. What happened there? There's Colin Smith going through, so Taylor is now back to about 5th place. We'll try and see what happened there to Reuben Taylor. He's gone again. Now there must be something wrong there. Has he got a puncture? He may have a rear puncture, I think, Reuben Taylor. That could be the end of his race. There's Mick Robertson in the Corrado. Didn't see as many of those in National Hot Rods. As we said yesterday, Matt Simpson, the future VTCC racer, drove one of those. Phil Spinks has pulled into the pits as well. Let's have a look again. What happened to Reuben Taylor here? Back end just steps away from him and then goes back the other way. That's a strange incident there. I reckon something's broken on the rear of that car. And then again, as they come towards McLaren, what happens here? There it goes again. There's something broken on the left rear, I think. Not sure if it's the tyre. The tyre looks okay, so I reckon something's broken in the suspension. He's pulled into the pits anyway, so clearly something amiss with that car. So Ray Harris now has a lead of 3 seconds over Richard Smith. Green flag is shown to Chris Ayling as the Corrado, and also Nick Bass in the Mazda RX-8 to lap him. That must be one of the Hun family's old cars. I think 4 members of the Hun clan have raced in this series, including Ricky Hun, the former National Hot Rod World Champion. Jason, Danny and Terry as well raced in that group of Mazda RX-8s, and the number 90 retiring there, that's one of the Russell family, Joe Russell in the Audi TT. We're just under 4 minutes of this race to go. Quite a few cars hitting problems. Not Ray Harris though. Pulling away slowly but steadily from Richard Smith. There's Warren Farrismond, who's now in 3rd place. Colin Smith 4th from the back. Keith White completes the top 5. Mick Robertson in 6th. We come into the closing stages of this Classic and Modern Motorsport Club Intermark Silhouette Series race. There's Steve Phillips in the Ford Fiesta clone built by Autocross. Looks like the old special saloons of the 1970s with the big flared arches, that machine. Haven't seen many of those on the short ovals either. 1 or 2 racing in the Scottish National Hot Rod Series up at Lochgelly and Cowdenbeath. And Glenn Bell, the current National Hot Rod World Champion, briefly had one too. Went back to a Ginetta after a while. He won this year's World Final at Vauxhall Stadium in Ipswich. There's the number 20. That's Kurt Russell in his Tigre. I think that's the ex-Ian Hales car, which was previously raced by Matt Simpson. I think that's the same Tigre. Yeah, Matt Simpson had that car when he raced in this series prior to his move to touring cars. And then Ian Hales, the former Legends Cars champion on the short ovals, had that machine. Gap has come down a little for the lead between Harris and Richard Smith. There's Robertson and Bass. Bass recently a first-time winner at Liddon Hill. Mick Robertson has raced this Corrado for many, many years now. Ray Harris continues to lead. Richard Smith now leading the seniors category in 2nd place. 2 laps to go for the CNC Consultants Ginetta. Going to be able to put a 2nd lap on Chris Ayling in a moment. Seeing Chris in National Super Odds, used to be a contemporary of Mick Robertson in the days of the Sierras back in the 90s. Of Mark Gents, father of Dale Gents, used to race in that series. Of course, Dale now a star of the Pickup Truck Championship. Frank Birch, David Larkins and many more in those days used to race with Chris and Mick. Shame the Super Rods not really seen on the short ovals now. It's the Dayglow yellow and teal liveried Ginetta into its final lap. Thank you to one of our commenters, Sophie Daughtry, for pointing out that colour. I was wondering what to call that colour earlier on. There's the yellow and red, the colours of the Hun family on the Nick Bass's Mazda RX-8. Clock has counted down to 0, and it is going to be a win for the CNC Consultants Ginetta. Started 5th on the grid with the partially reversed grid. It didn't take Ray Harris long to fight his way to the front, taking the lead at Paddock Hill Bend, and he comes in to complete the double. Ray Harris wins at Brands Hatch. 2nd place over the line, Richard Smith, he wins the seniors category in the Mercedes, and Wiz Farrisman takes 3rd in the Tigre. 4th over the line is Colin Smith, bit of a frustrating weekend for him. Keith White still running 5th in the BMW Z4 just ahead of Mick Robertson. Robertson working well to catch Keith White, both hugely experienced campaigners on ovals and circuits. White will take 5th, then Robertson. Bass in the Mazda comes over in 7th, then a gap back to the number 20 of Kurt Russell in the white Vauxhall Tigre. Steve Phillips over the line a lap down. Russell in what I think is the ex-Matt Simpson and Ian Hales car comes in for 8th, and everybody else a lap down. A few retirements in that one. We lost Joe Russell's Audi TT, Ruben Taylor. Something broke on the back of his car. Commiserations to him, sending him spinning out while running in 2nd place. But it's Harris who takes the win, just over 3 seconds clear of Richard Smith, with Warren Farrismond in 3rd. Smith winning the seniors class, then Smith, White, Robertson and Bass. Kurt Russell in 8th place, Volker Tim a lap down in 9th, the German, and Steve Phillips completing the top 10. Chris Ayling was the other finisher, and we lost Russell, Taylor and also Phil Spinks pulled off into the pits. A few non-starters in that one as well. Of course, we didn't have Jason Waterman's lovely Toyota Starlet, Paul Coxedge and Avni Ropika not starting that race. We can head down now to Ian Waterhouse in Parc Ferme.
But there he is, Ray Harris makes it a pair of wins here at Brands Hatch this weekend for the CMMC Intermark Silhouette Series. He's just on the weighbridge at the minute, and then we'll get out of the car, we'll have a quick chat with him as well. Warren Fazerman alongside, he came home in 3rd place. Richard Smith in 2nd place, just a little bit further back there, waiting also to get the car weighed. We'll just wait for them. There he goes, Ray Harris gets out of the car. We'll let him get his helmet off. We'll have a quick chat with him. No stranger, of course, to the checkered flag. He looks a little bit warm underneath that helmet as well. Ray, I'll let you get your helmet off. We'll have a quick chat if we can. A little bit of work to do in that race, but you've come through.
Yeah, a little bit more work in that one.
You look a bit more red-faced today.
Yeah, it was a little bit warmer, I think, and yeah, longer actual race this time. Yeah, took a little bit of time to get through, but luckily Ruben didn't get too far away. So yeah, I knew I had lap time pace on him, but once I caught him, I just sort of took my time to get through.
What sort of effect does the heat have on yourself and the cars?
It's a huge difference. You know, tyres, they start to get a bit slick, the engine temperatures were going up, and the exhaust pretty much runs through the car.
Yeah.
So yeah, the temperatures inside are horrendous.
Look, well done, Ray. I'm going to let you rest up and have some more water. Lovely to see you as well. Yes, we are. There you go. Look, we'll move around a little bit because we're sort of half in the scrutineering bay, half out as well. Warren, we spoke yesterday. Another podium, it's not too bad, is it?
I'm happy with that, yeah. We got a bit of a problem with the car, so I limped it home in that one, but we're very happy. 2 finishes, 2 podiums. Can't really ask for much more than that, can we? Fastest lap yesterday, so I'm well happy.
This is somebody watching this for the first time. We've got a lot of people who have seen this all before, but a lot of people new to this. They're watching this thinking, wow, these look pretty good. Why should they get involved, and why should they find out more about the series?
It's really good sport, really good close racing. It's not as expensive as people think. You can make it as dear as you want, but it's really good. They're a really nice bunch of people. It's a nice club. Yeah. Lots of really good tracks, and I think the value for money is really good, and we're getting more and more people asking, so hopefully we get some more.
Excellent, Warren. Thanks for talking to us. And of course, you got that man in your corner as well, Mr. Rob Burley. Richard Smith. Oh, Richard. Yeah, sorry. I'm trying to find you. I didn't know where you got it, where you parked your car.
Trying to cool down a bit. Kind of cool down.
A little bit warm, but a good race, right?
Good race. Enjoyed that. Car's on song. We're going well. Yeah, I'm pleased with it. Bit of a bad day yesterday, considering, but yeah, pulled it back today, and what a good day. Thanks to all my team for sorting it out, really. Yeah.
Richard, well said indeed. Look, we better crack on, but thank you so much. Thank you so much. As you can see, the next race, the classic touring cars. Oh, look, they're making their way out right now of the assembly area. So it is the pre-83s, 93s, 03s, 2013s. They're making their way onto the circuit. Almost time to go racing. So let's hand over to your commentator, Dave Goddard.
Yep, cars already on circuit. So thanks very much, Ian, for our combined race for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. We've got 4 championships in one out in this one. We've got the Pre-83 Group 1 touring cars, the Pre-93 touring cars, sponsored by trackhub.uk, the Bertie Haulage Pre-03 touring cars, and also the new for 2026 Pre-13 touring cars. One entry in them, Michael Greaves' Clio. Hopefully he's out there. Yes, he is, towards the back. He got a bit of damage yesterday. We mentioned Sophie Daughtry is watching on down in Cornwall this weekend, and I know that Sophie's father Chris has had some major surgery recently and is still on the mend, so get well soon, Chris. Long-time short oval racer down in Cornwall. We hope to see Chris back to full recovery soon. Get well soon, Chris Daughtry. Thanks to Sophie for getting in touch. Having a look at the grid then for our combined race for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. This is going to be tricky to follow with 4 championships in one. We'll give you the grid in just a moment, because I think Ian's been catching up with 1 or 2 of the drivers ahead of this race.
Hello everybody, welcome back down to the assembly area, and boy oh boy do we have a treat for you. Yes, more Classic Touring Car Racing Club action with the Pre-83s, the Pre-93s and the 03s as well. I want to come down and have a quick chat with Andrew, because Andrew's got to be one of the busiest men here this weekend. You've been racing in pretty much everything in this Civic, haven't you? How's it going?
Yeah, it's going well, it's going well. We had a bit of incidents in the last race.
Yeah.
Got a bit bunched up, obviously got a little tap at the back, but yeah, we're back out, so we're trying to get through.
Andrew, how on earth do I say your surname properly?
It's Idwin.
Idwin.
It's Idwin, yeah. It comes out all sorts, iodine, all sorts. So you get used to it after a while. Yeah, Andrew, yes, mate.
Tell us a story. How long have you been racing? When did you get the bug for motorsport?
So this is my 4th year.
Yeah.
I was in another series, mainly Civics.
Yeah.
But it got a bit rough, you know. Obviously, mainly getting tangled up a lot of damage. So I've come over to this for a bit more, a bit more close racing.
Have you enjoyed yourself this weekend?
Oh, it's been brilliant. Yeah. So it's always brilliant. Yeah.
What's the expectation from this race? What can we do?
I'm hoping just to move forward a little bit. Obviously, I mean, I prefer to be that end, but it's good racing, it's good fun, it's close, so I enjoy it. Yeah.
Andrew, it's lovely to meet you as well, probably, and good luck out there. Enjoy it, won't you? Let's just say hello to Tom very quickly as well. Sure, we always talk to Tom, but it's because we like, because he's a very nice bloke. Is Tom? How are we feeling, Tom? All right?
Yeah, not too bad. Rather not be this far down the grid, but had a bit of a shunt at paddock on the first lap yesterday. It was a bit of a concertina effect with a lot of cars having a bit of argy-bargy at the front, but the car's in one piece, so we're back out ready to fight. Try and get back up with the 83 cars.
I was going to say, you could put a bit of a show on for us here, right?
Yeah, we'll have to have a try, won't we? We'll always try.
Always lovely. Thanks for talking to us, mate. Really appreciate it. I just want to say a massive thank you just before we go off. The wonderful marshals down here. That's Kay there on the right-hand side. She delivered me this morning, my favourite biscuits. Massive thank you to Kay. Look at that. She's giving us some bourbons. Thank you, Kay. She can't hear us right now. She's doing her job. Very important job. Massive thank you to all of the Orange Army. You guys are absolutely amazing. Right, here we go. Time to go racing for the Classic Touring Cars. Let's hand over to commentator Dave Goddard. Let's go.
Thanks very much, Ian. Cars still forming up on the grid at the moment. Bourbons, eh? We've got chocolate chip cookies here in the commentary box. Other biscuits are available, of course, so the grid formed up then. It is Will Davison and Kevin Willis in their BMWs in the Pre-93 Championship on pole. We are underway. A great start by Ian Bauer, so by Jonathan Corker, one of our top Pre-83 runners in the Datsun 510 up there on the outside. Also in there we've got a current BTCC driver, West Surrey Racing's Charles Rainford. He's in the 33 Capri, 3 wide between the BMWs. They go into Druids for the first time. Nick Williamson's Rover SD1 nearly clipped the side of Jonathan Corker, and Kevin Willis, runner-up yesterday, about to take the lead here from fellow yellow BMW pilot Will Davison. They're fighting it out for the lead of the race. Third place is Ian Bauer. Cam Tunio, Pre-03 touring car winner in the Honda Civic yesterday, is behind them. Then we've got, I think that's John Hillier's BMW Estate up there in 5th position, the BMW Touring. We saw him in Classic Thunder. Yes, he's there in 5th place in this combined race. 4 championships on one grid. Possibly a few cars missing from the back. Yes, we haven't got Anton Martin, I don't think, in his BMW. So we'll pick up on that a little later on as Davison retakes the lead from Kevin Willis. Ian Bauer in third place. There's Tunio in fourth position. Behind them, John Hillier. Charles Rainford next in the order. There's the Capri. Picked up a bit of damage in that pile-up off the start line yesterday. Oh, and somebody's come to a stop there. The yellow flag's out. It's Neil Philpotts, so the red flag will come out. Neil Philpotts' Mitsubishi has come to a stop. That's in a very dangerous position there. So the red flag is thrown straight away. That was a dicey moment there. I thought, I'm pleased that nobody piled into the back of Neil Philpotts there. The turbocharged Mitsubishi Colt Lancer. Retired from yesterday's race and has retired from this one as well, but he's on the track now. It's a very dangerous position. Obviously the red flag comes out. Okay, so gives us a chance to go through the grid as well for this race for you. We didn't get a chance there with the green flag lap completed a bit quicker than I thought there. Okay, chance to reset. Chance for Neil Philpotts to recover there. He was obviously in a dangerous position. So the grid lined up like this. Will Davison and Kevin Willis in their BMWs on the front row. Another BMW on row 2 was Ian Bauer alongside Cam Tunio in the Honda Civic. First of the Pre-03 runners. John Hillier in the BMW E36 estate. He's in Pre-03 alongside number 31 Steve Walden. He's in Pre-93. Then on row 4 it was Charles Rainford in the Capri, the first of the Pre-83 cars, and Jonathan Corker with the Datsun 510. He was having some handling issues in yesterday's race. On row 5, more Pre-83s. Number 11 Nick Williamson with the Rover SD1, and 220 Nick Grindrod, the current Pre-83 points leader with the Ford Escort Mark 1. Row 6, Jared Knight in his Escort Mark II, and Don Hughes with the Mark 1 Golf GTI. Row 7, Trevor Pickard with his BMW M3 running in Pre-93, and Stuart Kay, the chairman of the Classic Touring Car Racing Club with the Triplex Capri on row 7. Row 8, Mitsubishi Colt of Neil Philpotts, and Will Hunt with his Ford Fiesta. I didn't see if Will Hunt was on the grid. Saw him out in the Blue Oval Saloon Series earlier on. Row 9, Graham Myers with the orange BMW M3, and Anton Martin in his pink BMW. I don't think he was on the grid though. Row 10, Michael Greaves is there. That's the only Pre-13 entry this weekend with the Renault Clio 197. And Andrew Idoine in his Honda Civic. Tom Harvey, good to see him back out. Picked up some damage in that pile-up off the grid yesterday in the Mark 1 Escort. The Shell liveried car is back out. Tim Tomlin, I don't think he's there. He had problems in qualifying yesterday, so I don't think Tim has been able to race this weekend. Likewise, Chris Bassett's Peugeot 306. I didn't see him on the grid. I saw that car being recovered at the end of qualifying yesterday, and being recovered now by the trackside recovery Ford Ranger, Neil Philpotts in the Mitsubishi Colt Lancer. That was a scary place there to be sat on track at the end of the Cooper Straights. The grid being reformed for a restart then. Will Hunt is there, there's the Fiesta. Let's have a look again at the start of that race. Ian Bauer got a quick getaway. Will Davison from pole position did. Jonathan Corker flying up the outside, that little number 85 Datsun. It was Kevin Willis who got the early lead into Paddock Hill Bend, with Will Davison trying to get up the inside, the two yellow M3s. Davison took the lead into Druids. Nick Williamson nearly into the back of Steve Walden there, the SD1 locking up into Druids. Kevin Willis was able to retake the lead down the hill into Graham Hill Bend. He had the inside line, then Davison got the cutback. They swapped the lead about 4 times in that opening lap, with Ian Bauer shadowing them, then Cam Tunio and the rest of the pack following behind. Charles Rainford with the best of the Pre-83s away, but he's not racing for points this weekend. Charles Rainford, the BTCC star, a guest driver in the Capri. He has won here at Brands Hatch in that car before. So Davison led at the end of the first lap. Further round the course, Neil Philpotts, I would imagine the turbo has failed in that very rare Mitsubishi Colt Lancer, came to a halt at the entry to Surtees. Camtunio led the pre-03s, looking for a second win of the weekend in the Honda. As the cars came onto Cooper Straight, they were confronted by yellow and eventually red flags with the car stopped on the circuit. Neil Philpotts must have been sitting tight in there, just hoping that nobody hit him as they came past. You don't want to see that car damaged as well. It's an extremely rare car, the Mitsubishi Colt Lancer Turbo. Had a win at Silverstone in it a year or two ago. So the car's back on their green flag lap, ready for a second attempt. Quick hello to Alex Raby, top motorcycle commentator, one of the voices of the World Superbike Championship, who's watching on today. Hi to Terry Gallagher as well, former short oval racer, now competes in the Hyundai Coupe Cup. He'll be out at Donington next weekend. Used to race with the Daughtries as well, who we mentioned earlier, down on the short ovals of the southwest. There's Tom Harvey. Great to see that him and his father, Age Harvey, have repaired that Escort overnight. He went into the back of a couple of cars off the grid yesterday, unfortunately. Everybody bottled up at the start of yesterday's race, and it was like the M25 on a bad day, sadly. So one or two cars picking up some damage. The Clio of Michael Greaves was involved there as well, and he dropped out of the race. Andrew Idoine's Civic, I think it was, who was hit by Tom Harvey. Thanks for all your comments on YouTube. Do try to keep on topic, incidentally, on our YouTube feed. As we get back underway. Not such a good start for Ian Bauer this time. Great start by John Hillier. Sharp start by Jonathan Corker's Datsun again, trying to get ahead of Charles Rainford in the Capri to lead the pre-83s. But the two yellow M3s it is who lead the way, and Kevin Willis trying to get round the outside on the run into Druids, but M3 Will, as it says on the number plate, Will Davison holding the inside line there. Who's going to be on the inside for Graham Hill Bend? This is almost a carbon copy of the first running. Kevin Willis leads the way as they go down into Graham Hill Bend. Full 15-minute restart to this race because they hadn't completed a lap when the red flag came out. Willis leads, and a better start by Camtunio. He's up to third overall, and he leads the pre-03s. Side by side as they come through. Clear ways. Kevin Willis on the outside line keeps his foot down. Davison's got the shorter route towards Paddock Hill Bend. They're absolutely side by side, the two Building Futures sponsored M3s. And Will Davison's got the inside, he's got the lead. Meanwhile, Ian Bauer having to go at Camtunio for third place, and Bauer gets the tail hanging out there. It's a new car for him, that's number one car. Normally we see him in the Castrol liveried M3, in his collection of BMWs. Attacking Camtunio, they're side by side coming off Druids. He might get third place here with a bit of luck. Two leaders absolutely nose to tail. It's one 8-wheeled yellow M3 at the front's the pack. Davison won yesterday, he only made one previous appearance this season, that was at Alton Park. Bauer has got third place away from Camtunio. Fifth is John Hillier in the BMW estate. Made a great start there up into fifth place. The rest of them follow behind. Sixth is Jonathan Corker. He made a fantastic start. A corker of a start, you might say, in the Datsun 510. There he is, the reigning pre-83 champion. The sun glinting off his windscreen. He's ahead of Charles Rainford. The rest of them charge their way through. Here comes Tom Harvey. Now he knows how to throw a Mark 1 Escort around Brandt Hatch. He's got Michael Greaves to the side of him, and Graham Myers trying to take both of them in the Jägermeister liveried M3. Michael Greaves nearly didn't see Graham Myers there. He moved across. He was concentrating on Tom Harvey going round the outside of him. There was nearly a collision between the Renault and the BMW. Tom Harvey now closing up on Stuart Kay. Mr. Chairman in his Ford Capri. As they start to sort themselves out. He's got around the outside at Druids, then to the inside at Graham Hill Bend there, past the Triplex Capri. Stuart Kay will be in the Super Touring race later on as well in his Vauxhall Cavalier. Jared Knight in the Mark II Escort makes a move on Don Hughes in the Golf. He's also raced in the Pre-03 touring cars over the years with his Peugeot 306. The Hampshire-based driver lives down near Thruxton Circuit. Side by side across the line, Andrew Idwin having a go as well in the Honda Civic, the man from the Black Country. So Andrew, for finally explaining how to pronounce his name. I did struggle with that one this season, as you'll have noticed. Jared Knight holding the inside line. Keeps the Escort, more famous as a rally car, of course, the Mark II Escort, staying ahead of Don Hughes in the Golf. Tom Harvey has made up another place ahead of Trevor Pickard's M3 now. 10-second penalty for Will Hunt in the Fiesta. He's at the back of the field anyway, but a 10-second penalty for the Fiesta pilot for an out-of-position start. It's been a bit of a frustrating weekend for Will Hunt, both in the Pre-03 touring cars and the Blue Oval saloons. There's the battle for the lead of the Pre-83s. Charles Rainford, British touring car race winner with the West Surrey Racing BMW team this year. Former Porsche Carrera Cup GB star. He's got the headlights on the Brute 33 Capri. Stuart Graham, one of the stars in that car in period. It's all over the back of Jonathan Corker. The lights on to try and intimidate the reigning Pre-83 champion. The 85 car stays ahead. Just behind them we've got Steve Walden, number 31, with his BMW, racing in the Pre-93 Championship, sponsored by trackhub.uk. Look at Charles Rainford slide. That's how you drive a Capri. That's just how the likes of Gordon Spice and Jerry Marshall would have driven one in period. Steve Walden all over the back of him now, though. He won't mind too much if Walden gets past. What he wants to do is get past Jonathan Corker for the lead of the Pre-83 division. Charles just here to enjoy himself as a guest driver this weekend. He's not scoring points this weekend. Ford Capri in Fabergé Brute 33 livery. As I said yesterday, it doesn't get much more 70s than that, does it? Corker slides the Datsun through Graham Hill Bend. Trevor Pickard has pulled into the pits with his BMW. Next through behind this group, there's Nick Williamson, the big Rover SD1, and there's Nick Grindrod, the man from Birmingham, the leader of the Pre-83 Championship coming into this weekend. He's only second in class behind Jonathan Corker. He wants to be ahead of the Datsun. The V8 power of the Rover telling there as he pulls away. Andy Rouse, Tim Harvey and Dennis Leach among those to have starred in those cars in the 80s in period in the British Saloon Car Championship. Andrew Idwin next to, he's got ahead of Jared Knight's Escort. Still just under 9 minutes of this race to go. Will Davison still leads overall by 1.5 seconds from Kevin Willis. Ian Bauer third. Then it's Cam Tunier. It's Tom Harvey. Here comes Steve Walden. Won here at Brands Hatch at the end of last year in the Classic Touring Car All-Comers Handicap race. The drivers of the slower cars are given credit laps. It was in that race where the Trabants appeared a few years ago, with a certain Guy Martin at the wheel of one of them. Bizarre event that was. Yep, you really can race anything as long as it's got wheels and an engine. I've even seen DAF Variomatics competing in races in the Netherlands in the past, and yep, because you can go as quick backwards as you can forwards in one of those with the stepless transmission, they race them in reverse. Oh, Kevin Willis is off. Second place, spins out, and now it looks like he's racing in reverse, doesn't it? Gets it out of the way onto the grass sensibly there. That's his chance of victory gone. He'll try and rejoin. It was at that point on the circuit yesterday, of course, that Noah Checkley went into a spin in his Peugeot 206 in the track action race and went into the tyre wall. Kevin Willis, he's on the old rallycross course, trying to rejoin. He does so, but he's lost a lot of places there. He's down to about 12th place at least. More cars come through, it's more like 14th place for Kevin Willis. Such a shame. Man who won at Thruxton earlier this season. Trying to get the muck off his tyres now. Oh, Tom Harvey in problems as well. Maybe a legacy of the damage from yesterday. Such a shame. He never has any luck at his local circuit, Tom Harvey. He and his father Adrian, aka Age Harvey, raced old school Fords for many years. Here's the battle for the lead of the pre-83s, and Charles Rainford still not able to get past Jonathan Corker, battling for what is now 5th overall with that spin for Kevin Willis. So it's Davison who leads overall by 12 seconds now, ahead of Ian Bauer. Cam Tunio 3rd overall in the Honda Civic. There's the battle between Williamson and Grindrod still going on. Just under 6 minutes of this race still to go. Tom Harvey has pulled into the pits. Steve Walden taking on the more classic machines here. Oh, Ian Bauer's pulled into the pits. Another BMW in trouble. Ian Bauer, you can see on the timing tower there, has pulled into the pits. He's dropping down the timing order. So another BMW in trouble. This is going to hand Will Davison a huge lead. He's nearly 15 seconds clear of Cam Tunio now, who's now 2nd overall. Meanwhile, Rainford launches an attack on Corker. Can't quite get alongside Jonathan Corker in the Datsun, a boat builder by trade. Look at Steve Walden here. He's gone round the outside at Druids and up the inside at Graham Hill Bend. Good move there by Steve Walden. Moves the BMW ahead of the Capri. So a fair bit of attrition in this event. Ian Bauer has rejoined from the pit lane, so I'm not sure what that was all about. Just a quick check on some sort of issue with the BMW. He's down to 13th according to the timing. So Davison leads by 17.5 seconds. Cam Tunio now. Steve Walden now going for Jonathan Corker. As we said, the pre-83 battlers won't mind too much if one of the newer cars does get past them running in the same championship. Replay here of Kevin Willis going off into the gravel. Round he went, squeal of tyres. Very easy to do at that part of the circuit. You don't want to be left sitting in the middle of the track there. See it again here. Goes gravel bashing, and round goes the BMW. Kevin Willis still going, but he's now in 10th place. It's Davison from Tunio. John Hillier now 3rd overall in the BMW estate. Touring, to give it its proper name. This is the fight now for 4th overall, with Ian Bauer having pitted. Corker, Walden and Rainford. Nick Williamson's Rover is 7th. Then Iduin, Grindrod and Willis 8th, 9th and 10th. So Andrew Iduin has got the Civic ahead of Nick Grindrod. It's been a subdued weekend for Nick Grindrod. There's the Escort. Certainly not running to its full potential, sadly, for the man from Birmingham. Began his career on the short ovals. I remember seeing him in the Grand Prix Midgets category on the short ovals in a cut-down Formula Renault single-seater, I think it was, back in the 90s. Racing against the likes of Harry Sale and the late Neil Clark, who raced in the Midlands for many decades. Here's Cam Tunio. Could be one of the favourites for the Pre-03 title this year. Trying to close the points lead on David Cave, BMW racer, last year's champion. He's not here this weekend. Tim Tomlin, who's 2nd in the points, failed to race. His BMW broke down in qualifying. Pre-13, of course, still led by Michael Greaves, the only entry in that category with the Clio. Here are our Pre-83 battles. Still Corker with the buffer of Steve Walden behind him. Just over 2 minutes to go. They're coming up to lap Will Hunt in the Fiesta. Disappointing race for Will, sadly. Moves out of the way, lets them through. He's got that penalty, of course, 10 seconds for an out of position start. Somebody's off, that's Andrew Idoine. That is the exit of paddock. The Civic has spun out, and in fact the red flag is coming out. That would normally bring out a safety car. Yep. Classic paddock bend incident, loses the back end, and off he goes. Lucky not to take Nick Grindrod with him there. So the red flag thrown, that will be a result declared. Only 1 minute 51 seconds on the clock. So the car in a dangerous position. That would normally have brought out the safety car, but there wouldn't be enough time before the end of the race. So instead of finishing behind the safety car, the organisers electing to finish the race early. Provisional result then, Will Davison takes the win. Second win of the weekend for the BMW man, and takes the pre-93 touring cars. The Bertie Haulage pre-03 touring cars won by Cam Tunio in second overall, and well done John Hillier, an overall podium in his BMW estate. Steve Walden takes fourth. He did get past Jonathan Corker, but we'll wait to see if the result is counted back a lap on that one, with the red flag being thrown. This result provisional at the moment. Jonathan Corker wins the pre-83 Group 1 touring cars ahead of Charles Rainford and Nick Williamson. Andrew Idoine won't count in the result because he was the cause of the red flag. So Nick Grindrod will be 8th. Kevin Willis 9th after his spin while running second. And behind him was Michael Greaves, the pre-13 winner in the Clio. Other finishers, Jared Knight, Don Hughes and Stuart Kay. We lost Ian Bauer after his pit stop. He stopped somewhere else on circuit, unfortunately. Will Hunt will be the final finisher with that 10-second penalty. He was at the back of the field anyway. And we lost Tom Harvey, Trevor Pickard, and also Graham Myers. Bit of a race of attrition there. Main thing is Andrew Idoine is okay. His car will be recovered. We can hand down to Park Ferme.
Yes, welcome down to Park Ferme, everybody. We are just looking at Kevin Willis's front left wheel arch there, which he's comically put ouch on. Somebody who's had a very good weekend indeed is this man, William Davison. A pair of victories here at Brands Hatch. Well, a special circuit and a special pair of victories, right?
Yeah, I mean, today was a little bit, not so much as today. What happened to Kev, it disappeared after a few laps, but I still take it. 2 red flags, 2 starts, and I still got to win the end of it, so good day.
I'll tell you what, you BMWs at the front for the opening few laps, it gets quite dicey, doesn't it, between you all?
Yeah, I mean, I've raced Kev for a few years now, and I know he's a good driver, and he's very fair, and we can be side by side, and we won't hit each other. It's nice to have that confidence with another driver.
Excellent. Look, well done. Lovely to see you, by the way, as well. Great stuff indeed. Let's keep moving around. We've got a little bit of time here. So, there's Jonathan Corker over there. Let's go have a quick chat with him. I believe he took the pre-83 category victory. Oh, come on, coming back to you in a minute. Don't disappear. Do not disappear. Here they are, our two guys in the pre-83s. Dicing all weekend, you two, haven't we? Jonathan, well done. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say the standard joke. Charles, don't disappear if that's all right. We'll have a quick chat. What's it been like racing against this man?
Oh, you know, I've raced against Johnny many times. He's always hard but fair. No contact, always a fag paper between us. So absolutely brilliant fun. Brilliant fun.
Jonathan, you got one over on him there. Hey, come on.
Yeah, I'll take that. Yeah.
It's been a pretty good weekend. So, guys, I want to know, what do race drivers get up to on a Saturday night when you're at Brands Hatch? Jonathan, start with you. What do you do? Were
you there?
I wasn't. Okay. Sorry, again.
Maybe we had a few quiet drinks in Kensington.
Quiet drinks. Did he have a few quiet drinks?
I don't know. I wasn't there, but we were repairing the front of my Capri.
Okay, well, that's for that, guys. Thanks for talking to us. Lovely stuff. Brilliant race. Jonathan Corker wins pre-83s there. This man over here, Cam Tunio, let's have a chat with him. Wins the 03s, but second on track overall as well. Cam, wow, what a week. Has this been one of your best weekends?
I think it has, yeah. I wasn't expecting it, but here we are. We've survived. The car's done really well. Brands Hatch has been lovely. You've been lovely. So we're all happy.
We love Cam. We really do.
We love you too.
Where does Brands Hatch rank for you in circuits?
Well, my house is behind the circuit, so it's the best circuit in the world.
Yeah.
Okay. Forget Suzuka. This is the best circuit in the world.
Can I come around for lunch then?
You're always welcome. Go to the Raj Dining tonight. You're always welcome.
Cam, I love you. Absolutely, really do, mate. Thank you so much. Congratulations. What a weekend it's been for that guy. Absolutely brilliant stuff.
Thanks to the team for rebuilding the car. Jamie Primmett and Richard Primmett from Snodhurst. They rebuilt the car, so it's for them.
Amazing. Congratulations. Well said, Cam, as well. Really lovely words indeed. Right, this is Kevin Willis's car. He's not here right now. In fact, we're going to have to break because I can hear Junior Saloons are firing up right now. So it is time for round 17 of the 2026 Junior Saloon Car Championship. And a little bit earlier, I caught up with Eloise Sutton, one of the new drivers for the JSCC. So let's hear it from her now. Hello everybody, welcome down to the assembly area. Oh, it's glorious, isn't it? The sun is shining, we're getting nice tans everywhere. I want to come down and have a quick chat with Eloise Sutton. I wonder if I can just, sorry, do you mind if really sorry to be rude, I'm just, I always beat the bad time, don't I? Who are you? Sorry, are you?
I'm Dad.
Your dad?
Yeah.
Right. I'm really glad we're going to have a chat. How are you feeling? Because I know I spoke to Tilly Watson's dad.
Okay.
He was a bit nervous. Okay. How do you feel?
I'm a bit calmer than I usually am at karting, to be honest. So she's come from karting, and this is a little bit calmer. It's usually race starts at karting. I'm a little bit on edge, but
you must be very proud, Dad. Though.
Oh, hugely. I mean, Friday when she was throwing it through Paddock Hill, there was a moment. Well, I don't know what I'm doing here, but huge. I mean, yesterday watching a race, first race. She's only done 3 test days before coming into this weekend. Yeah, hugely proud.
I bet it was a bit of a learning curve yesterday, wasn't it? But she did really well.
Yeah, huge learning curve. Yeah, watching her come round Graham Hill on like 4 wheels sideways was a bit of a shock as well. But
Dad, thank you for talking to us. I want to speak to Eloise now. He's hogging the heart. I was just talking to Dad there. He seems very calm, relaxed. How do you feel?
A bit more nervous than my dad, I think.
Yeah.
Feeling all right, yeah. First weekend. So.
Well, you've got a race under your belt now. Yesterday, what did you learn yesterday that you think you can bring into this race now?
It was more just kind of going into yesterday, I didn't really know what to expect with the starting procedure and stuff like that because I'd never done a standing start before. But now I feel a lot more prepared for it. And I know a lot more what's going to happen when I pull up into my grid spot and that sort of thing.
Your dad was saying you've done karting before, so that obviously stands you in quite good stead, but it's quite different though. You mentioned the standing start yesterday. How did you feel as you were pulling up to the grid there, getting ready to go? Was it a bit watching the lights? Was the old heartbeat going?
Yeah, I was a bit more nervous because obviously with junior road tax it's more rolling starts and that sort of thing, which is what I was used to. But it was a good experience, and now I've done it once, I feel like I'm going to be able to do a bit better today. Yeah.
Well, you did a great job yesterday, Eloise. Thank you so much for coming out to play. Relax, Dad. She knows what she's doing. Right, here we go. Time to go racing. It's round 17 of the 2026 Junior Saloon Car Championship. Dave Goddard, over to you.
Yes, thanks, Ian. Good to see a few newcomers coming into the Junior Saloon Car Championship this weekend, and we should see 19 cars on the grid for this race. Round 17 of this very busy season for the juniors in their identical Citroën Saxo VTRs. This grid set by the second fastest time for each driver in qualifying yesterday. It's Leon Holly, who was frustrated yesterday, retired while leading the first race. He's on pole alongside Ollie Smith, the championship leader. Second row, Hasnain Khan, number 18, and Max Scharfegger, yesterday's winner in the number 23. Row 3, Martin Wright, looking for his second win of the season, alongside Jake Wardle, who looks for his first. Row 4, this year's leading rookie, Zane Quecker, and Tom Justice, made his debut very impressively at the last round at Snetterton. The fifth row of the grid, we have 27 of Matthew Swatton, a winner this season down at Pembrey. So that's alongside Will Omar, number 41. Row 6, Lachlan Homer, number 94, 29, Tim Leonard. The seventh row, Charlie Stapleton in 127, alongside Charlie Allen, number 17. Me and his brother George sharing a car this season. Then on row 8, we've got one of our newcomers this weekend, Tilly Watson in the number 12, alongside 96, Ralphie Branscombe, the scholarship winner this year. The ninth row of the grid, another of our newcomers this weekend, Morgan Potts, number 195, and 11, Frankie Lawson, alongside. Those two had a bit of a tangle at Druids yesterday. Completing the field is Eloise Sutton, who we just heard from in car number 6. The JSCC Saxo safety car heads them round then on their green flag lap. Leon Holly was gutted yesterday, looked to be heading for his first win in the championship. He's desperate to break his duck. Then sadly the car let him down and he had to pull into the pits. Checking, we've got all 19 cars out there. Looks like it. Tilly Watson in the black and gold car there. The black and orange at the back is Eloise Sutton. And Morgan Potts in the white and orange livery of Oryx Competition, a couple of spots further ahead on the grid. It's the grey, blue and white car of Leon Holly on pole, the man from Devon. In the, I think it's the second pole position of his season. He yet to take a win. Alongside him, the reigning, well, the championship leader, I should say, Ollie Smith, the reigning rookies champion. Won that last year. Finished just outside the top 3 in the championship. As Oliver Kerr raced to the title. He's now racing a classic Mini in historic racing. Ollie Smith has had 10 wins so far this year. Next in the win tally is Max Scharfegger with 4. And Matthew Swatton and Martin Wright have had 1 each. Up to the grid they come then. Grey and blue car, the Tool Zone car of Leon Holly on pole. Ollie Smith in green, blue and white alongside. The second row is Hasnain Khan, the Yorkshireman with the white and black car. In grey and day-glow yellow, it's Max Scharfegger. Martin Wright in blue. Jake Wardle looking for his first win in the black and green car from row 3. Then we've got Zane Quecker, the black car with the red flashes. The 2 red, white and blue Kersley Motorsport cars of Tom Justice and Matthew Swatton. Tom with the red wheels, Matthew Swatton with white wheels. Completing the top 10 on the grid, Will Omar, the white and black car also with red wheels. The green flag displayed at the back of the grid. And away they go. Down towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Looks like Leon Holly has got away best. Almost side by side for second. Hasnain Khan has a look on the inside. Ollie Smith up on the curb there at Paddock. It's almost 3 wide for third place. Max Scharfegger's got around the outside into P3, and Martin Wright going for P4. He and Hasnain Khan had a bit of a tangle at Druids on the last lap of yesterday's race, and Hasnain Khan got a 5-second penalty. Dropped him back a couple of spots in the final order, but they're all round the first couple of corners okay. Will Omar at the inside takes Tom Justice through Graham Hill Bend. It's Leon Holly who leads the way. Desperate for that first championship win. Can he hang on in front all the way? Max Scharfegger on the tail of Ollie Smith in the battle for second place. Here comes up the inside Tim Leonard in the 29 attacking the Kersley Motorsport car of Tom Justice. Side by side through Clearways and Clark Curve up onto the Sir Jack Brabham straight to complete lap number 1 of race 2 this weekend of 3 for the junior saloon cars. Hasnain Khan on the tail of Martin Wright. These two picking up exactly where they left off, fighting for a podium spot yesterday. Jake Wardle on their tails. He was in that fight as well. Scharfegger looking for win number 5 this season. He's there in 3rd position. Trying to get around the outside there, Jake Wardle. He's trying to get the line for Graham Hill Bend, which is the left-hander. All fairly close, bunched up here. Nobody being left behind. Our newcomers keeping up with the pace. Tim Leonard coming under fire from Tom Justice now, trying to get that place back again. They're fighting for 10th. It's Leon Holly in the Tool Zone car leads the way. Single file for the moment. Just behind these two, we've got Lachlan Homer, number 94. Had some good results at the beginning of the season, but has slipped back on form. And Martin Wright goes off. The scholarship winner from 2025, the Cornishman, ploughs off wide at Clark Curve. Has he got some damage there? He's shaking the gravel out from under the car. Well, Saxos are commonly seen in rallycross, so their off-road capability is known. He's down towards the back of the field now, Martin Wright. Let's see if he can charge back through. Hasnain Khan coming under fire from Jake Wardle. They're now fighting for 4th position. Zane Quecker there in 6th ahead of Matthew Swatton. Already Martin Wright regains 1 place, getting past Ralphie Branscombe. Oh, Leon Holly in trouble again. I don't believe this. That's the 2nd time he's had to pull out of the lead this weekend, and he is absolutely furious. And he's got every justification to be. That's twice he's had to retire from the lead this weekend. He can't believe it. You have to feel for the young man from Collumpton. Such dreadful luck. See the anger there as he gets out of the car. So that means these two are now fighting for the lead. Ollie Smith ahead of Max Scharfegger. Hasnain Khan up into 3rd place. 80 car of Ollie Smith. His brother Harry, a former junior saloon car champion as well. He's now competing in the Mini Challenge, as is Josh Salvadori, last year's runner-up in the championship. Matt Scharfegger, looks like a little bit of damage on the right front corner of his car there, possibly. See again Martin Wright. I don't think there was any contact there, just ran out wide. Under pressure from Khan and Wardle. Max Scharfegger, meanwhile, is on the attack. Has a look on the inside there, coming into clearways. Ollie Smith holds him off. Here's a battle further back. Ralphie Branscombe, Charlie Stapleton, and Charlie Allen in the number 17. They've got Morgan Potts, one of our newcomers, closing up on them as well. Further back, Tilly Smith, side by side, Tilly Watson rather, side by side with Frankie Lawson. There's Ralphie Branscombe, the scholarship liveried car. Ollie Smith under intense pressure here. Max Scharfegger, his family have raced Caterhams in the past, among other things. Putting the pressure on Ollie Smith here. He wants a 5th win of the season. Ollie Smith wants win number 11. Hasnain Khan wants his first win. He's closing up as well. Had his first pole position at Snetterton. Charlie Stapleton just about holding off the ORA team car there of Charlie Allen. His father Ollie Allen, long-time Ford racer with Fiestas of various modifications. Attacking Charlie Stapleton, made his debut at Pembrey this year. Bit of door handling there. You can see Stapleton's got the novice cross on the back of his car. Hasnain Khan has done the fastest lap of the race, 59.62 with the 3rd place man. This battle further back is for 13th position. Charlie Allen's got ahead of Stapleton. Alfie Branscombe up ahead of them in 12th place, one of the best runs he's had this year. Was in the top 10 at Pembrey until he unfortunately crashed out of the first race there. Of course, we saw Ralphie the following day present some merchandise to the marshals who helped him as a thank you. Very kind gesture by young Ralphie Branscombe. Here are the leaders. Still your leader is Ollie Smith. Hasnain Khan going with them now. He's shaken off the attentions of Jake Wardle. Across the stripe they come. Now Scharfegger positioning his car slightly tighter to the inside this time for Paddock, but he's not close enough to attack. Top 3 covered by half a second. Another fastest lap for Khan in 3rd place, 59.544. Hasnain Khan is not holding back here, he's attacking. He wants that first win. 73.7 miles an hour average around the Brands Hatch Indy circuits. Circuit's 1.2 miles in length, one of the shorter circuits in British motorsport. Hasnain Khan got a few fans in our YouTube comments cheering him on at the moment. Can he get past Max Scharfegger, yesterday's winner? Bouncing over the curb there slightly. 8 minutes of the race still to go, so a lot could yet change. Jake Wardle looking on from 4th place. Zane Quecker is up there in P5. This could be his best result so far. Behind him, Matthew Swatton for Kersley Motorsports. Ollie Smith, the leader, drives some Musketeer Motorsports. They also run Leon Holly, Hasnain Khan and Tilly Watson. Hasnain Khan has a look there. He's not close enough at Druids. Max Scharfegger run by CSC Racing alongside Jake Wardle and Frankie Lawson. Take a look further back down the aisle. This is the battle for 6th place. Matthew Swatton under fire from Will Omar in the number 41 car. I think that's a self-run car for him. He started off the season in the bright red liveried Saxo, but has changed car. Behind him is Tim Leonard. Then we've got Lachlan Homer. Towards the end of lap 7. Oh, running wide there, Lachlan Homer, put a wheel onto the dirt there. Through go the leaders. New fastest lap this time for Ollie Smith, 59.514, so he's responding to the pressure. Jake Wardle is only a second off these 3 as well, the black and green car in the background. Had a bit of a lean spell in the last few rounds in terms of results. Take a look again there, Lachlan Homer. Oh, a couple of cars running wide, and that's Frankie Lawson. And also Tilly Watson put a wheel onto the dirt there. Is there a bit of fluid down, possibly, on the exit of Clearways there? Because a few cars ran wide. We saw Homer go wide. And then Tilly and Frankie running wide as well towards the back. And I think Frankie Lawson might have had a brief spin there. Keep an eye on that as they come through towards the end of the lap this time. This is the point where a few cars have run wide. Saw Martin Wright do that, of course, earlier on. He went through the gravel trap. Where is Martin? Is he still running? Yes, he's 11th. Very evenly matched cars, these 1600cc Saxos. The formula was founded several years ago, used to be known as Sax Max. Snake Khan continuing to put the pressure on Max Scharfegger for second place. Jake Wardle's closing up now as well. Another fastest lap though for Smith in the lead of the race as Will Omar makes a move for P6 past Matthew Swatton. He's done it. Swatton will fight back at Graham Hill Bend. They've got Tim Leonard on their tails in the Oryx competition car. Will Omar pulls away. Matthew Swatton, I'm wondering if he's got a problem here. He seems to be struggling a little because Leonard's going to go through, and also up alongside him now is Homer in the black and white 94 car. So Matthew Swatton seems to be struggling a bit. Sideways there for Lachlan Homer, and he's been hit by, I think that was Tom Justice at the back of him. And Lachlan Homer's got damage there. Certainly Tom Justice has as well. There was nothing Tom could do there. He arrived at the corner to find Lachlan Homer sideways in the middle of it. Look at the front of Tom Justice's car, and now look at the back of Lachlan Homer's. I think Tom Justice has taken the worst of that, unfortunately. But they are still going. Let's have a look at that again. Lachlan Homer slides wide as Matthew Swatton tries to come up the inside. He loses it, slams the brakes on, and then bash. Nothing there at all that Tom Justice could have done. See it from the other angle. Homer on the outside line. He loses the back end of the car, slows it up, wallop. Martin Wright got involved there as well. Luckily, I think they've all survived that. 4 minutes of the race to go. Here come your leaders. Ollie Smith looking for win number 11 this year to extend his championship lead. Scharfegger still second. Hasnain Khan third. 1 second covers the top three because you can see that Smith has pulled away a little. He set the fastest lap of 59.507. Well, they're all still running with the sad exception of Leon Holly. You have to feel for him. That's twice this weekend he's had to drop out of the lead of the race. Let's hope he does come back out for race 3 and his confidence hasn't taken too much of a knock as a result of that. He's a very talented young racer. Don't forget, some of the drivers in this race as young as 14 years of age. Scharfegger defending now from Hasnain Khan. You can see that Ollie Smith has pulled away because Scharfegger's having to defend. Still about 3 more laps to go. Zane Quecker still having a good run in 5th. He's 3.2 seconds back off Jake Wardle. Will Omar going well, very, very well indeed in 6th place as well. Ahead of Tim Leonard then. As I say that, I think Leonard has got ahead of Will Omar, I noticed there, down the Brabham Straight. Pick up on that in a moment. There go the top 4. There's Quecker in 5th position. We haven't seen much of him in this race. And here's the fight for 6. Will Omar, no, he's back ahead of Leonard. They swap places at the line, but Will Omar's retaken the place. Matthew Swatton just behind them. Martin Wright in 9th and Tom Justice 10th. Rounding out that first 10. So a good fight going on here. Will Omar putting in a strong performance. Ralphie Branscombe has been given the black and white warning flag for exceeding track limits, and Tim Leonard getting crossed up exactly the same place as Lachlan Homer did. He's lost out to Matthew Swatton as a result. I'm wondering if there is something on the track there, a bit of fluid or something. Martin Wright behind them on his recovery. the closing stages now. 90 seconds left on the clock. Out of Druids come the leaders. This fight heads up towards Druids. Tim Leonard trying to fight back on the inside with Matthew Swatton alongside. This is for 7th place. And Leonard is through. Swatton runs a bit wide over the curbs. Down into Graham Hill Bend. Scharfegger's closed up again on the back of Ollie Smith. I think it's going to be last lap this time. The fastest lap is 59 seconds. It'll be slightly less than that as they go over the line. I think it's 1 lap to go this time. We'll wait and confirm. We'll see if the checkered flag comes out next time around. Scharfegger getting ready to attack. He's in, throw the car there through Paddock Hill Bend. He knows this could be his last chance to attack for a second win this weekend and a 5th of the season. Through Druids. Ollie Smith hanging on, but he's under real pressure now. Scharfegger is turning up the heat. Down the hill. Into Graham Hill Bend. Ollie Smith slightly wide through there. And he's having to move to defend now. Here comes Scharfegger. No, you don't, says Ollie Smith. Into Surtees. Oh, this is going to be close in our second Junior Saloon Car Championship race of the weekend. Can Ollie Smith hang on to take the win? Through towards Clearways. The clock counting down towards 0. Will it be checkered flag for Ollie Smith this time, or are they going to run one more lap? The clock hits 0 now. Here they come up the Sir Jack Brabham straight. Ollie Smith is going to hang on ahead of Max Scharfegger. Takes the checkered flag. Scharfegger second, Kahn third. And 4th goes to Jake Wardle. Great race between those 3 at the front. Zane Quecker, an excellent 5th, a rather lonely race for him. And it's going to be a photo finish for 6th place. Tim Leonard gets there on the line ahead of Will Omar. Swatton 8th, Martin Wright fights back for 9th. Lachlan Homer is 10th. And who's next? It's Charlie Allen. Good result for him. Here's a battle at the back. Frankie Lawson and Eloise Sutton. The newcomers giving a good account of themselves. Tom Justice has pulled off into the pits, I can tell you. There's a couple of penalties towards the back for track limits offences, I think, as well. Yeah, Ralphie Branscombe and Eloise Sutton both getting 5-second penalties, unfortunately. I'll give you the full results in just a moment. So, provisional result then of Junior Saloon Cars Race 2 this weekend. Ollie Smith taking the win by just 0.2 of a second over Max Scharfegger. And well done Hasnain Khan, a fine 3rd place. Jake Wardle in 4th, an excellent 5th for Zane Quecker. Tim Leonard pipping Will Omar on the line for 6th. Matthew Swatton in 8th place. Martin Wright fighting back after his trip through the gravel to take 9th. And Lachlan Homer rounding up the top 10 behind them. Charlie Allen, a good result in 11th, ahead of Charlie Stapleton. Morgan Potts, an excellent 13th, the debutant this weekend. Ralphie Branscombe, a 5-second penalty, drops into 14th. Tilly Watson, 15th. Frankie Lawson, 16th. And the final finisher, Eloise Sutton, unfortunately picked up a track limits penalty in that one. She finishes 17th. Tom Justice retired into the pits. And, of course, very sadly, we lost Leon Holly from the lead of the race for the 2nd time this weekend. But he'll get another chance later on. The final race for the Junior Saloon Cars, our penultimate race of the weekend. Meantime, let's head down to Parc Ferme.
Hello everybody and welcome down to Parc Ferme. That man down there, Ollie Smith, wins round 17 of the 2026 Junior Saloon Car Championship. All right, Jake, let's go down and have a chat with him. We'll let him get his helmet off and we'll have a chat straight over for the hugs down here. Ollie, congratulations. I'll tell you what, Max put you under pressure, but you held firm, didn't you? Come on.
Sure, at the start, Leon unfortunately had another failure of something.
It was his gearbox yesterday, and bless him, he didn't look happy when he got out of the car.
I'm sure he wasn't. But yeah, we had a really good race. I pulled a bit of a gap, and then towards the X, Max got right very close to me. But yeah, we managed to win, so yeah, super happy.
I'll tell you, it's been a good weekend so far, hasn't it? 2nd place yesterday, you've had the win here today. Do you have one eye on the championship, Ollie? We are starting to get towards the closing stages. I know a lot of people in sport, they say, oh, just take it one race at a time, but it must be in the back of your mind, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've only got 7 races to go now, and we're leading championship, so yeah, definitely full eyes on that.
Excellent. Oh, you're growing your hair. Look, he's growing his hair. It looks good. Looks good. All right, let's keep going. Let's go find his Max. Let's have a quick chat with Max Scharfeg. I'll tell you what, just over half a second separated the top 3 in that race. Unbelievable, Max. Let's grab you in. It was victory yesterday. You were close, 0.2 of a second today. In fact, just over half a second, sorry, separated top 3. Great racing between you guys.
Yeah, it was a good race, close race. Tried a few things, didn't work. Unlucky to get P2, but glad off for we.
More points in the bag, and of course, a pair of podiums so far. Race 3 coming up a little bit later, or all out for it, right?
Yeah, all full in race 3.
Excellent, Max. Thanks for talking to us. Congratulations, well done as well. Vicky, I'm trying to find our guy here, Mr. Khan. Do you know where he is? Oh, there he is. He's right there. Sorry. How's name? Congratulations. I was just saying, I've been telling everybody, brilliant racing there between you guys at the front. Just over half a second separating you all. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, towards the end of the race, Ollie started defending, but I nearly got there, but just won my lap, and I think I could have got maybe Max and Ollie, but yeah.
I tell you what, you're getting quicker and quicker and quicker. We're going to see you on the top step soon, aren't we?
Yeah, hopefully.
Excellent. Thanks for talking to us. Congratulations, by the way. Great driving out there. Super stuff. Right, we're into the lunch break here, by the way, so don't worry, you're not missing any of the on-track action. Let's grab Mr. Leonard over here for a quick chat, shall we? Don't disappear. I'll come over for a chat. Oh, that feels nice. Look at that. You need it, isn't it? No, you need it more than me. Don't you worry about that. Look, talk us through that race.
That was just, I think, P12 to P6 in that race. That was just incredible. Like, I was fighting with Lachlan at the start, and then I mean we made some changes on the setup, and like the mechanics have been incredible. They've worked so well. Like the cars just come alive in that race. I love this circuit now. Like paddock's just amazing, and there was times we were 3 wide into the first corner. It was just insane, and then coming through I managed to get past Swatton because I saw Martin coming back at us, and I was thinking if I don't have Swatton behind me, I'll get done by Martin. So I had to just dive bomb Swatton. Luckily I held it on the inside, 2 wheels on the grass to Druids, got it down the inside. He was clean, he gave me loads of room, that was amazing. And then on the last lap, last corner, I managed to get an overlap on Omar, right on the side of him, and then literally up to the line he put me right on the grass, 2 wheels on the grass, and I had my nose just in front. I think it would have been 3 or 4 tenths that I got P6 by, but that was just an incredible race. I loved it so much.
I love talking to you. You've always got the biggest smile on your face. Look, race 3 coming up a little bit later. Are you looking forward to that one?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's just, even if I was at the back, like, we're racing cars, we're at Brands Hatch, it's such an amazing circuit. Like, this track is the first place I ever raced a car. I got lapped by the leaders, but it's like I was still just doing it with a smile on my face. It was incredible, and like to be back here is just bringing that all back. And we had a tough weekend at Snetterton. We struggled a bit there, and that really, it took it out of me a bit. But we went back, we regrouped, and just to be here, to go back into the garage that I was in there, just remind myself what it all means. And it's just been such an incredible weekend, and I don't know where we're starting for race 3, but we'll more of the same.
Do you know what? Who cares? Just go have a great time.
Exactly,
look, great crowd as well.
It's amazing. Like, been great. It's just amazing on the last lap, going past, giving them all a big wave, and it's so good.
It's lovely to see you, by the way. Thanks for talking to us. Let's go have a chat with Charlie Allen over here as well, shall we? Charlie, how are we feeling after that?
Good, thank you.
Yeah,
Very
yeah.
good.
Talk us through your race.
Well, at the start, I finally got a good start, and then good working my way through. Ralphie got past me, then Charlie. And it was just carnage. It was great. I loved it.
Listen, I've just been chatting to Mr. Leonard over there. He's got a big smile on his face. JSCC, it's still early days, but what's it like for you?
Yeah, it's great. I've only done 3 races after this race, and I'm loving it. It's great.
What have you learned? What's the biggest thing you've learned then from the opening test session you ever did in one of these Saxos to having just taken the checkered flag here in race 2 this weekend, round 17 of the championship? And you are number 17. How apt?
Yeah. Well, I've learned how to be proud of myself, because I didn't really used to get proud of myself, and because I've had good races this weekend, and it's been good.
I'll tell you what, celebrate the wins, even the it doesn't necessarily have to be victory on track, but celebrate everything. Charlie, lovely to see you. He's got a lovely family as well as Charlie, and I must say, let's move around a little bit. Hello. Okay, how are we doing? All right. How was that? Are you okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Talk us through your race. How did it go?
I don't really know, to be honest.
No, just all right, just all right. Look, we'll let you crack on. You've got to do all the Parc Fermé bits and bobs. We've got Martin Wright over here. Let's just say hello to Martin. Martin, can I grab you very quickly, if that's all right, just before everybody disappears here, just putting the steering wheel back on. Martin, of course, you were a scholarship winner last year. This year, though, you've really progressed, haven't you? And you're constantly fighting at the front. What's been the biggest change, do you think, from last year to this year for you?
Definitely more time in the car.
Yeah.
And this team suits me much better, you know.
Yeah.
And I'm getting along better with the setup and all of that. I had a test day with Colin Turkington that really brought along.
Oh my goodness, I bet you learned a lot. Don't tell us everything that you learned. That you don't want to give all the secrets away, but I bet that was quite the experience.
Yeah, it was really good, like just to see what he thought. Like he just picked up on areas that I hadn't like thought of before, and that just sort of managed to transform my driving in the second half of the season there.
Excellent. Look, Martin, it's lovely to see you as well, and good luck for race 3, yeah? Top man indeed. Right, we are going to make our way down because there should be a spectator grid walk now for the Super Tourers. Let's just very quickly, just before we do go, we've got Eloise over here, let's just find out how it got. We spoke to her and Dad. Don't disappear, Dad. We're going to have a chat with you as well in a minute. Eloise, how was that second race?
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good, to be fair. Managed to get past someone, overtaken on the last lap, but still pretty good for second race, I thought.
It was, and Dad, again, you must be very proud, but the heart rate settled a little bit now.
After the last lap, it's gone down a little bit. As she was holding that position for 3 or 4 laps and thinking now she might just hold it, and just sort of got overtaken on Graham Hill there on that last lap. But I thought she was going to take a little bit of a sneaky dive into Surtees, but just wasn't the space. But really, really proud, massive leaps and bounds.
Yeah,
the driving is just coming on every single time she goes out in the car. So get some miles in there and hopefully onwards and upwards.
Anyways, you're looking forward to race 3 a little bit later?
Yeah, definitely.
Excellent.
Got a bit more confident now. So.
Good luck. Lovely to talk to you as well. I did see Jake. Oh, let me see if I can grab Jake. Jake, can I grab you very quickly? Is that all right? Listen, good to see you again. We haven't spoke for a little bit, actually, have we? I haven't been ignoring you, I promise. How's the season going?
Yeah, not too bad. Nice to be back at Brands, home track, so getting some decent results too.
How far away are you?
20 minutes.
20 minutes? Yeah. I'm not too far myself, actually. Is this your favourite track, or have you got somewhere else, right, other than Brands Hatch, where's the favourite place you've ever driven?
I do like Snetterton, just like a bit of luck there. But
200, 300?
300, all the way.
Yeah, it's got to be, hasn't it?
Definitely.
It's got to be a big one. But what's the expectation for race 3 a little bit later?
I'd like to challenge the top 3. I mean,
Yep.
certainly, top 5, definitely. I mean, got 2 fourths, so challenge the top 3 would be nice.
Top man. Jake, I'll let you crack on, and lovely to see you, by the way. Thank you very much indeed. Right, stay with us, everybody. We're going to walk through the scrutineering bay. Don't know if we should film it, but we're going to anyway. So let's just make our way through. There's Ralphie Branscombe. He was the scholarship winner over the winter. This is his first season. Oh, I can see some Super Tourer cars as well. Let's make our way down now, shall we, the pit lane here at the iconic Brands Hatch. I hope you're all enjoying the coverage today, everybody. It's been a brilliant weekend so far, hasn't it? Touring Car Rewind. This is the southern version. We did have one up north a little bit earlier in the year up at Alton Park. More action coming up as well on the BARC YouTube channel. Just a quick reminder as we're making our way down here. I'm sure it's not the most exciting thing for you to be looking at the side of my head, but as we do make our way down, quick reminder, next weekend we are at Donington Park. It is the British Truck Racing Championship back in action as well. Myself, Pointy will be there, a whole host of people, so much content coming up for you. John, do you mind just putting this on the Rover, of course, for the Classic Touring Car Race Club, one of my favourite cars here, indeed. As we do make our way down, people trying to get onto the circuit, we will make our way down. It will be the Super Tourer race after lunch, but there is going to be a spectators grid walk, I believe, so spectators are going to be allowed on. We'll be able to have a look at these cars nice and close, and we will head on down very shortly and see who we can find to have a little bit of a chat with, shall we? Some of the drivers here as well. I caught up with Rod Burley a little bit earlier. He is, of course, Mr. Brands Hatch, 304 victories around Brands Hatch here, and he is actually going to be out. There's a demonstration coming up a little bit later this afternoon here at Brands Hatch for Super Touring Car Rewind, and he's going to be taking Stuart Kye's Vauxhall Cavalier out in that demonstration. So not in the actual race, but in the demonstration. So we're going to head up now, make our way up there if we can, sort of fight the crowds a little bit to see who we can have a bit of a chat with up here. Oh look, I can see Libby, one of our wonderful marshals here. Good job. Do you want to go first, John? Because we're going to have to dip under this fence here, so bear with us, everybody, whilst we just make our way onto the track for you. Just quickly refresh my mind of the timetable. So this race, next race, due to get underway at 2:10. So we've got quite a bit of time as we make our way under here on to the circuit. And yeah, look, let's start from the front, shall we? Spectators now making their way down. Here's Steve Tyler again. We might hear from him in a little bit. Steve, very quick word again, if that's okay with you.
Yeah.
4:06. We've got the crowds coming down now. We're expecting a lot of attention on this, aren't we?
We are, and if anyone saw it this morning, it was in pieces this morning.
Was it?
So,
I didn't see it. No,
yeah.
What happened?
Well, we had a third place yesterday, which was great.
Yeah.
I mean, on Andy Jordan's part of having a bit of an issue, so we took third, which is great. We're never going to look at, but we had a slight water leak, which we found was a pipe that had rubbed through. Don't be honest, a 1998 bit of pipe, so he had a chance. So stripped down, the front end was off of it. Half the front end was off of it, really. It was a bit of a mess. Lewis went back to the workshop back in Hertfordshire, got it all welded up last night, came back, fitted it all up this morning. So when they were doing the paddock walk this morning, or the garage walk, it was in a mess. Parts all over the floor and everything, which is fine. And we did say it would look
part
great.
of it, isn't it?
It is. We did say it'll be fine. We've got a good time. We'll be. And it was done. I think by about 10:30, it was back on its wheels, ready to go. All we had to do then was clean it. So
what's it like to work on it? Are they quite? I hear a lot of things saying these are quite temperamental, these cars to look after. Because back in the super touring eras, we've all heard about race it on a Sunday, sell it on a Monday type thing. But I've heard a lot of money was thrown at these, of course, very complex machines. Is it still that way?
It's still that way, and like I say, we're trying to get engines built for it, and everything's bespoke, everything. So bearings, springs, valves, the whole lot. So you can't just buy anything off the shelf. Nothing else fits, apart from maybe a rocker cover gasket. That's about it. So yeah, I know our Champions are hardly strung, and obviously back in the day when they were being raced, Peugeot would throw an engine at it whenever they needed one. So you had an engine, an issue, just out and in. You can get an engine out in an hour. So it's not the end of the world. But if you've got one, if you haven't got one, then you're going to struggle a bit. So yeah, she's temperamental, but she's old. But we do take pride in the fact that it's still all original with all the scuffs and scratches and bits and pieces on it, as it was back in the day. And we haven't tried to modify it. We haven't had the engine out and tried to make it better than it was back in '98. It's as it was. Whereas some of the others are, some of them are mint. And you go, mate, you want a bit of history. And which is what we've got, and luckily it is a bit of a fan favourite, which is why we have some posters made up this.
I haven't got one of these posters yet. I need one. There you go. Look. I wonder if Colin will sign it for me.
It for you.
Do you reckon Colin will sign it?
He's doing signings.
I'll pop it. I don't want to take it away from anybody else, so I'll grab Colin a little bit later. I won't to disturb him. You keep going, Colin. You need to sign my. Yeah, he's busy. He says. Steve, lovely to see you. By the way, take care. Yeah, we're going to keep mooching around and have a little chat and find some more people. Look at that. There you go. I've got that. Just need Colin to sign it now. Hello, my friend. How are you? Look, don't disappear on me. It's good to see you again. How are you? You're not working. You just
no. I'm just chilling out today.
Hello, young man. What's your name?
Jackson.
Jackson and Jackson. And so, what are you doing here today, Jackson? You're just watching the cars. You're just having a good time. Yeah. Which is your favourite car right now on the grid? The Peugeot. You like Peugeot. Why do you like the Peugeot? Is it the colours look good, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is your favourite super tour?
Probably the Peugeot as well.
Yeah. The era was pretty special, wasn't it? What was your favourite ever touring car then?
Probably the old Volvo.
Yeah, I think that's going to get a lot, isn't it?
Yeah.
I do like the Renault. Remember the Renault Lagunas? Because the Alemanniu Laguna. That was a good one, wasn't it? Right, look, you guys have a great time. Jackson, enjoy yourself, won't you? Yeah. Here. Do you want that?
I've got one.
Oh, okay. No, I don't want it, but I can get him. Jackson, have a lovely time on you. Thank you for talking to us. Let's keep going down here. Jason Hughes is over here as well. We spoke to him. He was the race winner yesterday for the Super Tourers. Look at all the people we've got coming down now. Jason Hughes also does. Jason Hughes' garage has the best food here as well at Brands Hatch, and Jason is posing for some photos. Jason, I was just saying, actually, we spoke quite a bit already this week. I just wanted to talk about the food in your garage is the best here, isn't it?
Yeah, according to you it is, yeah.
Look, we've got so many. This must be a real nice moment. All the people coming down.
It looks the right thing. It's just like they're just coming in droves, aren't they? So
it's waves of people, isn't it?
They show the popularity in it of the old super touring era, I suppose. And
what's your memories of it? What was the fondest memory of that particular era touring cars for you?
God, well, I started in '95 in Fiestas, so we were obviously the support race for the tourers.
What was that? What were the crowds like then?
Like this, you know, they were big crowds, and it was, I think, '95, '96 was like the start of the big era, wasn't it? And then it's just, you look back and you think, you know, we had some great times. The Fiesta racing was superb, like the Clio's was, you know, all the one make series. And then obviously you looked up at these, just that's what you wanted to be, one of these, you know, to drive one of these cars. So no, it's great. It's and obviously it's still popular, and I think getting more popular is like everything in it. Everything old school, as they say, is becoming more popular.
Do you know? I remember. I mean, like, you remember the original Renault 5s. I remember when I was younger, they were 10 to a dozen Renault 5s, weren't they? Now though, if you see one like the old F-Regs or something like that, it's. I never really liked them back in the day, but now if you see one, you're like, oh wow.
I had a couple of them back in the day. You know, as road cars, and they were great things. You know what I mean? And obviously, but they had the Renault 5 challenge, didn't they? And then obviously the Clio took over that. But they were great. And like you say, you don't see them now. They're all either rotted away or crashed, or that's it.
Yeah.
And you see one or two every now and then. The survivors, as they say.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, look, Jason, you put your overalls up, people will recognise you. You know.
I'm just chilling out here. I'm ginger. I'm in the sun.
I'll be down for dinner later, Jason. All right, top man. I've lost John. Where are you, John? He is around somewhere. I can't. Oh, thank you, Jason. Cheers. There you are. Couldn't find you. Sorry, guys. Just moving around. We've got photos galore. Hello. Let's keep going. Hello. How you doing? All right. Let's keep going down, shall we? Let's go find some more cars. Oh, I cannot believe this. This is incredible. So many people here. I wonder if I can just grab some random members of the public to talk to. I've got some people. Guys, can I ask you a very quick question? Very quick question. Super Tour era. You look quite young, actually. Do you even remember it?
I do remember it, yes.
What was your fondest memory? What was your favourite car?
I think it was the Vauxhall, to be fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do remember it.
It was a good era, wasn't it?
It was very good, yeah.
And who we got here? What's your name, young man? Harry.
Yeah.
What's the favourite car, the best car you've seen so far today? It doesn't necessarily have to be a Super Tourer, but it would help if it was.
Supercars.
Supercar, they're insane, aren't they?
Yeah, good fun.
I don't know. You know they have no seatbelts in those, right? No seatbelts. 120 miles an hour, no. Scary, innit? Guys, have a great time. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Look, we've got a bit of music going on. Actually, we better move away from that because we'll get done for copyright or something. Let's keep going, shall we? And find some more cars and more people to talk to. Look, well, we've got some Tottenham fans here. Look, guys, how Tottenham going to get on this season? Are they? Boo. Yeah, I'm a Leeds fan. Boo, Tottenham. Boo, Tottenham. Let's keep going. This is cars. It's not football. It's cars. Let's keep going, shall we? Right. John, I'm really sorry. We're going to have to just run a little bit here, if that's okay, because I've got somebody I really want to talk to down here. Sorry, John. Sorry, everybody, for doing this. This young lady here. Yes, she says, oh yes, trackside recovery. It's been a bit of a busy day today, hasn't it, for you? What a job you guys have done, by the way. We were watching you recover Sam Dafflin's car a little bit earlier. Tell me about the work that you guys do, the training that you have to do.
So we learn the high abs, we learn how to straight toe, and just general safety of recovering the vehicles. Obviously safety for us, safety for other drivers, safety for even the marshals. We constantly have to take into account everyone.
It's quite a job, isn't it? And the communication between you guys, and you want to get it done as quick as possible, don't you? So speed is of the essence.
Oh
right?
yeah, especially on the safety car. That's the hardest one. Is making sure you're keeping an eye on the pack of cars, as well as your teammate, as well as the car, the driver in the car if you're pulling out of the gravel.
If somebody is watching this and they were watching you a little bit earlier thinking, do you know what, I'd quite like to find out how to get involved in that or do more, what would you say?
Do it.
How would they get in contact with Trackside Recovery? Forgive my naivety. How is that a company? Are you part of Brands Hatch? Are you part of MSV? How does it work?
We mainly stay at Brands Hatch. We have got our team going to Formula E next week at London XL. Yeah.
Does that take different type of training though? Because Formula E, of course, is electric racing.
So we mainly take our high abs purely because they're easier to lift if anything was to happen to them. But to be fair, people mainly contact us through email. A lot of our team members email our boss, and then they come down for a day and never leave.
See, that wasn't so bad, was it? Look.
It was.
Thank you so much for that.
No,
Thanks for all the work you do as well. There we go. Let's keep going down, shall we? And this is Stuart Kai's car. As I said, Rod Burley is going to take it out a little bit later for the demonstration, but we can grab Stu for a chat very shortly. No, don't let me disrupt you. Sorry, Stuart, just coming down. Wow, this is incredible, isn't it? All the people.
Yeah, it's amazing the amount of people come along to watch.
It certainly is. Tell us a story about this Cavalier.
This was the Jeff Adam car from 1994. After Jeff had finished with it, it went over to South Africa, and Mike Briggs raced it and won a championship in it.
Wow.
But it's weird because it's kind of wrong because it's got 94 livery but with a 95 aero.
Okay.
So it's wrong, but I like how it looks, so I can't bother to change it.
You've got to really know your stuff to notice then, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I've got a lot. I spoke to. They've got a thing from RML as well. It was like the original, the first car they built. Cleland tested it. He didn't like it, so they gave it to Jeff.
Yeah.
And then they put all the changes into his car, and he built the blue and grey car. So there you go.
I've heard a little rumour that you're allowing Rod Burley to take this out in a demonstration later. Is that right?
I am indeed, yeah. We got the demo stuff, and then there's a few cars didn't make it into the demo today for various reasons. So I said to Rod last night in the Kentigan, "Do you want to have a go?"
Whilst you're having a couple of soft drinks.
Coca-Colas.
Yeah.
And I just said, "Do you want to have a go?" It's a nice thing to have Rod going around in it.
Yeah.
He's been in the car and had to get himself comfy and all the rest of it. So it'd be nice to end the meeting off that way.
I reckon we should get one day, not in this by the way, but we should get Rod Burley in a car, blindfolded, to do a lap round Brands Hatch.
I'm sure he could. I'd sit next to him. I'm sure he could do it as well. That's why if you're ever going to put it in a car, someone in a car at Brands Hatch, you're going to put Rod in the car, aren't you?
You're going to put Rod Burley in it. Yeah. So you've got no worries there at all. Look, it's getting a lot of attention, isn't it? This is what it's about. This is what Classic Touring Car Racing Club is all about.
Yeah, we're trying to bring, continue to keep people interested and bring these cars out, and there's no use keeping them in storage and collections and stuff. They were built to be raced, so we like to race them.
Are there many more out there, Stuart?
There's tons of people.
The old Lagunas, do we know where they are?
They are, yeah, I know where two of them are. Bob, who I bought this off, has got one of them. But as they said to me, I talked to somebody else about this. The problem is those cars, by the time it got to the 99 cars, they had a qualifying engine, a race 1 engine, and a race 2 engine. And that, we put the engine in it, we'll race it all year, no problem. So the faster you want to go, the less time you get in them.
They spent some money, didn't they?
It was a lot of money. But it was manufacturers are backing it, and it's well out of the reach of the average sort of clubman, that's for sure.
Yeah, but it's nice to bring it. Stuart, thank you so much for your time. Look, people, go get in that crowd. Look, you've got people want your autograph and stuff. There you go. Thank you very much. Look, we're live right now. Look, say hello, everybody. Right, have fun, won't you? Right, let's keep going, shall we? Absolutely love this. So many people here. Yesterday we caught up with Roger Moen, and we'll hear from him a little bit later, shall we? Simon Harrison here as well today. Roger's not here today, but this is Simon Harrison's 306, as you can see. This was 2001, this car, I believe. Nobody around actually to talk to us about it, is there? So let's go a little bit further down. Let's see if Jez Banks is around. We've got a different Accord down here actually, so let's keep on going, shall we? And see who else we can find to talk to. Let's keep moving, let's keep going down. Let me just change my sheet over. I hope you're having a great time so far, everybody. Were you here yesterday as well? Remember, the live chat is open on the YouTube channel. We would absolutely love to hear from you. Why have I got Track Action written down there? Track Action coming up a little bit later, of course. Let me just change over my sheets. Of course, we are live, so you have to forgive us whilst we do this, and move around and change, but we've got some wonderful cars with me. This is the beauty of live TV, isn't it? As I say, do hit that like button and subscribe button if you haven't already. Plenty coming up next week. Donington Park the week after, actually. We head to Scotland, we head to Knockhill with caterings as well. So here we go. We've got the number 28 here. I wonder if we can speak to, we've got Byron here, of course, one of the big guys as well at the Classic Touring Car. Can I just jump in, Byron, and have a quick chat with you? I didn't realise this was yours.
Oh, didn't you?
No, I didn't. We were talking earlier.
Well, you didn't watch the Alton Park event then, did you?
I wasn't at Alton Park. I was somewhere else. It was Leo doing that one. Tell me more about the car.
Proper super production car, original car, Group N car. Sort of towards the end of the 90s and early 2000s. So it raced in period with the two Peugeots in the national saloons and qualified for the British touring cars in the 2000s season, so it would have been able to go into the production class.
Nice.
And it's a very original, cool little thing.
It certainly is. What's it like to drive?
It's really, really nicely balanced. Quite different to my other race car, actually.
What's the other race?
The Corrado, yeah. So yeah, it's really, really nicely balanced. Absolute, so sweet to drive. Really, really, really.
Give us some of the specs then. What's beneath the bonnet there?
It's the original B18 C6, I think it is. Engine from an Integra, Honda Integra sort of spec, and 230 horsepower nearly.
Okay,
so not quite as much as these guys, but that's what the national saloons run. So it's that sort of power.
How did you come across this? How did you come to get behind the wheel of it?
I bought it in February this year.
Fairly recent.
Yeah, I just wanted something new, something.
How did you source it?
Race Cars Direct.
Race Cars Direct. Yeah.
It's an addiction. It's an addiction. Yeah, they should sponsor now. Come on.
Yeah, they should. There you go. Anybody from Race Cars Direct, you should sponsor. Look, what's the next project? Have you got something in mind, or have you got enough?
Well, my wife's behind, so I've got to be careful.
Oh yeah, yeah. Let's move over here.
I've got an Accord, one of the British touring car. One of the early production cars. So also raced with these in the British touring cars. So I'm hoping to get that out this year as well at some point, and certainly next year.
He said a sensible family saloon car is what he said. Well done, Byron. By the way, how nice is this to see all the people?
It's like magic. It's so cool, and just the attendant, the fans here is incredible. It's mad that we get this many people on the grid for our old classic.
Many people asking for your autograph.
Yes.
Have you?
Yeah, and I've enjoyed every minute of it.
I was going to say, of course you do.
Look, it's all good fun.
Yeah. Look, I've got Colin Soto. I haven't got his autograph yet, though. He hasn't given it to me.
You're not a real fan yet. Come on, where is it?
I need to get yours. We're going to get everybody's. Well, it's lovely to see you. Thank you so much. Let's keep going. Oh, this is Roger Moen's car. Like I said, he's not here today, unfortunately, but we did catch up with him yesterday. So let's keep moving. Do you know, we're running out of cars, actually, aren't we? So let's see. Let's go back this way if we can. We haven't got too much longer to go. In fact, we're going to have to start clearing the track very soon indeed. Guys, do you want me to take the picture for you? Do you want me to take I'll take the picture for you, but then you've got to talk to me. All right, that's the deal. All right, you can do that. Thank you very much. Here we go. Look, here we go. Oh, look at this. This is we're live right now as well. How good is that? Not only are you getting your photo, we got the Peugeot in the back as well. There we go. Guys, you look a little bit younger than these two, no offence. A little bit. But, do you remember the Super Tourer? Are you a bit too young for it?
Probably too young. You're more than man.
I remember it. I'm 41. I remember it very well. Look,
I'm 53. So
you're 53. So okay, look, sorry.
That's all right.
You go away. No, I'm joking. Come back. So, how nice is it seeing all these cars? Does it sort of a bit of reminiscing? Is it?
Yeah, definitely up here. I've come here before watching the touring cars. Been here when Nigel Mansell was racing in Formula One, in Ayrton Senna.
Because when you come in here for this week, well, this whole year actually, because 100 years of Brands Hatch, you've got the banners up there, haven't you? Nigel Mansell, all of the drivers up there.
Favourite car's got to be the Nissan Primera.
Yeah,
that's just beautiful colours.
Yeah, it is.
But it's lovely going back to what we used to drive.
Yeah.
I know not as souped up as that, but.
Do you know what? In the 90s, I was born in 85, so around about 95, 96, I was sort of 10, 11. All of my mates, they wanted like a Ferrari and Lamborghini and things. For some reason, I wanted a Vauxhall Cavalier.
Yeah.
Does that make me a bit weird?
No, definitely not. No. norm car. It's a norm car. But it's an everyday car, isn't it? It's a sleeper. Well, can be a sleeper.
Yeah, absolutely. I could probably afford one. Well, not one of those.
No,
but,
not anymore. No, couldn't even, you know, you're looking at them now like not a road going one of them. You're looking 7, 8 upwards.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Ideal car would be a Sierra RS Cosworth.
Yeah.
500.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah. Can I borrow some money?
Yeah. Well, you're a presenter. You should have all the money in the world.
You're kidding me, right? You're kidding me. What's your biggest memory of the Super Touring era? Don't disappear, lads. You've got to stay around.
John Clennon.
Yes. Yeah.
Vauxhall. Always followed him when I came here.
Yeah.
I think I saw the car 4 or 5 years back.
Oh, okay.
It was here actually.
It was. Yeah.
But no, great feeling really.
It's such a great era of motorsport, isn't it? Certainly in this country as well. So.
Yeah. As Paul said, it's the Vauxhalls, the prime eras really.
Yeah.
I do like Peugeots, but I'm not really a Peugeot man really. But myself. But.
Well, look, guys, thanks for talking. My producer just said in my ear as well. He said, "You think we're paying you?" So I definitely need some money.
Yeah, definitely.
Thanks, guys. Have a great time. Thank you. See you later. Let's keep going down, shall we? Look, we've got a chat. Guys, can I just jump in here because you've got a lot of signatures on your hat here. Who have you got up there? Do you know?
I don't really know.
That looks like. That you've got Colin Souters there. That is definitely Colin's, isn't it? The number 6.
He has got the winners on there, definitely.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. What's been your favourite car you've seen so far?
Like in the entire day.
In the entire day.
Probably Ray Harris, number 5 in the silhouette.
Oh, okay, I like that.
He gave him his trophy.
No way!
Yeah,
Did he?
He's a lucky lad, yeah. Gave him his winner's trophy. Never given one of those.
I didn't even see you
ever.
holding that. That is amazing.
Yes.
Wow, what a special day for you. Are you a Real Madrid fan as well, or is it just an Oscar?
Well,
they going to win La Liga?
No.
No.
Oh, that's a bit tough. That's a tough comment.
Yeah, it's going to be Barcelona. Guys, thank you so much. Have a great time, won't you? Hey, guys. We are going to have to start moving off. Let's go. Sorry, John, one last thing. Let's just go down. We haven't seen the BMW at the back yet, so let's go see who we can find down there to maybe have a quick chat with. We do have some interviews that we recorded with the likes of Roger Moen, a good long one as well. We caught up with Jez Banks yesterday. Jez is behind the wheel of the Honda Accord, which I don't think is on the grid at the minute. There are a couple of empty slots. Some of the cars were due to come in. In fact, one of the Cavalieris over there, but he's one of the BMWs as well. This is going to be driven by Yusuf Osman a little bit later. Didn't finish the race yesterday, unfortunately. Jason Hughes was the race winner in the Vectra. We spoke to him a little bit earlier, didn't we? Robert Wheeling came home in 2nd place. Colin Salter was in 3rd place. Jim Pocklington came home in 4th in the Vauxhall Cavalier. Tom Wood in the Nissan Primera was 5th. Cole Chambers in the Peugeot 306 was 6th. Byron, we just heard from him in the Honda Civic over there. He was in 7th place. Stuart Kai in 8th place in the Vauxhall Cavalier GSI, and Stephen Maud in the other Peugeot 306, the Simon Harrison and Roger Moen 306s from 2001. There you go. John's just given a good look here of the number 150 driven by Yusuf Osman, the BMW 320i. Still great to see so many people. In fact, they are starting to make their way off the circuit here. We are due to get back under racing in under half an hour here, so we'll obviously have to get everybody cleared. Then we've got to go through all the start procedures and everything like that. I can see Chris Dawes, the circuit commentator, here up at the media. I'm going to try and give him a wave, see if he can see me. He's not looking. No, of course he isn't. But great to have you all along tuning in on the live stream on the BARC YouTube channel. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button as well. We're going to go get ourselves ready for this race very, very shortly. People are making their way off now. The ambulances down here will start driving down and shuffling everybody off. A couple of touring car drivers here as well. We have heard from them. Andrew Jordan, of course, we've spoken to a couple of times, the 2013 British touring car champion. He has been racing this weekend. Charles Rainford was out a little bit earlier as well. He is also a British touring car championship race winner, not an overall champion. That might well be to come in the future. Right, we are going to hand over to some of the interviews. We've caught up with the likes of Jez Banks and Roger Moen. We spoke to Steve Tyler as well. We've spoke to him not not so long ago at the start of this broadcast about the 406. We go into a little bit more detail with him. So we're going to hand over to some of the people we spoke to yesterday as we prepare for the first Super Tourers race of the day, the second of the weekend. So over to myself for the VTs. Well, here we are at Brands Hatch, and I have bumped into somebody very special indeed. Roger Moen is here. Roger, lovely to see you, by the way. And you've been reunited with a very special car, your Peugeot from 2000. What's it like seeing it again, Roger?
It's fantastic, and I'm very great honored about the work Carl had done for the car, because the car looks amazing, looks like new again, and fantastic to be back at the Brands Hatch to see all the people and all the lovely cars. So, and I have some memories from this track as well. So
you have some great memories. You were just telling me a story actually about going off though at Brands Hatch. Just repeat that for us.
Yeah, there was the last race and the final race for the championship in 2001, and I was second in the championship, and there was not much point between me and my team compis Simon Harrison. And I went to Graham Bend, and it was starting to rain. So I was on slicks, and I followed Matt Jackson. I was 2 car lengths behind him. And I said, what's happened to him? And then I was in the same shit, so I went in the barrier just beside of him.
Yeah.
And that was it to the first race. And then there was get red flag 2 laps after. So if I keep the car on the track for maybe 1 or 2 more laps, I think I will win the championship. But that's ending in my race here and my career in the UK. So I was ending 3rd in the championship. So of course that's a memory I'm bring back now.
But look, still a lot of good memories about the car. Just talk us through, what was this like to drive in that 2001 season?
It was quite a lively car to drive, because it was quite good horsepowers, but we drive with the slicks, 15 tons inch. So the car was quite handsome to drive, but and without power steering, it's quite hard to drive. So you get very physical to drive. So looking forward to hear the Carl now, because he'll do the race after, and hear what he think about the car. But the car is fantastic.
When's the last time you saw this?
I was visited him back in the workshop for one year ago. So
okay,
yeah.
so relatively recent.
Yeah. So.
Now, before 2000, you were in touring cars before. You driving a Accord as well?
Yeah, I was in the UK and driving it for 7 years. I was the first time was in '95. I did do a couple of years with Hondas.
Yeah.
And as to say, the goal for this event was to do the British touring car, because I watched that on the television, and that was super impressive. And I was able to, in '98, to get a free loan from the Honda Accord from the Honda Motor Europe.
Wow.
But I need to find a budget, and the budget for that time, that was very, very hard. So, but what I learned from that year have been, I bring that and use that every year after, because that was a fantastic experience. But I just do the half of the year because the budget was not there, and I not feel I not have the competition package to do the British touring car, but great experience.
Now, after 2001, after the Peugeot here, you went over to Sweden racing. What was that like?
We was planned to do some race in the Swedish touring car. I bring the Peugeot 406 Coupe with me, with the Weekly Motorsport, and but that means the car needs to be 100 kilogram heavier, and we cannot just revs to 8,000 revs. And what that type of car was not able was not any competitive with that rule. So I decided after some race that was nothing. I will keep on in. But after then I started my own team back in Norway. And I'm still involved in the motorsport in different categories. But at the moment I'm working with Porsche, and I do some commentary for Eurosport.
Oh, brilliant stuff. Roger, thank you so much for coming down. I hope it's a great experience seeing the car again. I really, really do. Enjoy yourself this weekend. Or you're just here today, actually, aren't you? Just here on the Saturday. But look, have a great time. Are you taking the car out for the demonstration, or is it somebody else?
It's possible I do that. For me, it's the most important to see Carl drive the car and see the car back on the track, but possibly for some demo laps, yeah.
Look, thank you for sharing your stories. There's a lot of people watching who I'm sure have very fond memories of you as well. Roger Moen, thank you so much. What a pleasure it is to have you here at Brands Hatch. In 5, 4, 3. Well, I'm really enjoying myself, just geeking out a little bit actually here with Steve Tyler, of course, and we've got the Peugeot 406, one of the most iconic touring cars of all time. Steve, you're doing all the work on it. What's it like to work on? I bet it's a bit of a monster, isn't it?
It has been a bit of a monster, and don't get me wrong, there's a team here. It's not just me, yeah, it's highly strung, lots of parts you can't get anymore. We've got spares package, so we're having to rebuild stuff every year every time we come here. So that's okay. Apart from that, it's good. And what I like about the Peugeots, there aren't any. You know, there's 4 Vetras, there's 3 Cavaliers here today, Peugeot 306s, lots of them. It's the only one still that races, we say regularly, 3 years in a row. Plus we went to Goodwood in it. Steve Soper drove it at Goodwood earlier on in the year and got a podium. So it's a good car. It's solid, but we always keep our fingers crossed.
What's the reaction like from the spectators? It must be a bit of a fan favourite, isn't it?
It is a fan favourite, surprisingly, because back in the day it wasn't the best, you know, and it was always a bit of a also-ran type of car. But it was top 10 at times. It was okay, and it had some good drivers in it. But yeah, we had fans come last year. They'll probably be again this year with T-shirts all made up with all the stuff on it, and it's great. It's great to see people involved. But I think people that like Super Tourers like Super Tourers. You might have a bit of a favourite, like I have, but I also like the others. You know, I like the Peugeot. Don't get me wrong, it's probably not my favourite. I like the Alfa Romeo. I'm a bit of an Alfa Romeo man.
Wow, Steve! I can't believe you said it in front of the 406 as well. She's upset now.
Yeah, I know. She'll let me down now. She'll let me down. But I think if you're a favourite, it's a bit like modern touring cars. Everyone's got a favourite, but actually, if you like racing, you like racing, and it's going to be sort of close-ish. I think today, not as big a turnout as normal, which is a bit of a shame. I think we've got 14 cars in our race, and that's some of the production cars.
It's not too bad though.
It's not too bad. It's just not as good as it has been over the last few years. But hopefully things are changing. It's difficult for people to do. You've got to have the budget to even run one of these for 15 minutes. So,
and I imagine you've really got to look after these cars now, though. You mentioned parts can be difficult to get.
Parts are difficult to get. Like I say, the car came when Connie bought it back from New Zealand. It came with a spares package, but those spare packages are all old stuff. So yes, we've got uprights, we've got bearings, a bit species, but it's all old. So we're having to take the time, as well as all the other racing we do and all the other cars we look after. Over the course of the year, we have to then rebuild uprights and suspensions, springs and bearings. And you can still get parts, but you can't get big parts.
This was one of my favourite. You remember the touring car game on the PlayStation?
Yes.
This was one of my favourite ones. That and the Mondeo, I used to love that.
Yeah, and it's been one of those things that since it's all sort of come back over the last few years and the PlayStation games come up, when you see an image of it on screen or online on Facebook or whatever, it's always the Peugeot that's actually on screen, which is quite cool. And we're thankful for people like Brands Hatch and that sort of stuff, because I always put our car, it's a bit of a joke now in our team, that every time we see an advert, we're on it, and we're on the front cover of the brochure this weekend. We've been on all the adverts. And when we went to Goodwood with it, social media exploded.
I imagine so. In fact, I've just seen Jez Banks and his Honda Accord. Of course, we've just seen the Nissan Primera as well, and the 406. They are iconic, aren't they? They really, really are. Look, Steve, thank you so much. Of course, it's Colin who's driving it this weekend. We'll catch up with him. Look, there's Colin. Look, John, let's give the camera a wave, Colin. Give the camera a wave. There you go. He's driving it this weekend. But we'll be seeing you milling around and looking. I think you're going to be busy looking after it.
I think we will be busy, but that's why we're here. That's why we're here. It's not all about eating biscuits and cups of tea. So
I don't know. I could smell someone's cooking bacon sandwiches around here. It smells really good. But I'm going to go get one. Steve, thanks so much. Lovely to see you as well, by the way. 4, 3. Yes, here we are at Brands Hatch for a real blast of the past and one of the greatest eras of British motorsport. I'm here with Jez Banks. Jez, I don't know what it is about the 5-door family saloon that does it for me. Honda Accord, one of my favourite cars of all time, and you have brought one out to play. Tell us a little story about the car.
So it's a 1996. 1996 MSD, so Motorsport Development Built Works Super Tourer. Currently in the classic Leslie Thompson livery, which I think we all recognise.
I remember James Thompson. He's actually from Harrogate, which is where I used to live, so he was always my favourite driver at the time.
Yeah, well, you know, I've got a bit of a soft spot for Peugeots, but in terms of super touring, I wanted something that was like had all the carbon bits, had all the aero bits, but wasn't like the late 1999, 2000 cars are crazy. They're almost Formula One cars in like a road car frock. This is there's a lot of Honda Accord in this. Yeah. Not loads, but quite a lot. But when you look round it, you get all the interiors carbon fibre. 96 was the start of the seating moving inboard. You're way back behind the B pillar. Yeah. The engine is on the floor, so it's all about getting the weight down. This car's quite interesting. Quite a lot of cars do this. So they reverse the head, so the head is on backwards, so that you get ram air. 320 horsepower out of a 4-cylinder 2-litre at 8,500 RPM. I mean, the thing is nuts.
So how did you, Jez, come to have this in your armoury?
As I said, I've got a bit of a Peugeot road car habit. I've currently got, I think, 9 or 10 kind of 90s.
No way.
Yeah, so 306 rallies, 106 rallies, 405 MI16s, 309 GTIs, that kind of stuff. So kind of the obvious thing to try and add was a 405 Super Tourer. And I saw one for sale on Car and Classic in Rheims, and just couldn't. It was a very early one. It was almost a Group A car, and couldn't quite put a deal together on it. And the guy was a bit sort of French about it, shall we say? But then I kind of got, well, what else is out there? And I got a tip off that Duncan Hamilton Rothko in Winchester had a Vectra, and I've also got a Vectra, so I've got a 1997 Vectra Challenge car, if anyone remembers the Tocker package. Yeah. I was like, okay, 2 Vectras might not be a bad thing. I went down to see it, and it was lovely, but it had been completely rebuilt. It was immaculate. It was like it had just come out of the factory, and it was more money than I could comprehend spending. So I was kind of, thanks, but no thanks. And they casually mentioned, oh, we've got an Accord coming in. Would you be interested? And the answer is, well, obviously. But this one, it's a lovely car, but it's not perfect. It's got gravel rash underneath it. It's been driven, it's been used, and that's really what I wanted. I wanted something that we could take out on a day like today. And you know what? You're not really hurting its value.
Well, if anything, bringing it out here in front of the crowds, it's probably going to increase the value a little bit. Surely, more people aware of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think anyone who says, "Oh, it's not about the value. I don't buy this for value," is we all buy these things, and none of us want to lose our shirts. But and when I went to see it, I mean, how could you not buy it? You know what I mean?
Jez, you live in a different world to mere mortals like myself. But look, if we bring John, if we bring the camera back, if that's all right, because it's not only the car. Check out these overalls, by the way. You're looking very dapper.
So I need a big shout out. So these overalls. So I own a set of period David Leslie overalls. So you'll notice on these are all stitched Accord logos. So all of this is not thermal print, and I've got thermal print suits, and they're great. But this was
let's get it on the look at that proper.
So this was Alan Caulfield and his team at ARC Racewear just knocked this out of the park. They had the Leslie suit. They had to measure by hand and then digitize all of the logos and then cut all this fabric, and then this is fundamentally stitched by a person. All of the Honda logos. The only thing we did was originally it was an OMP suit, and Alan did say, can we change the OMP logo to ARC? And I was like, yeah, it's probably reasonable. But I mean, they did, absolutely. The only race suit manufacturer who makes in Britain. Fantastic company, small team, absolutely knocked it out of the park.
It looks amazing. Just come with me, actually, Jez, as well, because if it's all right, we're just going to reminisce and geek out a little bit. I know it's not yours, the Nissan Primera, is it? But you do know quite a lot about it. 1998, this one?
1998, ex-Anthony Reid. Kept JDR run my cars, they run this as well. They also got the 299 Primeras that are still owned by Richard Wheeler, not here this weekend. Up for sale if you want to buy them. I think they're 350 grand. There you go. I'll get a commission off that. Someone buys them. But this is like a generation on again a car, and you're starting to see, you know, the seat is even more inboard, the engine is lower, it's got much, you know, this car to start it up. That Honda, we warm it up by starting it. This, you run the coolant through a boiler, like a hot water. It's like a little propane boiler that brings the coolant up to temperature because it has to be warm before you fire it up. You know, 1998 car, again, advanced aero, brakes have got better. This has got, you know, this is a degree quicker than that 96 car, which is a degree quicker than my 94 Mondeo.
Which unfortunately isn't here.
No, it's a recent purchase and it's in a container on its way back from Seattle. So hopefully here in August, September. But then you go to the 99 cars, or if anyone was at the Goodwood members meeting, the 2000 Mondeos, they're a step on again. And you know, those 2000 Mondeos are an F1 car in drag. You know, this car, you park this next to the 99s, and the 99 cars are like an inch lower. They're the same car in theory, but none of the body panels fit, none of the bumpers fit, wings don't fit. They're all, you know, by the time you got into this era, I mean, this is just, you know, an incredible bit of kit.
I mean, look at that engine as well. It's unbelievable, isn't it? Sorry, John. We'll try and move you around if that's okay. He's doing a great job, isn't he, John? Walking around. We'll get a shot of the engine. Jez, thank you so much, by the way, for giving us all this information. You're taking the Honda out, of course, this weekend. I imagine you're expecting quite a positive response from the crowd.
Yeah, I mean, these cars seem to really generate, like, there's a lot of, I love 90s touring cars. You know, I used to go to Thruxton and here when I was in my teens. You know, somewhere at home I've got a Volvo 850 Estate t-shirt with, it's a cartoon of it next to a TVR Chimera, and the caption just says, "Go ahead, punk, make my day." It doesn't fit me anymore because I'm old and fat now, but I
don't know, you fit it into this suit, all right.
But I've still got it, and that, you know, for me, you know, getting these cars out, getting them seen, you know, people love them, and it's really nice when people come up and talk about them. It's lovely to see people enthusiastic about them. You know, I think Goodwood members meeting this year, they got, I think it was 50 odd cars. Yeah. So they're out there, you know, owners are willing to bring them out. I think there's a little bit at the moment, if you look at, you know, what RML do with the Group A stuff, I think we're a generation above that, and it would be really lovely if we can get somewhere to get these cars out in some format that is the problem that you've got, or not the problem, but you know, these are, I don't want to be vulgar and talk about money, but you know, they start at 70 or 80 grand, and you know, for the 850 estate, you know, you're going to need probably $500,000.
Wow.
And yeah, and to get these out, to prep them properly, to run them properly, you need people with the expertise like John Danby and his team, and it's not cheap. And it, you know, the owners are there, but they're lovely to get them out. But I think what people need to appreciate is how much, you know, the financial cost of bringing them to an event like this, which means you have to be selective. You know, it's not like going and doing a club race. It is a significant effort. You know, the car was a day in the workshop yesterday, and the Honda's pretty turnkey. You know, it's a good car. You start to get the more technical ones. I wonder whether maybe there's a little bit we could start to look at the early cars, because 91 to 95 are a lot less complex. You know, up to 94, no aero, so they're very much Group A.
The pre-93s, a lot of them.
Yeah, I know. I'm not racing this weekend purely because I don't have enough seat time in the car. I mean, I'm a reasonably competent racing driver. But you know, I don't want to cause damage to my car, but most of them will cause damage to anybody else's. So the demo today, but you know, hopefully we'll get them out. I mean, Matt Neal drove mine in the members meeting and gave it Matt Neal beans, which was lovely to see. He did say we were a 96 car against a field of quite late cars, and he did say we sort of brought a knife to a gunfight, but he did really well. The car was great. So yeah, they are lovely things. It's nice to see them here. It's nice to see the crowd response. It's really good.
Jez, I can't thank you enough for coming out to play as well. You mentioned the cost there, so we appreciate it. We really, really do. And well, enjoy the day, enjoy the weekend, won't you? And it's going to be an absolute cracker. Jez Banks, the Honda Accord. Great
Nice
stuff.
to see you again, Ian.
Yeah, you take care, mate.
Thanks very much.
Well, a very big thanks to Ian for taking us through the grid walk and a few interviews there. Good afternoon and welcome back after the lunch break here at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit here at Touring Car Rewind South 2026. Celebrating the 100th birthday of Brands Hatch this year and celebrating the heritage of touring car racing, in particular the 1990s Super Tourers. And that's what we're going to see out on track next. A few of the cars out on the grid ready for our next race. One thing I picked up on there, Jez Banks in his interview mentioning a 1994 Mondeo that's being repatriated from Seattle in the United States. I've been able to research which car that is. It was built by Andy Rouse in 1994 but raced in the German championship, the Super Tourenwagen Cup, with Klaus Pankhauser at the wheel. But then it came back to Britain in 1995 and it's the car Rob Gravitt raced in the 95 championship. He got a podium with that car at Snetterton in that wet, dry, very unpredictable race. It then went to America and did 2 years in the North American Touring Car Championship with David Welch as the main driver, but that championship only lasted 2 years and had small grids because it couldn't compete with NASCAR and IndyCar for popularity in America like most other racing series sadly can't over there. It's been in storage in Seattle ever since and is now being repatriated to the UK and will be restored. Hopefully we'll see it racing next year. Super Tourers are up next then for their 15-minute race. Then we have a 20-minute race, first race of the weekend for the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. There's nearly 30 MGs here and they're always hugely entertaining. Then we have the second race of the weekend for the Track Action Racing Club. A couple of special guests on that grid. We saw Rod Burley, Mr. Brands Hatch, take a win in his BMW yesterday. There's, we're told, another special guest coming out from the back of the grid in that one. More on that later. The Supercarts then have their final race over 12 minutes. The Junior Saloons have race 3, and then the MGs close out the programme here just on the Sunday this weekend. What's going on in the comment thread at the moment? Alfa Romeos seem to be the main topic of discussion at the moment. Dan Bartlett says his brother had a 156, Wixie had a 159 for 36 hours. Dave McGarry says he had a 156 as well. Yes, the 155 came into the BTCC in 1994 and there was all the controversy about the aerodynamics on that car because they exploited a loophole in the regulations which said that certain numbers of the car had to be sold with the aero package on it. Alfa Romeo got round that by selling the cars with the aero sold as a separate kit for the owner to fit themselves, and they said that wasn't, other teams said that shouldn't count in the regulations. I think that's how I remember it anyway. I was only 8 years old at the time. But I remember going to Donington that year and seeing the touring cars in action. I got the season review on VHS video cassette for Christmas that year, and I still have it. I now own a complete run of BTCC reviews, going back to the first one in 1987. And yes, Wixie, you're correct. The Alfa Romeos did not compete they refused to compete at Alton Park in protest at the regulations. So the pace car about to lead our field away. It's a slightly depleted field for our second touring car race of the weekend for the Super Tourers. Based on the result of yesterday, the two Vectras on the front row, Jason Hughes, the ex-Jason Plato car on pole, he won yesterday, and Irishman Robert Whelan in the ex-Mike Briggs South African Championship Vectra alongside. Second row, Colin Sauter in the ex-Paul Radicic 406. I don't think Jim Pocklington's there, unfortunately, the Vauxhall Cavalier, right from the genesis of Super Touring back in 1989-1990. I'm not sure if that car's there. We know Tom Wood's there with the ex-Anthony Reid Nissan Primera on row 3, alongside Carl Chambers in the ex-Roger Moen Peugeot 306. Byron Aldous, you've seen him out in the pre-93 touring cars in a Volkswagen Corrado in the past, now in his super production Honda Civic. Alongside him, Stuart Kay with the Vauxhall Cavalier GSI. And the grid should have been completed by Stephen Maud's Peugeot 306, Yusuf Osman's BMW, and Mats van den Brand in the BMW that Andrew Jordan raced yesterday. That car broke down yesterday, unfortunately, and I don't think it's there. Let's double check that as they come through. There are the Vectras. The 406 is there. Jim Pocklington's not there. Oh, the Primera's not there either. So we're missing quite a few cars from this grid, unfortunately. Stuart Kay, good to see he's there with the ex-Jeff Allen Mike Briggs Cavalier in the 1994 Vauxhall Masterfit colours. Time for another living history lesson then here at Brands Hatch on the 100th anniversary of this circuit. Super Tourers and Super Production cars get underway for their second 15-minute race. Jason Hughes and Rob Whelan lead them off. It was Rob Whelan who fought for the lead with his fellow Vectra man in the first race until Rob ran wide at paddock. Took a chunk out of the front splitter, which you can see has been replaced. Jason Hughes, aka Jason Plato, leads the way though in the 2000 Vauxhall Vectra from the very end of the Super Touring era. Yeah, sadly the Team Taisan BMW from the Japanese Championship with Andrew Jordan, the 2013 BTCC champion, was racing yesterday. He's not out for this one. We had hoped to see Mats van den Brand, the owner of that car, race it today, but sadly broke down yesterday. The two Vectras that lead, Colin Sauter, seen him race in the Ferrari Formula Classic Series in a couple of Ferraris over the years, in third place. Almost side by side for the lead. Rob Whelan's going for the lead. Many years he was telling us since he last raced at Brands Hatch in Formula Ford, but he's going through. Takes Jason Hughes for the lead. They lost none of his form here. Up the hill towards Druid's Hairpin. These three have pulled away from everybody else already. So they're already clear of the Super Production cars towards the back of the field. So no Tom Wood in the Primera, sadly. No Jim Pocklington with his Vauxhall Cavalier, the ex-John Cleland Chris Hodgett's car from the very dawn of Super Touring. There go the first three. Now further back behind them, who's in fourth place? It's one of the Peugeots. It's Carl Chambers in the ex-Roger Moen car. Carl, a Peugeot specialist. He's raced a variety of them over the years. Fifth behind him is Aldous in the Civic. Then it's Stuart Kay. And finally, Yusuf Osman and the other Peugeot 306 of Stephen Moore, the ex-Simon Harrison car. But the first three have pulled well away from their opposition. There's Chambers ahead of Byron Aldous. I think that might be the ex-Dave Allen car from 2001, the livery matches, the Synchro Motorsport car. I may be wrong, of course. There were a lot of Honda Civics and Accords raced in the Super Production era. This was from 2001 when the Super Touring class had been ended, and the cars from the National Saloon Car Cup were amalgamated with the new BTC Touring cars to bolster the grids. Roger Moen and Simon Harrison were the class of that field in the two Peugeots we've got out here. Roger Moen was the first, in fact, to win overall in a Super Production car at Alton Park in that very car, with the handicap system being used, the BTC Touring cars against the production cars. You may remember the production cars started a few seconds after the touring cars, but the touring cars had to unlap themselves. It was an unusual system, but it worked. Yusuf Osman further back, that's a Super 2000 BMW. Might be an ex-World Touring Car Championship car, possibly that one. Not sure of the history of that car, unfortunately. He's in sixth place. Stephen Maud and Stuart Kay towards the back of the field. Stuart Kay in the car that's won the 1995 South African Touring Car Championship in the hands of Mike Briggs. He secured the title so early that year that he was able to come to British touring cars and sub for James Thompson, who'd been injured in a crash at Knock Hill. And he actually came close to taking a podium in that same race I mentioned earlier, the wet to dry race in Snetterton, but he got pushed off by David Leslie on the last lap. Oh, and off goes Byron Aldous. Is he going to save it? Great cloud of dust. No, he's not going to save it. Oh no. Byron Aldous crashes the Civic. Very similar incident to that of Noah Checkley in the track action race yesterday. Let's hope Byron's okay. He's gone into the Armco there. That's the end of game for the Honda. That is such a shame. So that will be a safety car, I'm sure. Possibly a red flag. Marshals will check if Byron Aldous is okay. Thumbs up from the marshals there, so I think the driver's okay. Yellow flags out at Halewood Rise. Rob Whelan, aka Mike Briggs, continues to lead. This is Briggs' car from the following year in South Africa. The Vectra was launched in Super Touring in 1996 to replace the Cavalier. And it took one win in its debut season in the British Touring Car Championship at Snetterton. James Thompson had the win there on his return from injury. He won after just about everybody else who was fighting for the lead in front of him took each other out. Alain Menu, Joe Winkelhock, Ricard Rydell and Roberto Ravalia. Safety car is out as expected, while the marshals recover Byron Aldous' Civic. So easy to do there coming out of Paddock Hill Bend. If you get a wheel onto the gravel, back end of the car comes round, there's nothing you can do. Main thing is Byron Aldous, I think, is okay. Been asked in the comments here by someone, Everything Brands says, if I could race any race series in the UK, what would it be? If I could race anything in the UK? I honestly don't know. The only motor racing I've ever done is a couple of short oval races in a Metro about 12 years ago when I raced for charity. Now you see it again, the tail goes away from him there, into the gravel. He tries to keep his foot in and get out. The back comes around and wallop. That was a high-speed impact there. See there, the tail goes coming down Paddock Hill Bend. The car goes so light through that section. And Byron Aldous through the gravel, back onto the tarmac, but the car has gone from his control there. We see it again. Into the gravel. Tries to keep his foot in and save it, but the car's coming round. Here comes the barrier and zonk. Such a shame for the Synchro Motorsports Honda. So the safety car is out. It's picked up our race leader, Robert Whelan, in the South African spec Vectra. I know Terry Gallagher, one of our viewers, got quite excited when we were talking about the South African, the Bankfin Touring Car Championship yesterday. Plenty of manufacturers supported that. There was Opel, BMW, Audi, Nissan, Toyota as well. 257RR says got to be F1 stock cars. 257, that wouldn't be Timmy Aldridge, would it? I know he's 257 in the V8 hot stocks. Sadly, I can't race contact formulas because I have epilepsy. No idea what I'd like to race. Maybe perhaps the BMW Minis. I wouldn't mind having a go in the Mini Challenge Club Sport. That's a good series. Possibly the pickup trucks as well. Ah, the red flag is now coming out. They've decided, I think it's going to take a bit too long under caution to clear the car, so the red flag has come out to allow the Hiab lorry to come in to clear Byron Aldous' Civic. Of course, this is the race that many of the fans here at Brands Hatch have come to see, so we don't want the whole race to be circulating under safety car, so the officials have perhaps sensibly decided to bring out the red flag, clear the incident, and then we'll have a restart over slightly reduced distance. So Byron Aldous is okay, a bit shaken up, understandably. See it again here. That's where the rear end goes light, coming off Paddock Hill Bend. Car goes wide into the gravel, which scrubs a bit of speed off, but not much. Then the car comes around. Nothing Byron Aldous could do. And into the barrier he went. Such a shame for Byron. He was going so well, battling with the Peugeots. See it again here. The great cloud of dust, which Yusuf Osman drove into there. There's the BMW. You can just see it. Once your car goes light coming through Paddock Bend like that, there's not a lot anyone can do. Straight across the track and into the barriers. So the safety systems all did their job. And Byron is unharmed. See at the back of his crash helmet there, he's got the frontal head restraint device on as well to prevent any head or neck injuries. Nearly all drivers wear one of those now. Scruff says in our comments, how about a passenger ride in a racing truck? I've done that when I was very little round the paddock at Donington Park. Because my father used to work on race trucks and we had access to the paddock, so I was taken for a ride round the paddock to the assembly area in Mick Johnson's Ford Louisville at one of the events there. I was very young at the time. Okay, while the clear-up takes place here, we'll have a look back at the opening laps. It's always nice to see our Super Tourers in action. The rolling start, it was Jason Hughes and Rob Whelan who led off, followed by Colin Sota in the ex-Paul Radicic Peugeot. They even sound magnificent, don't they? Yusuf Osman's BMW, I'm told, is an ex-VLN car. That's the series that runs on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. That's raced in. So Jason Plato Hughes led us away. Yesterday's winner, the man from Cheshire, used to race in the British Touring Car Championship in the 2000s, had the Nissan Primera, then the MG ZS that he still owns. That's on display in his pit garage today. Whelan putting the pressure on in the earlier Vectra from some 4 years earlier, 1996. The 98 Peugeot in third, and that's green and gold Motorsport Developments livery. Rob Whelan up the inside into Paddock Hill Bend, took the lead. Two Vectras. Colin Suter pulling well clear of everyone else. The other Super Touring car in the race, that's for Stuart Kay, battling with the production cars further back. And Yusuf Osman in the later model BMW from the 2000s. There's a few more cars here for the demonstration as well. I can tell you one of the Renault 19s is here on display at Brands Hatch from the 1993 season. We won't see it in action though. Well, at least there is a Renault 19 in BTCC colours. I'm not sure if it's a pucker one from that season or whether it's a replica. But there is definitely one at trackside in the yellow Renault livery. I sent a photograph of that earlier on. So the three Super Tourers pulled away as the production cars battle behind, with Carl Chambers, the Peugeot specialist, in this car he's been itching to race, the ex-Roger Moen car. The only disappointment, the slight disappointment he had was he couldn't use its original number of number 50, because we already had a number 50 in Jim Pocklington here in this class this weekend. You can't have two cars with the same number. There's Stuart Kay in the ex-Jeff Allen Cavalier. He was saying on the grid walk. It's a 94 car, but with the 95 aero fitted for when it raced in South Africa, in the hands of Mike Briggs and his teammates Grant McCleary, the South African police officer. The three at the front, pulling well clear. Byron Aldous pursued Carl Chambers. Yusuf Osman next in the order, ahead of Stuart Kay, and Stephen Maud in the ex-Simon Harrison Peugeot at the back of the field. Simon, who made his BTCC debut back in 1995 in a Peugeot 405, was teammate to Patrick Watts in the factory Peugeot team, but struggled that year, went back to the National Saloon Car Cup before making a return to BTCC in the production class in the 306. Yes, Peugeot were unusual in the early part of the 90s because rather than a race team running their cars, the cars were actually run out of the Peugeot factory in Coventry. It was a proper full factory effort. They did eventually, by the time Colin Sota's 406 came along in 1998, MSD, Motorsport Developments, had taken over the running of the Peugeots. They had their first successes in 1996 with Honda. See again here, the incident was brought out, the red flag. Byron Aldous sadly crashing the Civic. Thankfully the driver is okay. Expert on VW Corrados in motorsport is Byron. We normally see him out his Corrado VR6. We're told it is going to be a 5-minute restart, so at least a chance to see these cars do some more green flag racing. This will be the last of the classic touring car action, except for the demonstration later this afternoon of some of our non-race cars. Well, one or two of the race cars are going to be out with that as well. We're told that Rod Burley will be taking the wheel of Stuart Kay's Cavalier. I'll give you some more details on the demonstration when it's on track. There are some quite special cars. If you missed the one at lunchtime yesterday, there'll be a treat for you later. A couple of other cars we were hoping to see this weekend include Roger Stanford. Mentioned he's got the ex-Colin Turkington Vauxhall Astra Sport hatch from the 2005 British touring car season. Last minute problems with that car meant it had to be withdrawn. Also Matty Evans is hoping to soon race his Cavalier. That's the car that was built for the 1993 Spa 24-hour race when there was a super touring class in that. And that's the car that Ian Heward briefly raced in the British Touring Car Championship in 96 and 97. Ian Heward later to become a star in Brick Car in Porsches. And Ross Keeling was hoping to bring his ex-Tom Chilton Honda Civic from the 2002 season, but sadly wasn't ready in time. But we will see some other cars out on track later on. Some of the cars that are here on display include an ex-Joe Winkelhock BMW from the Japanese Touring Car Championship. Also Jason Hughes, you mentioned, has got his MG ZS from the 2002 spec car that he raced for a few seasons in the BTCC. Best result in that was a 4th place at Knock Hill. And one of the Ford Sierra RS 500s from 1988, we're told, is on display here as well. I think it's the ex-Rob Gravitt car, the Cam Shipping liveried car. There's a Nissan Primera 1997 replica in David Leslie's colours, and a Vincent Rademacher liveried Vauxhall Vectra as well on display as well, which is a replica. But anyway, the safety car leading the field round. Well, leading one car round anyway. Marshall's getting ready for the restart. Big thanks to the Orange family as always. There's Colin Sota. Where's Jason Hughes gone? I didn't see his car behind the safety car. Have we lost the Vectra? Yes, Jason. I don't think Jason's. Oh, there he is. Struggled to get the car to fire up, I think, to get underway with the restart. So he's going to have to restart from the back. Well, at least we'll see him come through the field. So Rob Whelan, the Irishman, leads the way from Colin Sota. Runs Superformance, based in Hertfordshire, supplier of classic Ferrari parts. Has competed in Ferraris for many years in the past, member of the Ferrari Owners Club Great Britain. Pack about to be unleashed then. The Super Tourers gets back underway. It's a bit like the old Super Touring against Super Production days, isn't it? And Jason Hughes, he had to hold until he got to the start-finish line. Straight past Simon Harrison and Jeff Allen, aka Stephen Maud and Stuart Kay. Yusuf Osman up the inside. Passes Roger Moen, aka Carl Chambers. And here comes Jason Plato Hughes. Straight past both of them. I wonder if he drops to the back of the field on purpose just to enjoy some overtaking there. Wouldn't be surprised knowing Jason. It's over 3 minutes of the race to go because we restarted, just under 3 minutes of the race to go. We restarted behind the safety car. Stuart Kay in the 94 livery Cavalier. Jeff Allen's car had the red and grey livery. John Cleland's was blue and grey. Keeping pace with him here, Stephen Maud in his Peugeot. So Jason Hughes has got through into third place. Can he catch the other two Super Tourers out in front? There is, oh dear, the remains of Byron Aldous' car. Look at the state of that. Oh, it will be repaired. Main thing is the driver is okay. So over 2 seconds is the lead for Rob Whelan in the Mike Briggs Vectra. Can Jason Hughes catch them up and make it a double? Can he go from last to first? Closing on Colin Sota, he's about 1.5 seconds behind him there. 51.8 seconds, fastest lap of the race for Jason Hughes. Up the hill towards Druids, he's got the Paul Radicic 1998 Peugeot in his sights. Peugeot never won a race in the UK under the Super Touring years. Now the 405 up until 96, the 406 came in 1996, but had a very disappointing first season with Tim Harvey driving alongside Patrick Watts. Peugeot did win the championship in Germany in 1997, the Hasserode beer liveried 406 driven by Laurent Aiello, who later of course became British champion with Nissan. And in the French championship, the 405 won the championship with a certain Laurent Aiello. He was very good at winning Super Touring titles, wasn't he? If only he'd hung around in the BTCC longer. I would love to have seen a longer rivalry perhaps between him and Alain Menu, who was one of the all-time greats of the BTCC. His championship in 97 for Renault, one of the most dominant seasons I've ever seen. And who was his teammate that year, making his BTCC debut? Somebody called Jason Plato. Jason Hughes has now caught Colin Sota. 40 seconds or so left on the clock. No, checkered flag goes out this time, I apologise. Rob Whelan takes the win, Sota holds off Hughes. I thought there was one more lap to go there, my apologies. But Rob Whelan does take the win, so the Vectras get a win each. Fourth place goes to Yusuf Osman. I think the countdown clock was a bit confused there by the race restarting behind the safety car. Carl Chambers wins the Super Production class in 5th place, ahead of Stephen Maud. Stuart Kay, the final finisher. Well done to all our Super Touring and Super Production pilots. A fine reenactment of the 90s and early 2000s here at Brands Hatch. I wonder how many people are now going to go away and play Toka touring cars on their games consoles. Well, Rob Whelan takes the win, just under 4 seconds clear of Colin Sota and Jason Hughes. Hughes got the fastest lap, coming through from the back on that restart. Yusuf Osman fourth, ahead of Carl Chambers, the super production winner, ahead of Stephen Maud, Stuart Kay, and of course we sadly lost Byron Aldous into the wall. That's a great reenactment, that was, of an era many hold dear, including myself. A tribute to the stars of super touring from the 1990s. Will Hoy, Tim Harvey, Joe Winkelhock, Gabriele Tarquini, John Cleland, Frank Bieler, Alain Menu, Ricard Rydell, Laurent Aiello, the super touring champions of Britain. Let's head down to Parc Fermé with Ian.
Well, welcome down to the pit lane, everybody. There is no official Parc Fermé here, so they go straight back to the garages. But Robert Whelan takes the win. Colin Sota hanging on to second place under heavy pressure from Jason Hughes. Oh, how will he rue not being able to get that car off the line. More coming in as well. We've got Carl Chambers in Roger Mowen's old car there as well. Look at that, fantastic. They make such a good point. I can't hear anything, absolutely brilliant. Jason Hughes has gone all the way down the bottom end. It would be good. There is your overall race winner, Robert Whelan, behind the wheel of that car. Just watch you back as well, if that's okay, John. I don't want you to get run over here because we've got another 306 coming along. Stephen Maud behind the wheel of that one. Let's see if we can go find Colin up here as well, because he was really just holding off, wasn't he, from a charging Jason Hughes. He just couldn't get it off the line, could he? But a couple of issues with the clutch, and goodness me, the MG straight onto the circuit as well. Let's I just want to grab Colin. I want to grab Colin. Yeah, here he is, Colin. I'll tell you what, you had Jason bearing down on you right at the end, and that was bringing us back a few years, wasn't it?
Did, actually, yeah. That was quite exciting, I have to say. I definitely didn't want to drive the last lap as I did, you know. Yeah. I mean, God, dear, that was that was quite something. Really, really was.
Have you enjoyed the weekend? Has it been sort of a trip down memory lane, a blast from the past? We had the grid walk as well, a little bit early with all the spectators. What a weekend! I
mean, these Super Touring weekends were absolutely fabulous. Yeah. Honestly, it's the period of cars that I love the most. Race loads of other types of cars, but these are the types of cars I love the most. So it's actually sort of like the ultimate weekend for me. I just need to get past those Vectras in front, though. That's the thing, isn't it? See what we can do in the future.
Well, yeah, you were in a bit of a Vectra sandwich there, weren't you?
It was a Vectra sandwich. They're fast.
They are. Well, you're not too shabby yourself, Colin. I need to get your autograph a little bit later as well, because I got your little poster earlier, so I need to make sure we get that as well. Colin Sota there. MG's out on track already, and not so long ago I caught up with a couple of drivers, so let's hear from them now. Well, I can't believe it has taken this long, but finally we get to see the MG owners here at Brands Hatch in action. A qualifying session right at the start of today. They weren't, of course, here yesterday, but finally we're going to get to see them in track action. There's 29 of them as well. Let's go say hello to Josh over here as well. Josh, lovely to see you, by the way. Right, 29 cars. This is quite some grid, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't think we've really properly met before, have we? So tell us about your journey in motorsport. Where did it start? You're still only a young man, of course.
Yeah, it started way back when I was on a 7-8 back in Walter Mill karting.
Yeah. Oh yes.
Yeah. Did that for a couple of years, and started me at the Club 100. Did that for a few years as well. And made a move up to Junior X30, and then sees.
So it's a wider move into cars, especially the MG owners. Why that route?
Because everyone here is just so much better. Yeah. So best champion ever here is super nice, super welcoming.
Yeah.
Been very easy to get settled in.
Excellent. And these cars are quite easy to get to grips with, are they? Is that fair to say?
Yeah. It took me a while to get used to them, but once you get used to them, they're pretty good, pretty fun.
Excellent, Josh. Thanks for talking to us. Best of luck out there. Enjoy it, won't you? Let's just move down a little bit, shall we? Look at them all coming in. We're going to have to dance around and make sure we don't get ourselves here. I want to go say hello to Mark Baker here. Let's go see. Here we've got Ollie Olsen alongside him. Mark, how are we? It's good. I'm good for seeing you as well. Listen, what a grid of cars we've got. That's 29 of you.
It's great, isn't it? I mean, we've been putting out great grids since last year, so yeah, it's good. And this is my first race back.
Oh, you must be excited. Right?
Yeah, I've had a bit of a break. I've been doing some triathlon stuff, so I thought I'd give sitting down and driving a bit of a go.
Okay, what do you prefer then, triathlons or motorsport? You know what the right answer. You know what you have to say.
Yeah, it's obviously motorsport with MG Owners Club.
Yeah.
But
well done, Mike. That's the correct answer. Look, triathlons. Which is your favourite part of triathlon? Because obviously cycling, swimming, and running.
The swim and the run. The swim and the bike.
I don't like. I tell you, I love running. How about I do the running bit for you? You can't stand cycling.
You do the last bit, and I'll do the swim and the bike. Yeah.
Yeah, last bit sounds good.
Yeah.
Mark, best of luck. Great to have you back. Enjoy the race, won't you? There we go. Time to go racing. Race 1 of 2 today for the MG owners. John, come towards me before Jack Meager runs you over. Dave, over to you. Let's go racing.
Cars already on their way to the grid then for our first race for the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. 3 classes in this division: Class Z for ZRs, Class F for MGFs, and the old Class A for MGBs and MG Midgets further down the field. A huge field of cars for this one. Let's have a look at the grid then. Matt Harvey, who had a win at Thruxton earlier this season, is on pole alongside Connor Lawson. The Z cars, the ZF, the ZRs taking the front of the grid. Quicker cars than the older cars further back. Chris Lawson and Lee Pearce on the second row. Lee's had a few wins this year. Welcome back Jack Woodcock. He's on row 3 alongside Scott Bugner, a winner last season, and Jake McDermott, the reigning ZR class champion, back on row 4 alongside James Wade in the 22. Rob Addison and Reese Lawson, the third of the Lawson brothers, line up on row 5. Row 6, Josh Byrne, who we just heard from, and Martin Wills. Lee Sullivan, a former ZR class champion, on row 7 alongside Jack Meager. Mark Baker, the fastest of the MGFs, on row 8 alongside Adrian Olsen. Then on row 9 we have James Kendrick sharing his MGF with his father Simon alongside Philip O'Halloran. He's running in the invitation class with his MGB. I think it's time to go through many more of the grid. They're already coming into position. Behind Philip O'Halloran, we've got Darren Leonard, who's in the MG ZS Saloon, the only ZS on the grid. Alongside him is Greg Thomas, number 70. Then Alex Forster's MGB, Lloyd Treadle, number 64, in a ZR. The grid completed by John Copeland, Will Sharp in the MG Midgets, the classic class former champion. Then Harry Scott, David Amphlett and Mount Best round out the grid in their MGBs at the back. This will be a 20-minute race. These ZRs usually produce fantastic close racing. The black car with the red wheels, Matt Harvey looking for his second win of the season on pole. We're underway. Not the best of starts by one of the Lawsons there. 3 Lawson brothers on the grid. Adrian Olsen's on the grass in the number 3. And look at all those ZRs together into the first corner. Who's going to emerge with the lead? Looks like it's Lee Pearce from the second row of the grid in the blue car who has taken the lead. What a start by Lee Pearce. He's raced here in a few different saloon cars at Brands Hatch in the past, looking for his 4th win of the season in the championship. And our front row man Connor Lawson, that was a poor start there by the 100. The blue and white car is down to about 6th position. Or contact there, Scott Bugner into the back of another of the Lawsons. That's Chris in the green and white number 431 car. 24 Jack Woodcock up there on the outside. Good to have him back in the championship this weekend. Lee Pearce leads, Matt Harvey second, everybody else trying to be third. Look at this as they come through Surtees and McLaren for the first time. Somebody on the grass there on the inside. Typical mayhem-filled start among the ZRs. They're very excitable, these MG ZR racers. Lee Pearce has broken away slightly already. Great start from the second row of the grid. So they start to settle in then. Round the outside goes Reese Lawson there, the green machine, up into third place. I know Chris Lawson. I always get the Lawson brothers mixed up. I do apologise. That's Chris Lawson in the green 431 ahead of Scott Bugner, number 25, the ex-Ford Fiesta racer, among other things. Had a big engine blow up at the start of the year at Donington Park. One of the MG Midgets running wide at the back of the field there. Jake McDermott running wide as well, the reigning ZR class champion. A few cars kicking up the dust there in the background. Jake McDermott on the tail of Rob Addison in the yellow and black number 88 car. I know Rob's daughter Amber celebrated her 21st birthday this week, so many happy returns to Amber if she's watching. Maybe Rob's going to win her a trophy here this weekend. So Pierce leads from Matt Harvey. There's somebody in problems there. You can see from our pit cam, that's the number 28 of John Copeland in his MGB, has had a moment at Surtees. Plenty of moments among the ZRs. Chris Lawson up on the inside of Scott Buckner. That's the battle for third place. They've got the returning Jack Woodcock on their tails. Then we've got Connor Lawson and Chris Lawson in behind him. Lawson's ex-auto grass racers, but they're keeping it on the black stuff so far today. Mark Baker leads Class F for the MGFs. Just a couple of MGFs out there this weekend. Mark Baker and the Kendrick father and son pairing sharing their MGF. 68 there, that's Lee Sullivan, former ZR class champion a few years ago. Matt Harvey escaping slightly into second place, then Pierce from Harvey at the front of the field. Rob Addison round the outside of the 215, that is Reese Lawson. Moves across to take the line for Paddock Hill Bend. There's Jake McDermott in behind them, but he's down in 9th place at the moment. A bit of a frustrating season so far for Jake McDermott, whose father Steve is a 4-time champion. Now busy preparing ZRs for a number of drivers on this grid, as are the Lawson family. Pick up the classic class further back, Class A when we can. Let's have a look on the timing screen to see who's leading that. It's being led by Will Sharp at the moment in his MG Midget. Adrian Olsen has got a penalty, 10-second penalty for the number 3 for a false start. That's probably why he was on the grass. He must have moved off early. Here's a battle among some of the MGBs further back. Number 14 is category veteran David Amflett, 26 Mount Best. He used to race a Ford Capri for many years. And oh, what's happened to Will Sharp? He's got a chunk missing from the front of his MG Midget. Picked up some damage on that car at Thruxton in the previous round, if I remember rightly as well. So it's an MG Midget lightweight at the moment. One car into the pits. Number 70 of Greg Thomas has pulled off. But Lee Pierce continues to lead. He's a former stock car racer. So one here in a Honda Civic at Brands Hatch in the past as well. There's the 69 car, which is Philip O'Halloran. He used to race Toyota MR2s, the light blue and orange MGB there. He's chasing Darren Leonard, the only ZS saloon on the grid. Seen his daughter Hannah in action in her ZR in Class B this year, the less powerful ZRs and any MG Maestros that might come on compete in Class B. No entries in that class this weekend though, Hannah not racing. A little bit of damage to the rear bumper on O'Halloran's car there. Battle goes on for third place. 4-3-1 of Chris Lawson, Scott Bugner, Connor Lawson up on the outside, Jack Woodcock, 4 of them together. Then just behind them is Rob Addison. Lee Pierce leads by 1.3 seconds. And those two are 2.3 seconds. We've got Matt Harvey in second. 2.3 seconds clear of this fight for third. Through Surtees, bouncing off the curb into McLaren, then Clearways. Plenty of laps to go in this first of 2 races today for the Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. Real burgeoning championship, this one. Huge grids in recent seasons. Very evenly matched, as we can see here. Black car there, James Wade holding off Josh Byrne. And behind him, the number 44 car of Martin Wills. Raced in this championship for many seasons. Used to race an MGF as well. In fact, at times he would bring his ZR and his MGF and do 1 race in each, having to start at the back, having changed car for the second race, and he'd get points in 2 classes that way. do sometimes see, well, we've got two in this race, two drivers share one car over the two races. But that's the only time I can recall one driver having two cars. The Treadell family sharing a car this weekend. The number 64, Lloyd's in this race. Lance will be in race 2. Mark Baker continues to lead Class F ahead of James Kendrick. Back in the late 90s, the MGF Cup was one of Britain's leading one-make series. Likes of Dave Loudon, veteran club racer. Susie Hart-Banks. Who else used to race in that? Jamie Hunter, who sadly during his career lost his life in a road accident and at the peak of his form. Alistair Lyle was another. I'll have to go and get the old programmes out to try and find more names from back then. The memory's a bit sketchy from that period. There's James Kendrick in his MGF being chased by the 64 of Lloyd Treadell. Darren Leonard and Philip O'Halloran behind that. Philip O'Halloran in the MGB, not registered for the championship. He's not scoring points, so he's in the invitation class. Ahead of this group is Adrian Olsen. Not Ollie Olsen, as we almost called him earlier on. Ollie Olsen was a multiple World Speedway champion. Don't think he's ever raced cars. Halloran moving up to have a go at Darren Leonard in the ZS. It really does take all sorts of MGs in this championship. Somebody into the pits, that's Jack Meager with his ZR. We've seen him in the Audi Cup this year, making a return to MG racing this weekend, but he's pulled into the pits. Here's the battle in the classic class. Mount Best, the number 17 of Harry Scott, and the 28 that we saw have a bit of an off earlier. It's John Copeland, bit of bodywork missing from the front of his car. Will Sharp, he's still leading the classic category, yes, but only just because Alex Forster, his father Alan, has competed in this series. He's on his tail. Alan Forster's also raced Legends cars. And we've lost our leader. Lee Pearce has pulled into the pits. I don't know what the problem is. Lee Pearce has pitted. So that puts Matt Harvey into the lead overall and of the ZRs. So you can see him falling down the timing screen there. Lee Pearce has pulled off. So it's Matt Harvey now 2.5 seconds clear of 4.31 of Chris Lawson in second place. And Scott Bugner in third. There is the battle for second. Now, can they catch Matt Harvey? Matt will be looking for his second win of the season. There's the black and red car in the background. So Matt Harvey had a win at Thruxton. There he is, lapping David Amflett's MGB. He's been racing that car for more years than I can remember, David Amflett. There's Lee Pearce's blue car. You can see it in the pit lane along with Jack Meager's car. So at half distance, Matt Harvey leads. Battling classics in front of him, the MGBs. He's got a swarm of bees around him there. Look at this for fourth place. Woodcock and Connor Lawson side by side. Connor Lawson locks up a little. Just locks the rear wheel there, but he holds the place. There's Rob Addison on the tail of this group as well. He won an incredible race at the season opener at Donington, just beating Jake McDermott home. Jake further back in the pack this time. Martin Wills has been given a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits one too many times. Here comes our third place battle. Scott Bugner at the front of it at the moment in the silver and green car. They're trying to get past these MGBs. See how much quicker in a straight line the ZRs are. Moves to the inside, Connor Lawson, oh, he's missed his braking points. Can he hold it? Can he hold it? No, he loses the back end into the gravel. He has held it. I thought we were going to have another Byron Aldous on our hands there. He's held it at the expense of his rear bumper. Although I wouldn't be surprised if he heads into the pits for a change of underwear after that moment. That was a scary moment there for Connor Lawson. I thought he was heading into the gravel trap. He completely missed his braking point as he tried to make the move there into paddock. And that normally doesn't end well, but somehow he's still on the circuit. Lapping Mount Best here. This is the third place fights. Bugner and now Jack Woodcock on his tail because Connor Lawson ran wide. Oh, and somebody's off. It's James Wade. He's waded into the gravel, and he's not going to get out of there. That will probably be a safety car. Race continues for now with 8 minutes to go. Scott Bugner holding off Jack Woodcock for third place as Matt Harvey continues to lead. He's just under 3.5 seconds clear of Chris Lawson in the green and white car in second place. 3 wide up towards Druids there. Lee Sullivan trying to get past a couple of MGBs. There's the other 2 Lawsons. Lightweight Lawson now in the number 100. His bumper's in the Paddock Hill Bend gravel trap. Always so action-packed, these races. There's Jake McDermott. We've not seen much of our reigning class champion in this race. Mired back in the lower reaches of the top 10 at the moment. And the race continuing with James Wade's car in the gravel. I'm surprised the safety car hasn't come out for that. Covering it with yellow flags for the moment. Will Sharp's pulling into the pits. You can see the MG midget in the pit lane there. He was leading Class A. So Alex Forster now takes up the lead of Class A. The number 94, the Gulf liveried MGB. And now the safety car does come out to retrieve James Wade's car. There is the safety car. So number 22, James Wade in the gravel down at Clearways. To allow the marshals to clear Clearways, we've got the safety car out. James Wade, surely with that number he should be number 180 or perhaps 501. But anyway, let's have a look again at Connor Lawson's antics. Sideways through paddock, tried to take Scott Bugner, goes back the other way. How he didn't take Scott Bugner out there, I don't know. Or how he kept it going. Remarkable recovery. He only lost a couple of places as well. That's almost reminiscent of Jason Plato in the Chevrolet, either Lassetti or Cruze, I forget which one it was now, in the touring cars here about 15 years ago.
We've got
great save. He wasn't quite as sideways as Jason Plato went. So just under 6 minutes of the race to go. Our early leader Lee Pearce, his car's still in the pit lane. The number 70 of Greg Thomas, who was in pit lane, has rejoined. There he is, the white car in the foreground. So Matt Harvey is your leader, the number 20 car, the man from Wellington. And there is James Wade, axle deep in the gravel trap on his local circuit here at Brands Hatch. Telehandler in position. So we're under the safety car here on the Brands Hatch Indy circuit here at Touring Car Rewind South in our first Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship race of the day. There's the reason. James Wade spinning into the gravel at Clearways. He's out of the race. Matt Harvey is your leader ahead of Chris Lawson in the 431 car. Scott Bugner and Jack Woodcock scrapping over third. In terms of the classes further back, ZRs hold the top 11 places. In 12th place, Mark Baker leads Class F for the couple of MGFs out there. Class I, the invitation class, is Philip O'Halloran's MGB. Class A is led by Alex Forster in his MGB GT. Now, the hazard is clear down there, so hopefully we'll go back to racing next time around. No. I tell a lie, the checkered flag has come out. The officials have flagged the race early. Well, there were still nearly 4 minutes left on the clock there, so I'm a little surprised at that. So the checkered flag is out on MG Owners Club Championship Race 1, which means Matt Harvey takes his That might be the reason why. Lee Pearce had rejoined, but he stopped just before Druids, so another car needed to be cleared, and that would have meant it would have spent the rest of the race behind the safety car. That'll be why. So with more cars to clear, that's why the race will not be restarted, and the officials opting to put the checkered flag out instead, because we would have spent the rest of the way under the safety car. So Matt Harvey takes his second win of the season in car number 20, ahead of Chris Lawson. His best ever result, I think that is, in second place. Scott Bugner completes the podium ahead of the returning Jack Woodcock. Rob Addison takes P5 ahead of Reese and Connor Lawson. Connor Lawson gets save of the weekend there on his way to 7th place. Jake McDermott down in 8th ahead of Lee Sullivan, and young Josh Byrne gets a top 10 as well. Mark Baker in 11th place wins the MGF category ahead of James Kendrick. I think his father Simon will take over that car for race 2. And Class A is won by Alex Forster ahead of number 28 of John Copeland, with 3rd place going to Malcolm Best. They finish a lap down. Will Sharp rejoined after his pit visit, I think. Yeah, finished 23rd. We lost a couple of cars there. Jack Meager pulled off into the pits, and James Wade, of course, in the gravel. Greg Thomas and Lee Pearce also visited the pits. Lee Pearce then pulling off again on the run up into Druids. It's a great shame for Lee, because he was leading that race in the early stages, following a cracking start from the second row. And I think we can now head down to Ian in Parc Fermé.
Well, welcome down everybody to the scrutineering day here in Parc Fermé. Matt Harvey wins the 9th race of the season for the MG owners. Matt, congratulations. Of course, safety car, but you had to be in 1st place anyway when it came out. Were you caught out a little bit? Were you aware it was the last lap?
Not really, no.
We weren't?
No, we came. I gathered that because none of the marshals were waving. We always wave at the marshals, but yeah, no, we came across the line, check flag went. I went, it's a bit anticlimactic, but it's always safety car restart. I've never led a safety car restart, so who knows how it would have gone.
So are you kind of happy about that?
Yeah, it would have been nice to have a little shootout, see what these guys could do, but I had such a big lead, and I'm going to go and find James in a minute and see, the one that ended up in the gravel. He's a good friend of mine, but he's less of a friend now, but yeah, he's alright, yeah. He'll be alright.
You're still smiling,
yeah,
and of course you got the win. That's
it was brilliant. Couldn't thank anyone enough. Thank you all my sponsors. Hi Mum, by the way. And
please do.
Yeah, it's been awesome. 2 weekends in a row now. I've been really on it, which has been great. So
well, you've got one more to go later as well. You guys can't rest. Can't rest. Well done, Matt. Congratulations. Right, let's grab. There's about 38 million Lawsons in this race. Let's grab Chris Lawson for a chat. Sorry, Chris. Congratulations. I'm very well. How are you? Actually,
good,
more importantly,
yeah,
how
really
was
good.
that?
Hot, really hot. You know, I thought I was going to lose it a little bit at the first bit when Scotty kissed the back, went round, but it was all right. Yeah, managed to keep it on and thankfully secure a second. I don't know what happened to Lee.
You guys, yeah, he did. But you guys, because you got 20-minute races, tyres okay?
Yeah, they do sort of wear off towards the end, but no, it felt all right to be fair. It felt pretty good, yeah. So happy with it. Happy with the seconds.
Nice one, Chris. Well done. Congratulations. Yeah, definitely and stuff. Let's go grab Scott. Let's go through. We're gonna. Sorry, John. I'm going to play havoc with the light. Sorry, Scott. Can I? I was going to talk to you. I was going to talk to you actually, so thank you. We got a bit caught out actually with the checkered flag there, did you?
Yeah, one minute we're on a safety car, next minute I'm waving at marshals. I didn't know, yeah, I mean, it's a shame because we've got to keep it on a time schedule, so. Yeah, I'm kind of glad because the tyres were going off at the end, so.
Okay, because you guys 20-minute races, they're 5 minutes longer than pretty much everybody else, so it does have an impact.
Yeah, 100%, yeah, 100%, and front wheel drives don't like it in this weather.
No.
But no, I'm really happy, 6th to 3rd. One of my championship rivals I don't think finished, and the other one I think Jake come 6th or 7th. So we're on good terms.
You said at the end there, of course, you're waving to the marshals and everybody. It's a good crowd here today, isn't it? Have you had a good response?
Oh, amazing! Yeah, no, absolutely amazing. You know, we always say without the Orange Army, we wouldn't be here. You know, so big thank you to them. Thank you, big thank you to them and everyone, and yourself, everyone. You know, it's what makes club racing what it is.
Well, thank you to you for coming out to play as well, Scott. Really do appreciate it. We're going to turn around, shall we? Because already the track action cars are making their way on to the circuit, and not so long ago I caught up with some of the drivers, so let's hear from them now. Right, everybody, here we are back in the assembly area. There's Mervyn Beckett, by the way, as he pulls in for track action. Their second race of the weekend. It was Rod Burley who took his 304th victory around Brands Hatch yesterday. Who's going to get the job done today? Gareth, I'm going to have a quick chat, if that's all right, just because your car is beautiful, isn't it? Has it had a lot of attention this weekend?
No, not this weekend. I've just driven it. It's been very good.
Yeah.
Touch wood. Yeah.
No, don't touch your touch right there. Listen, beautiful weather, great crowds here at Brands Hatch. Summer doesn't get much better than this, does it?
Doesn't get much better, but unfortunately it's very, very, very hot in there.
Yeah, I bet it is.
Yeah, extremely hot.
Well, be careful, look after yourself, won't you? It's good
much.
to see you as well, and thanks for bringing it out to play. Let's go say hello to Adam Reed over here. Adam, can we just... how you doing, my man? You all right? It's good to see you. How are we feeling today? All right?
All right, I think.
Did we get a good night's sleep last night? Is that what race drivers do early night on a Saturday night?
I think so.
It's not, is it?
No.
No. So how much does the heat affect your car, or does it not really?
It does, yeah, quite a bit, but it's got to get on with it.
Yeah?
Yeah, pretty much. 20-15 minutes, innit?
Yeah, I like that. Everybody else says it's too hot, but no, whatever. Look, enjoy it, won't you? Thanks for talking to us, Adam. We'll see you at the end as well. No doubt, more cars coming in. Look who we've got over here. I did hear a little rumour that Mr. Farrow would be competing in this race, and he's been approved. Dave, I heard a little rumour you might be making an appearance here, and it's true.
Hi, mate. How are we doing?
I'm very well. You had a bit of an issue earlier today, and you're coming out with track action, is that right?
Yeah. Just thought, do you know what? I've seen it a couple of rounds while we've been out, and it falls in. It can go in. Just got to run the treaded tyre, so we'll see how we get on with that as well. Not running on it at all. So,
okay.
But yeah, bit of fun.
Bit of fun. Look, be careful. Enjoy yourself, won't you? Good stuff indeed. There you go, Dave Farrow. An entry into this one. Track Action Racing Club about to get underway. Dave Goddard, over to you.
Well, thanks, Ian. I was trying to keep that for a surprise, actually, when the cars lined up on the grid. But yes, we do have a special guest at the back of this grid for the Track Action Racing Club. It's a series, not a championship. For the Track Action, you can use just about anything you like, any saloon or small sports car that you want to race, as we'll see from the entry. Second fastest time for each driver in qualifying yesterday sets the grid for this one. So it's Rod Burley on pole position, Mr. Brands Hatch in his BMW. Starts alongside Marshall Groves in his Vauxhall Vectra Challenge car. Second row, Adam Reed in a BMW Compact. Gareth Porter in the Peugeot 205 GTI. Row 3, we'll wait to see if Scott Apriliano is there. He took part in qualifying, but didn't come out for the race yesterday. Let's have a look. Yes, he is there, the MX-5. Matt Anderson in the Seat Cupra alongside. And then we've got the first of the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup cars. Jay Fletcher is the first of them, sim racer, converting to the real thing this weekend. He lines up alongside treble 8 Martin Kayser. Row 5 of the grid, Matt Caruana, another sim racer turning to real life racing, starts alongside Mervyn Beckett. He won the class yesterday. And we've got David Thomas in his Mark 1 MR2 alongside Chris Van in another Peugeot 206. Katrina Gray in her BMW Mini Cooper S. Starts alongside Bailey King in the Audi TT. Noah Checkley won't be starting, I don't think. He had an accident in yesterday's race. Thankfully Noah is okay. A bit shaken up after he crashed coming out of Paddock Hill Bend. Wait to see if David Shedd is there with his Honda Civic. He didn't race yesterday, but at the back of the grid, Dave Farrow in his Classic Thunder BMW 1 Series. Of course, he missed the first Classic Thunder race yesterday with a broken radiator, and for some extra track time, he's joined the back of the grid here. The only issue I can see here is Thunder Saloons do a rolling start. This is a standing start, so David Farrow might have a slight issue getting the power down off the line, because this car's geared more for rolling starts. But once he gets going, how many laps before he's fighting Rod Burley at the front? We'll see. So into line they come then. The two white cars, Rod Burley's BMW, the Vectra of Marshall Groves, and Adam Reed in his BMW Compact. Two BMWs and a Vauxhall fighting at the front. Where have we seen that before, I wonder? 1992, anyone? They tried their best to reenact it yesterday. Okay, back of the field there, we've got Katrina Gray, Bailey King, no Noah Checkley, and no David Shedd either. So, 15 minutes then for the Track Action Racing Club, their mixture of saloons and sports cars. Watch for David Thomas, he's a quick starter in the Mark 1 MR2 towards the back of the field. We're underway. David Farrow fairly carefully away, and not a good start for Rod Burley in the BMW. He's gone down to third. Marshall Groves in the Vauxhall has taken the lead into turn 1 at Paddock Hill Bend. Should see a great battle again between the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup cars. Martin Kayser, the ex-Fiesta XR2 racer, leads them away. Good start by Matt Anderson in the Cupra there. He used to race a 206 for a few years. He's got the Seat Cupra up into 4th place. It is Marshall Groves who leads, and Adam Reed up into 2nd. A slow start by Mr. Brands Hatch, Rod Burley in the E36. Now, how long is it going to take David Farrow? Remember that one series has got a 4-litre V8 squeezed under the bonnet, and he's bombing past the 206s there. He's got all of them in one move. Next target will be Scott Aprigliano. Missed yesterday's race with engine trouble in his MX-5. He had a win at Pembrey for the Track Action Race Club earlier this year. So how long before that Thunder Saloon is up there with the 3 leaders? See how many places he's made up in that first lap as they cross the line. He's made up 10 places, he's up to 7th. Here are the 3 leaders, the 3 white cars of Groves, Burley and Reed. Burley up into 2nd place now. Gareth Porter's Peugeot 205 in 4th place. Used to run that with the old Modified Production Saloon series, or Mod Prods as they were known, if I remember rightly. Matt Anderson battling with Porter, and Aprigliano going through as well. In fact, he takes Porter at Graham Hill Bend, but David Farrow's on them already. Watch the speed of the 1 Series in a straight line. There he goes. Straight past Porter, straight past Aprigliano. Maybe a slight mismatch with some of these cars, but at least David's getting his requisite track time in here, having missed his race yesterday with damage. Side by side across the line, here comes Rod Burley, he's going through. Or is he? Marshall Groves fights back on the outside at Paddock Hill Bend. These two were side by side through here a few times yesterday, and they're still absolutely side by side. Marshall Groves was a little bit aggrieved with Rod Burley in yesterday's race. Said he took him wide through Paddock at one point, so he's determined to try and defeat Mr. Brands Hatch here today with his Vectra Challenge car. He tucks under the rear wing of the BMW. It's a road legal car as well, so he's still got the number plates on there. Normally we see Rod Burley in his Ford Escort WRC, the big menacing black car here at Brands Hatch. Usually in the CMMC Super Saloons, but here comes Marshall Groves back up the inside. He's not letting Rod Burley have things all his own way. He's retaken him. Battle is joined at Brands Hatch between Marshall Groves in the Vectra Challenge car and Rod Burley in the BMW. Burley gets his boot down. He's going to go around the outside this time. There's still absolutely to go. Great racing between these two. And Groves holds it. Adam Reed's got a grandstand view of all this from 3rd place. David Farrow's catching them though, here he comes. Burley to the inside. No you don't, says Marshall Groves. It's like Cleland and Soper all over again, isn't it? Look in your mirrors, gentlemen. There's a big V8 engine 1 Series approaching. Here comes Dave Farrow, he's on them already. It's only taken him 3.5 laps. There he is. These 4 are about 5 seconds clear now of Gareth Porter's Peugeot in 5th place. Not surprisingly, David Farrow's on the fastest lap of the race, 53.046. That's 1.6 seconds quicker than everybody else, and he goes past Adam Reed like he's standing still. Up into 3rd place. Now, can David Farrow in the 1 Series get past Mr. Brands Hatch, Rod Burley? Marshall Groves still leads. Even looks menacing next to the other cars, doesn't it, that 1 Series? Proper Thunder Saloon. Rod Burley used to race in the Thunder Saloon Championship in a Honda Prelude, as well as his Escort. Can he hold off David Farrow? The answer is no. Through goes the V8 engine machine up into 2nd. Now can Marshall Groves hold him off? Still got 10.5 minutes of this race to go. Across the stripe they come. Okay, says David Farrow, which side shall I go? How about round the outside? Groves late on the brakes, and he's held him back. Marshall Groves, he's driving superbly in that Vectra. Getting his braking points absolutely right, certainly. Once they get to Cooper Straight, though, I wouldn't be surprised if we see the BMW breeze by. Still holding him back there as they come down into Graham Hill Bend, but it's got 10 minutes to hold that car off. If he can do it, it'll be the driver that sees. Farrow goes to the inside, surely he's going to get him into Surtees. There he goes, into the lead. And the answer to my question at the start of that race, how long before David Farrow gets through to the front? Hang on a minute, he's having to go back. Oh, he's tapped him. Round goes Farrow. Oh. Well, not quite what was intended, I don't think, there by Marshall Groves. He tries to get back up the inside, just clipped the rear of the BMW. And now, can David Farrow get it restarted again? So Groves leads from Burley. Adam Reed back up into third place. Has David Farrow been able to get going again? I don't think so at the moment. Hot V8 engines are difficult to restart. He has got going again. Right, how far behind is he? He's 19 seconds off the leader. Well, I was just about to say, in answer to my question of how long is it going to take him to make it up, it took him 5.5 laps. Now, is there any damage to the car? If he can get back up to speed, if there's no damage, I reckon he can catch the 3 leaders again. Leaders lapping Bailey King in the Audi TT. Newcomer to racing this year, just learning his way into motorsport. 7 laps completed by Marshall Groves. David Farrow probably feeling a bit aggrieved at that one. Let's have a look again. He took the lead through Surtees. Groves saw a gap and went for it, but it wasn't quite a Vectra-sized gap. Just tagged the rear corner of David Farrow. Adam Reed did well to miss him there. Nearly a head-on collision between the 2 BMWs. Let's have a look again from the other angle. Goes up the inside. Farrow, I don't think Farrow saw him. He was moving back in to close the gap. So I don't think anyone was particularly at fault there. But anyway, let's take a look at the Peugeot 206s there. We saw Martin Kayser was leading their class in 8th overall. He's showing us second in class on the timing tower, but that's because Matt Anderson, who used to race a 206, has not been reclassified in his new car. He's showing in the wrong class, unfortunately, on the timing screen. Here's Chris Van, number 48. He got tagged by Dave Thomas as they came off the grid in yesterday's race and dropped back. He's got Mervyn Beckett behind him. Here are the 206 leaders. Martin Kayser under fire from Jay Fletcher, the sim racing convert. There's Mervyn Beckett, who won the class yesterday, but he's further back down the order here. So Jay Fletcher and Matt Caruana, both newcomers to real-life racing this season. Converting from sim racing, driving for Track Day Motorsports. Martin Kayser leading them here. Jay Fletcher run by Virtual Racing Cars. He's chasing our class leader here. It's a good run. Only his second real-life race. Matt Caruana in only his 4th real-life race. Made his debut at Pembroke. They've given a very, very good account of themselves in the Track Day Motorsport Peugeots. It's Martin Kayser in the 206 WRC lookalike, Marcus Gronholm, Richard Burns livery, who leads the class. David Farrow, I can tell you, is well and truly back on it. He's just on a 53.09. And he's trying to close down our 3 leads. He's got the BMW back up to speed, so we'll pick the lead battle up a little later on. Marshall Groves in the Vectra is still leading. But Rod Burley is closing on him. Here they are. Rod Burley is going to try another attack maybe for the lead here. They're coming up to lap a couple of the 206s, so we can watch both battles at the same time, surely, because they'll be on the same piece of track. Merv Beckett goes a lap down. They'll have already lapped Katrina Gray and Bailey King. Now Dave Thomas is there, vastly experienced racer in his Mark 1 MR2. And Groves going around the outside of the Japanese car. Dave Thomas also races a Mark 1 Capri in historic saloon car events. Now they've got to get through the 206 leaders who are rubbing paint. Martin Kayser just holds off Jay Fletcher there. They've got to be mindful here that the race leaders are behind them. Marshall Groves slices his way across there to cut through the 206s and takes off. Where's Rod Burley? There he is. He met the 206s at the worst possible place there. That's held him up a bit. Lost a couple of seconds there. They're trying to get out of his way. It's because they're in their own battles and they don't want to lose places to their rivals here. And up the inside, Jay Fletcher could have a run on Martin Kayser here for the lead of the 206s as they come out of Druids into Graham Hill Bend. Kayser back up the inside, retakes the lead of the class. This is great stuff. Dave Thomas is now being monstered by a couple of 206s. He's got Mervyn Beckett on his tail. He's got past Chris Van. And look, here comes Dave Farrow. We haven't forgotten about him. 2 wheels on the grass there as he passes Adam Reed for third place. Laps 3 back markers in the same move. Oh my goodness, there's Katrina Gray, the BMW Mini. Now, Farrow up to third. Oh, Dave Farrow has been given a black and orange flag. It's just come up on the timing screen, black and orange flag for the 34, so whether he's trailing bodywork or there's something wrong with the car, he's being flagged into the pits. So he needs to stop within 3 laps. He may be trailing some bodywork behind the car. I couldn't quite see his front splitter's hanging off. Look, I think that's what it is. The front splitter's trailing on the ground, so that might be the problem. Yeah, loose bodywork is but oh, Jay Fletcher, look out! Nearly a collision there. He didn't see Dave Farrow charging round the outside. But David Farrow is going to have to pull into the pits to check whatever. Yeah, you can see the front splitter's dragging under the car. I think that's why he's being flagged in. He's going to have to call into the pits to remove that. Yes, he's coming in. Meanwhile, the 206 battle continues, and Adam Reed's with them now in the Skegness Tyres BMW E36 Compact. He gets past Kayser and Fletcher, who are still fighting for the class lead. Well, track action by name, track action by nature. There's all sorts going on out there. And Martin Kayser leans on Jay Fletcher, who keeps his foot in and takes the lead of the class. He is not to be intimidated by anyone out there, Jay Fletcher. This is great stuff. Side by side for second. Matt Caruana's having a go at Kayser now. Kayser's losing a wheel arch there. These 206 GTIs have made cracking little race cars this season. I for one would love to see a full grid of them. Here comes Matt Caruana, and he gets second in class. Is it going to be a 1-2 for the sim racers? And he's Rod Burley going to be able to get past Marshall Groves. The Vectra's still holding him off. Less than 2 minutes to go. It will be a famous victory if Marshall Groves can hang on here. He's driven a superb defensive race. Through Surtees, up to Clearways. Now Burley's still got time here. There's a couple of laps left to run. Towards Paddock Hill Bend. Rod Burley sizing up the Vectra in front of him. Closer there, he gets the better exit from Paddock, but Groves moves across to take the line for Druids. Very calculating drive by Marshall Groves. He's going to be exhausted at the end of this race. He had a couple of wins earlier this season in the Track Action Race Club, but much stiffer opposition here at Brands Hatch. For the last remaining Vectra Challenge car on the circuits from the late 90s One Make series. They're coming round to start their final lap this time, only 30 seconds on the clock. Meantime, the 206s are still at it. And Jay Fletcher, if anything, he's escaped in the lead of the class. Martin Kayser trying to hold off a double Peugeot, a double yellow Peugeot behind him. Pick that up in a moment, though, because the leader's going into their final lap. We'll see if Rod Burley can make a move. It's impossible to know what to look at the moment in this race. Like we said, track action by name and nature, lots of action in this race. And Rod Burley ready to go for it on this final lap. Can Marshall Groves hang on? Or whether he finishes first or second, he's driven superbly in this race. Through Graham Hill Bend. Burley's ready to make his move. He may have to rely on a slipstream out of clearways for the last time. Up towards 30s, he's not close enough there. Ooh, this is going to be close. BMW against Vauxhall, Groves against Burley. Is Mr. Brands Hatch going to be defeated in the Track Action Race Club by Marshall Groves? They're coming up towards the line. Burley goes to the inside, Groves moves across, and he's done it! Marshall Groves wins at Brands Hatch. What a superb drive. Those two way ahead of the rest. It's going to be Gareth Porter in third place in the Peugeot. But what about the 206s? What about the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup? They're coming up towards the end of the lap now. It looks like it is going to be Jay Fletcher who takes the win there in his debut weekend. There's Scott Aprigliano. We didn't see much of the MX-5 in that race, but across the line comes Jay Fletcher for a class win in his first ever weekend of motor racing. A photo finish for second. Mervyn Beckett just beats Matt Caruana home, and Martin Kayser, who led for most of the way, ends up fourth in class. It was Adam Reed who took third, not Gareth Porter. I think Adam's transponder malfunctioned towards the end of that race, but he does appear in third place. Porter fourth, and Anderson fifth overall. Scott Aprigliano sixth. Very well done, Jay Fletcher. He and Track Day Motorsport will be very, very pleased with that. Full credit to the 206s there, and full credit Marshall Groves, who somehow hung on in front ahead of Mr. Brands Hatch himself, Rod Burley. 0.28 of a second, the winning margin. Adam Reed in the BMW in third place, and then a gap back to Gareth Porter in fourth. Fifth position going to Matt Anderson in the Seat Cupra. Scott Aprigliano's Mazda MX-5 in sixth. And then came the 206s. Fletcher, Beckett, Caruana and Kayser completing the top 10. Well done, Jay Fletcher. A class win in his first ever weekend since graduating from sim racing. The other finishers, Dave Thomas, Chris Van, Katrina Gray and Bailey King. Sadly, we lost David Farrow. Thought we might see another burn through the field from him. Let's get down to Parc Ferme, who will probably be with an exhausted but very happy Marshall Groves.
Hello everybody, welcome down to Parc Ferme. Now yesterday Rod Burley came over and took the win. Today though, this man here, Marshall Groves, gets the handshake from Rod. Well done Rod, let's grab Marshall. Wow, congratulations. Yesterday of course Rod pipped you. Today you've got the better of him.
Yeah, I had a good start again and tried to make the most of it. And yeah, God, that was the longest 15 minutes of my life, I think.
It looked like a little bit of contact with Dave out there.
Yeah, one series came flying at me from the outside and I turned into my line at clearways and he was just there and we had contact, so excuse me, bit of a shame he spun out I think, but yeah, just had to carry on and drive my race and try and get to the end in one piece. So no shenanigans today, try and keep it all on the black stuff. So
congratulations mate, really happy for you, really am indeed. Let's move down because, is that Jay? Let's grab Jay. I have the happy, sorry, ask him his name, here he is. I have the happiest man right now in Brands Hatch, the 206 Production Cup winner here. Let's get you take your helmet off, gets out the car, jumps over, gives a massive hug over there, and that is incredible. Here he is. Wow, that was some celebration, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I've been working very hard all weekend to get the pace to win the race. And I think the reason I'm so happy is because of how much of a fight it was. Yeah. I'm not sure if you watched.
Well, I did actually. I mean, I get the great benefit of being down here, so we're watching you lap by lap by lap, and you 206s. Wow.
It's great racing. Worked very hard, very hard. Obviously, yesterday in race one, I got off to a very bad start. Had to fight my way through. Mitigated that today. and then just fought my way through for the rest of the race. Managed to get the win. And
what does it mean to you? Because you got out of that car, I don't think the camera quite picked it up, but you were screaming, shouting in a good way.
It means a lot to me because I've been through a lot of things so far in my racing career, and race wins and good results have eluded me through no fault of my own. So it feels nice to get the vindication of getting a good result after all the hard work I've put in on the sim. To be here raising the budget, it means the world to me to get this one.
How do I say your name properly?
Jai.
Jai. It's Jai.
Jai.
It's not Jay. It's Jai. Give us a hug, man. Well done. Congratulations. Really happy for you. Just goes to show there, hard work, effort and talent really does pay off. Let's go up. We've got a little bit of time because next on track is a touring car demonstration. Oh, Adam Reed's over here. Let's have a quick chat with Adam. P3 in the race there, Adam. How was it?
That was hot.
It was hot. Yeah, it was. Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, I was on 15 minutes.
Do you know what? At one point, we're really enjoying it. Don't get me wrong. I thought it was like a 20-minute race for a moment because it did seem to.
It did seem long. It did seem long actually, but yeah, it was all right. Just need a bit more power again.
Yeah.
So, but a good start, not a good start, but just can't quite keep on the back of them. So, but tried.
Next time, man. Next time. Good to see you, by the way. Have a safe journey home as well. We do say goodbye to track action. As I said, we're starting to get into the closing stages here at Brands Hatch for Touring Car Rewind. Just a quick reminder, if you haven't already, hit that like button here at the BARC YouTube channel and that subscribe button. That's the most important one. It's completely free to tune in and watch this. All of the pictures we are bringing you, there's no paywall, it's completely free. We've got a team of people around the circuit doing an incredible job as well. More on them a little bit later. It just means you don't miss any of the action because next weekend we're back with the British Truck Racing Championship at Donington Park. The week after we travel north of the border, we head to Knockhill for Caterham as well. So there's so much still to come on the BARC YouTube channel, so please do hit that like button and subscribe button. Right, there we go. That is it for track action. We're going to say goodbye. It's time for a touring car demonstration. We still have 3 more races coming up this afternoon. Dave, back to you.
Yes, thanks very much, Ian, and thank you very much to the Track Action Racing Club for some brilliant racing this weekend. It's now shortly be time for a history lesson as some of our touring cars come out on track for a demonstration. I love this idea from one of our commenters, Mr. Ninja Fish. Says that's something we should do, an all-rounder championship in a car such as the 206, where they have to do races, rallies, hill climbs, auto tests, drag races, every discipline of motorsport. That's a great idea. Auto testing, if you've not seen it before, is basically how can I describe it? Going round the cones in a small area in forward and reverse. Auto solo is an all-forward auto test. You have to follow a prescribed course around a set of cones and make very tight manoeuvres. You need a small car to do it. Minis and Nissan Micras are very popular in auto tests. I've even seen it done on grass in the past as well as tarmac. Club auto testing, I think it's Alistair Moffat, who from Ireland was the most successful auto tester of recent years. Russ Swift would probably be very good as well, the stuntman with his parallel parking stunts. So we await the touring cars for their demonstration next up then. After that we've got 3 more races to come. The classic touring car race action is over and done with now. We do have another race for the supercarts, including the 125 Open class. Will concentrate on that for that one. They have their O-Plate Championship. Who's going to be wearing the O-Plate at the end of their race? The Junior Saloons have their 3rd race of the day. I have to say I'm wishing for some better luck for Leon Holly in that race later on, after those 2 retirements from the lead. And then we close out the day with the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. Fairly close in the timetable there, 2 races. Hopefully any damage there has been repaired. But Jai Fletcher's success there, as one of our commenters has pointed out, it does show how sim racing can improve your game in the real life world of motor racing, as Jai showed there. He and Matt Caruana. I'm told that Matt's father was trackside for the first time to see him race this weekend. I bet he was watching through his fingers in that one. Anyway, We're awaiting our touring car demonstration. Ian's down in the pit lane. Let's see who he's found to have a chat to.
Right, everybody, we are making our way down the pit lane. As you can see, we are due to have a Super Tourist demonstration. We did yesterday as well. We had a really good one. A few cars look like they're going to drop out of this one, but we've got one of the Peugeot 306s down there. Simon Harrison is here today. Roger Moen was here yesterday. So we're going to keep making our way down. Let's see who is going to head out onto the circuit for this Super Touring demonstration. Straight after, we will have the Supercarts, their third race of the weekend. Then we have the Junior Saloon Car Championship as well. There goes Mr. Rod Burley. Look, there we go. We get a little wave from him. He's going to have to wait a little bit longer for his 305th victory there. Look, this is Robert Whelan's car. Let's just jump in a little bit here, see if we can chat to some of the guys. We've got a little bit of music going on here as well, guys. We'll go for a little chat if we can. We didn't get a chance to catch up a little bit earlier. And look, well, I wonder what is in. This is the food of champ. Oh, that looks nice actually. Is that ham and cheese? Nice bit of lettuce as well.
Lettuce might kill me.
Right. Listen, I want to know more about the car. I want to know the work that goes behind in maintaining and looking after these nowadays.
We're quite fortunate in that me and my dad have restored this car from absolutely nothing. It took us 12 years. Scott from Iconic Motorsport runs us at the weekends.
Yeah.
But afterwards, goes back to Scott. Scott is kind enough to store it first.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So we will be engine and gearbox back out again, full strip of everything. We just check over everything with the car. Because it's old girl at this stage, we have to make sure that there's no cracks, nothing like that. But it's just high maintenance. That's what they are. And when you look back in the day, what they had 15 to 25 guys per car.
Yeah.
I believe it.
Well, I was being told, Scott, can we bring you in as well? Don't disappear on us a little. Yeah, in you come, Scott, in you come. I was talking to Stuart Kyle a little bit earlier, and he said back in the Super Tour era, they had a qualifying engine, a race 1 engine, and a race 2 engine. Would that have been the same?
Yeah. Yeah, it has been out the weekend, yes.
Yeah.
So we're halfway there, aren't we? We've already had engine out for a cambout fault on Friday.
Yeah, they tested.
Yeah, so it's doable.
Now, we've been told at very high maintenance. Are they high? They're quite difficult.
Yeah, yeah, they are. They're okay, but you just got to keep on top of them.
Yeah, and you do a good job. You said he does a good job, right?
He does an excellent job, especially when the driver tries to destroy it the day before.
Yeah, but look, you had a victory earlier, so...
That's very true, yeah. We made up for what happened, my little mistake yesterday.
Yeah.
Bit of damage done, but lucky we're very fortunate to have the spare splitter and front end that we could swap it. So,
Robert, well done. Thanks for talking to us. And thanks for bringing it out to play, guys. Scott, great job looking after it as well. Thank you. Have a safe journey home, won't you, guys? Thank you very much indeed. Oh, wow, this is a good time, isn't it, to make our way back into the pit lane. We are going to have quite a few cars making their way onto the circuit for this touring car demonstration. As you can see, listen to them roar as well as the BMW goes past us as well. So I'm sure you don't want to hear from me anymore. Let's hand over to the real expert, one, the only Mr. Dave Goddard. Enjoy, everyone.
Yes, here they are then, the touring cars of yesteryear on track. Not a race, just a demonstration of some of these cars. A very eclectic mix we have out there. One of my personal favourites right there, we saw the Sierra, the Andy Rouse car. More on that in a moment. This is the Vauxhall Viva GT in the colours of dealer team Vauxhall. Shades of Jerry Marshall, who in my opinion is the greatest saloon car racer in British history. Winner of over 600 races in his career. I think only Rod Burley now has the better record of the great Jerry. Didn't achieve as many of his successes in the British Saloon Car Championship. He was more famous for his special saloon exploits in the likes of Baby Bertha, the Vauxhall Firenze with the Holden V8 in it. Still racing today, of course. Moved on to a success in Capris, Dolomites and many other cars as well, with more latterly TVR and Aston Martin GT racing. We miss you greatly, Jerry, and it was an honour to commentate when your son Gregor was racing recently at Thruxton. The dealer team Vauxhall Viva. followed here by, we got coming through next, this is the Escort RS 1600i. This is a 1984 car, and this was raced in period by another legend, Barry Lee, the former world hot rod champion. He went onto the circuit, appeared briefly in the British Saloon Car Championship in the mid-1980s with this car, and went on to race just about everything. He raced trucks, he raced in Eurocar, hugely successfully. Remember those in the 1990s? I must say, full credit to the Eurocar fan base who've been putting a lot of the old meetings on YouTube recently. Look up Eurocar racing on YouTube. The space frame Ford Mondeos and Sonny Howard, long-time colleague of Barry Lee, built. We have a Super 2000 BMW here. I think that's from the German Touring Car Championship. I'm not, I have to say, not familiar with that car. It's in the colours of Dirk Muller, who raced for BMW in the World Touring Car Championship in the 2000s. So presumably an ex-WTCC car. And behind that is a proper Super Tourer. The saying used to be that Formula One drivers want to race for Ferrari, touring car racers want to race for BMW. The car behind this one is the 1995 Japanese Touring Car Championship car, which was raced by Joachim Winkelhock in period. You can see it in the background there. That's the E36 M3, one of the most iconic touring cars of all. There it is. BMW always had a presence in Japan along with the Japanese manufacturers. Even Opel raced out there in the mid-90s, and it was HKS who tuned the Opels, I remember, because British drivers Anthony Reid and Justin Bell raced them. HKS more famous for tuning Mitsubishis than Opel Vectras. But against the might of Nissan, Toyota and Honda, it was a difficult task. I remember Masanori Sekiya was one of the masters of touring car racing in Japan at that time with Toyota. He even went on to win Le Mans in the McLaren F1 in 1995 with Yannick Dalmas and JJ Leto. Very underrated driver was Masanori Sekiya. German Michael Krum raced out in Japan as well before joining Audi in sports cars. Of course, Joe Winkelhock and Steve Soper. Now here's something different. We used to Volvo estates, and for 1 year we had the Honda Civic Tourer in British touring cars, but we didn't see one of these in the BTCC. That is Terry Loxton, and yes, that is an MG Montego estate. The MG Owners Club, you used to see a few of those. Montegos, including the estate. Andy Campbell won the title in a Montego estate once. There's Stephen Maud in the Simon Harrison Peugeot. We saw that race earlier in formation with his teammate as well, Carl Chambers, in the Roger Moen car. It's a shame that the production class that ran for a couple of years in BTCC isn't more widely remembered. There's some great racing in there and some big names as well. Rob Collard made his debut in BTCC in a Renault Clio in that division. We also saw the likes of James Kay. I mentioned Dave Allen. Sadly lost his life in a testing accident in a Honda a few years later. Still remembered every year at Castle Combe. And a couple of big names made their debuts in that production class in Ford Focuses. Matt Jackson and somebody called Gordon Shedden made his debut at Knock Hill in a Focus. The old National Saloon Car Cup spec cars. Now here's a real star. It's not a Cosworth, but it is a Sierra. This is the 1985 car, raced by Andy Rouse, the Industrial Control Services Ford Sierra XR4 Ti, based on an American Ford Mercury. So it technically isn't a Sierra underneath. It's based on the American machine. Andy Rouse won the 1985 British Saloon Car title in that machine. Sponsored by Industrial Control Services, the company run by his teammate Pete Hall. They previously raced Rover SD1 Vitesses, and before that an Alfa Romeo GTV. There's Marshall Groves' car in Parc Ferme. Wonder if he's ever fancied a go in a Super Touring Vectra. some of the other cars we've seen out this weekend. I'm not sure out in this session. We saw the Mint Motorsport liveried Vauxhall Cavalier, the last Ray Mallock built Cavalier from 1995, which was raced in the independent class by Richard Kay, brother of James, and later by Jamie Wall. Tim Sugden had a go in that car as well at the Tourist Trophy at Donington. Now owned by Tony Absalom, more famous for racing his very modified VW Golf. James Brick at the wheel of the Escort here, its current owner. I said earlier, a little bit different to the Mark III Escort my parents had when I was a small child. That was a gear version. We also had here yesterday the 1994 Nissan driven by Jack Britton, the Keith O'Dore car in the Old Spice livery. Keith, one of the great Nissan racers in their early era in the British Touring Car Championship. Of course, Keith so sadly lost his life in that accident in Berlin in 1995 in the German Super Touring Championship. That's the Dirk Muller BMW. Big thanks to Nathan Shaw in our YouTube comments. He knows his touring car history well. That Clio that Rob Collard raced was a West Surrey racing car. And also reminds us of the Jason Plato incident I mentioned earlier. It was 2009. He was clipped by Johnny Adam, later British GT star, going into Paddock Bend, and had the Chevrolet Lacetti on the lock stops as he managed to save it. Hi to Hannah Lindhout in our comments. There's a shout out to Ian Waterhouse as well. Thanks for his services down in pit lane. Yeah, big thanks to Ian, and big thanks to all our camera crews here this weekend. One of our camera operators, Danny, celebrating his birthday this weekend as well, so belated happy returns for yesterday. Matt's Motorsport Memories reminding us, yes, Rob Collard did actually race in the year 2000, the year before he raced the Clio. He was in a Nissan Primera run by John Bintcliffe's team, ex-Audi driver. There's the Sierra. I'm not sure who's driving that car, I'm afraid, this weekend. Car raced in period by one of my heroes from my childhood, the great Andy Rouse. I mentioned earlier, I'm told by my parents when I was very small, I had a toy steering wheel and used to pretend I was Andy Rouse driving his Sierra. The bug bit very early when it came to touring cars with me. I first saw them live, I remember, at Donington in 1991. I would have been 5 years old. That's the first time I remember attending a British Touring Car Championship meeting. And I've been addicted to Super Touring ever since. .257RR says Jerry Marshall, with a few emojis. I've worked out who that is now. That's Andrew Willis, who has restored the ex-Jerry Marshall Ford Capri, the Triplex Capri. We saw him racing that at Thruxton. Doug says, is that an XR 4x4? No, it's not. That's an XR4 TI that is the Group A version. An XR 4x4 was used in rallying. Sierra into the pit lane. Peugeot's still flying round in formation. I know somebody else who made his debut in a 306 in that era, I've just remembered. Somebody called Paul O'Neill. Yeah, the great entertainer himself. The bright yellow 306 he raced. Same time as Annie Templeton appeared in the championship in one as well. And another driver who debuted a 306 in his younger days was Tom Boardman. Went on to star in the World Touring Car Championship as well. His first championship was the T-Cars. Remember them? The junior racing series that Sonny Howard created. Tom Boardman won that. Tom Chilton raced in those as well, and he leapt straight from those into British Touring Cars in 2002 with an Astra Coupe. Tom Boardman had the pink 306. It's unlocking all sorts of memories for me, this is. Sean says, I think Colin Turkington was in a 306 as well at some point. Colin Turkington made his debut in 2002 in the touring car class. He was in one of the Atomic Kitten MGZS's for West Surrey Racing. Teammate to Gareth Howell. Tom Chilton, yes, Nathan Shaw, correct. Tom Chilton's teammate in 2002 was Superbike star Aaron Slight, who had a go the previous year in one of the Peugeot 406 coupes. Grace McLean says, I remember watching British touring cars with my granddad back in the 90s. Ian says, no Integras in this lineup, or is this a specific series? It's not a specific series at all. This is a general demonstration of touring cars of the past, Ian. No Honda Integras here though today, but I would love to see some out in the Super Production revival. The ex-Joe Winkelhock car. The GoldenEye branding on there as well. That's a memory of 1995 in the British Championship. BMWs are branded by the film GoldenEye then as well. David Brabham and Johnny Cicotto were the drivers in the UK in that season. Despite drivers of that calibre, it was a poor year for BMW that year. Brick in the ex-Barry Lee Escort. Yeah, Sean, you're right. The induction noise of that BMW E36 is glorious. Stunning sounding cars they are. Although I would say the sound of a Super Tourer is just shaded by the sound of the old Class 1 touring cars in the DTM. They are some of my favourite cars of all time. So the Peugeot's coming in formation there. I think we've come to the end of our demo session now, just about. Saturn says, is Ralphie Branscombe in this race? No, he's out in a couple of races' time in the junior saloon cars. You never know, we might see Ralphie Branscombe in touring cars someday. Yep, there's the checkered flag. Session comes to an end. Thank you very much to all our touring car racers. We had hoped to see Stuart Kay's car out there with Rod Burley at the wheel. That didn't appear. Thanks for our marshals to have a little bit of a break in the shade there. Big thanks to the Orange family. If you ever fancied becoming a marshal, go on the website barc.net. Now there is a rare beast. The 1993 Renault 19. As I said earlier, I'm not sure if that's an original from the 1993 championship or if it's a replica. But if it is a replica, it's a very good one. 1993 was Renault's first foray into super touring with the 19, with Tim Harvey and Alain Menu. Unfortunately, it wasn't a successful car unless it was wet. And remembering back to the 1993 Donington meeting supporting the European Grand Prix, to say it was wet would be the understatement of the decade. It was so wet the spectators couldn't barely see the race from trackside. That was the day Ayrton Senna put in one of his greatest ever drives. But the touring car race, the wet weather Michelin tyres on the Renaults worked, and Tim Harvey took the win. The 19 only lasted 1 year, was replaced by the Renault Laguna. And the 19, it ran independently the following year. Nigel Albon was the driver, yes, father of Alex Albon of Formula One fame. Run by the Harlow Motorsports team before Nigel moved to race in the Far East. So, the history lesson comes to an end. Hope you've enjoyed that little lecture. I said I'd turn into a massive anorak this weekend. I always do. No apologies. And now we get ready for our next race, which is the British Superkart Racing Club. Hannah says thank you for the lesson, no problem at all. Thanks to Grace as well. And yes, well remembered by so this Ninja Fish says Mark Albon, uncle of Alex, also raced in Formula 3000 briefly, appearing at Brands Hatch. Young supporters there being shown what touring car racing was like in years gone by. Next up it will be the Superkarts. We'll be keeping a sharp eye on the 125 class with the blue number plates, or most of them blue number plates this time, because it's the O-plate race for them. Every class of Superkarts has an O-plate race annually. That's on race 3 here this weekend. So while we wait the Superkarts to be brought out onto track, it will be a 12-minute race this one. Let's see who Ian's caught up with down in the paddock in the meantime.
Well, welcome back to the assembly area, everybody. Superkarts, they have thrilled us and entertained us so far this weekend. Time for one last dance here. Just behind me, we've got Kirk Cattermole. Kirk, you got the GP1 car here. It's not quite been the weekend you were hoping for so far, but this is the one, isn't it? This is the time now.
Well, I'm hoping so, yeah.
We've got a bit of noise here, haven't we? We'll just pull it around the reader car.
Yeah, we just had miscellaneous little things going wrong with it. I don't know why.
We'll just hold on a sec, Kirk, if that's all right. There we go. Right, yes, it's not quite been the weekend we were hoping for, but now is the moment.
Well, we're just going to gun it now, just hope for the best. I'm starting a bit further down than what I should be. I should be at the front, but I can't help. Head cylinder, head studs coming undone. Well, pulled threads out of the cylinder yesterday.
Oh, okay.
And then we think we airlocked it in the previous race, but it shouldn't ran right at Knockhill.
Yeah.
And so there's something miscellaneously going wrong. I just tried to put my finger on it.
Well, Kirk, look, I'm touch wood here that everything goes well for you, all right? But thank you for talking to us. Sorry about the noise, everybody, as well, but this is going to be a cracker, it really is. That's the beauty of this. It's just loud. It's just loud. Here we go, the third race of the weekend for Supercarts. Turn the volume up. Let's go racing. Dave Goddard, over to you.
Supercarts out onto track then, thanks Ian. The grid for this race set by lap times from race 2 of the weekend earlier on, so it will be Aaron Mayle who starts on pole. The 250 monos taking the front row this time. Luke Burton, number 51, alongside John Busby and Michael Parr, our earlier winner on row 2. The lone Division 1 car of Paul von Gerard. He had a big end failure on his engine in the earlier race, that's why he pulled up. He's on row 3 alongside Ben Ardern, winner yesterday. John Reeder and the first of the 450s, Ronan McClintock, on row 4. Fifth row is 36 Bradley Betts alongside 159 of Sam Harrison. Row 6 Daniel Lanson and Daniel Gerard. Rob Randall and Ami Jurga, the first of the 125 Open class, on row 7. Row 8 Alan Witherow, winner earlier on, alongside Andy Gulliford, the second of the two 450 entries. On row 9 the grid, Tony Keel and Toby Vincent. Then Aston Baker and Kurt Cattermole back in 20th, had those engine problems in the second race. An airlock in his engine caused the piston to seize up. He's cured that, hoping for his first finish of the weekend. Row 11 is Ollie Ridout and Kevin Dudley. Dexter Chan's streamline number 94 alongside 117 Ian O'Rourke. The grid completed by Alex and Terence Dudley on row 13. Watch for Sam Kingsbury from the back. He spun off on the first corner of the earlier race, and Ian Luto completes the grid. We should have 28 carts out there. There they are. 12 minutes this race will be, slightly shorter than the kart race. So watch for Sam Kingsbury from the back of the field, the yellow and white number 23. Keep an eye towards the 125s in this race. I wouldn't be surprised if Paul von Gerard has a problem-free run. He should make his way into the overall lead here. 76, that's one of the Dudleys, that's Alex. They've not had much luck this weekend, the Dudley family. So, number 47, Aaron Mayle on pole, Luke Burton in the white and blue number 51 alongside. Which is going to be a good one. The third race of the weekend for the Super Series for the British Supercarts Racing Club, including the O-plates for the 125 Open category. 12 minutes the distance. Aaron Mayle leads them up towards the line, and away they go. Now watch for Paul von Gerard down the inside in the red, number 83. I suspect he's going to fairly quickly go into the overall lead, but no, Aaron Mayle holds him off around the first turn. It's Luke Burton in third place. 50 of John Busby has got away in fourth. Everybody else fans out behind. The 49 Michael Parr in the middle there. John Reeder as well in the 143 in the middle of the pack. They all charge their way down towards Graham Hill Bend, and Paul von Gerard slowing. He's in trouble again. Well, I've rather put the commentator's curse on Paul there. Sorry, Paul. And that's the end of the Division 1 challenge in this race, because he was their only entry this weekend. So the 250 monos are going to be fighting for the overall win again. Who's leading the 125s? Their O-plates category. It's 55 Witherow by the look of things, ahead of Ami Jurga on the 27 carts. Across the line for the first time, Aaron Mayle leads from Luke Burton, and amazingly, Kurt Cattermole, who started 20th, he's up to third. How's he done that? What a sensational first lap from the British Grand Prix winner. Somebody stopped at Druids. There'll be a yellow flag there. Number 28, that's Ian Luto. He stopped in the earlier race as well. There's number 7 of Andy Gulliford chasing Ronan McClintock for the lead of the 450 national category. 139 of Rob Randall behind him on the 250 mono. But Kurt Cattermole, he's going to be into the lead fairly shortly, I reckon, from there. 17 places gained in 1.2 miles. That's extraordinary. Across the stripe they come for the second time. Cattermole still third. Not surprisingly, has done the fastest lap of the race. 48.787. Going like a Boeing 787, isn't he? There's Ardern down in 4th place in the green machine. Ben Ardern, yesterday's winner. Michael Parr, winner of race 2 behind him. There's John Busby, number 50. It's behind John Reeder, who was in the lead fighting race 1 yesterday. Out in front here is Aaron Mayle, number 47, the man from Warwick, on the Birell Honda. It's under a second clear of Luke Burton. He's on an Anderson Viper, similar to Michael Parr's cart. There's Andy Gulliford, number 7. See here the much deeper engine note of the bigger 450cc engine. Across the line they go. Aaron Mayle, 3 laps completed, leads by 1.2 seconds. 95 there is Daniel Lanson, ahead of the 34 of Daniel Gerrard. Plenty of battles all the way down the order now. There's the leader of the 125s. That is Alan Witherow from Northern Ireland. And his Anderson TM machine, TM the Italian motorcycle manufacturer, represented in the World Flat Track Championship this year. Daniele Tonelli is their works rider. Plenty of British success if you follow the flat track bikes this year. Ashton Bowden and Tim Neve having divided up the wins between them so far. It's Alan Witherow who leads here, the 125s ahead of Amy Jurga. Third is Aston Baker. Michael Parr giving chase there, and Kurt Cattermole up the inside for second place at Druids, takes the 51 of Luke Burton. Kurt Cattermole, 2 retirements so far this weekend, looking to make amends. Ben Ardern under fire from Michael Parr for 4th place. It's Aaron Mayle, there he is, the red cart still leads the way. Great run through the field from the back in race 1 after some problems on the first lap, as we heard. He made his way through the second and set fastest lap to take pole position for this race. Good system the supercarts use. So if you have problems early on in a race, you can pop into the pits and rectify and then go out and do qualifying laps to get a good grid position for your next race. But here comes Kurt Cattermole, the British Grand Prix winner, the man from Clitheroe in Lancashire, on the Raider with the CAT TM engine. There he is, looming. I was going to say looming large in the mirrors of Aaron Mayle, but I don't think supercarts have mirrors. I was offered the chance to drive one a few years ago. As Cattermole to the inside, Mayle tries to move to defend, and he does so. Nearly contact between the two of them there. Saying I was offered the chance to drive one of these at Darley Moor motorcycle circuit a few years ago, but I'm not that brave, to be quite honest. Probably a bit tall to fit in a supercart as well, thinking about it. Big names in supercarts, of course, being Lee Harpham and Liam Morley. They're over in the Netherlands this weekend for the Dutch Grand Prix. Liam Morley, a multiple European supercart champion as well as British champion. He's won every honour available to him in the sport. It was an honour to commentate at a big event for the karts, including British Grand Prix races at Cadwell Park a few years ago. They really were spectacular around the Lincolnshire venue, the supercarts, the circuit perfectly suiting them. 76, that's one of the Dudleys, that's Alex Dudley being lapped. Aaron Mayle still holding on to the lead. The other classes, the 450s led by McClintock, as Cattermole this time he's got to run into Paddock Bend. He goes through. Kurt Cattermole takes the lead. Look at the speed they can carry through the right-hander at Paddock Hill Bend. Certainly the fastest machines through there this weekend. Shame we didn't get to see the other Division 1 that was entered this weekend of Chris Vesemile, Chippy as he's known, the former Praga Cup racer. He's moved into supercarts in recent years, had some problems in testing in the lead up to the event, so I believe he's suffered a clutch failure, so wasn't able to race. The Division 1 challenge over in this one, with Paul von Gerard having dropped out. He had the overall win yesterday. The 125s, meanwhile, for their O plate, Alan Witherow still leading on the blue number 55. Here's a battle further back. Michael Parr's now got clear of Ben Arder, and he's being chased by John Reeder on the 143. We've got a bit of a commentary going on from Freya in our YouTube comments as well. Keep up the good work, Freya. There's Ronan McClintock in 9th overall, leading the 450s, clear of Andy Gullifu, who's 4 places further back. Here are the leaders. Catamol having taken Aaron May off the lead. They're coming up to lap, a couple of back markers here. That's Ian O'Rourke on the 117, about to go a lap down. And then the 94, which is Dexter Chan from Ipswich. That's a distinctively designed, streamlined cut. It's over 4 minutes of this race to go. Can Aaron Mayle get the lead back in? These two about 1.5 seconds clear of Luke Burton in 3rd place. There he is, the white and blue cart. And they're about 10 seconds clear of Michael Parr, those 3 now. There's Parr, the black and yellow machine. There are our leaders in the 125s. Here they are. Fair play to Alan Witherow there. He's keeping up with the 450 of Andy Gullifer. Engine nearly 4 times the size in that one. Where's Sam Kingsbury up to from the back of the grid? 4th in class, 19th overall. Didn't set a lap time, of course, in race 2 because he went off on the first corner. There's the 55. He's got Emmy Jurger on his tail. McClintock's dropping down the timing screen. I think Ronan McClintock may have dropped out. Which would make, yeah, there he is. He's pulled off. So that means that Andy Gulliford takes the lead of the 450 Nationals. And he's caught the 125 leader on his tail. This is a great drive by Alan Witherow in 13th overall. He's got Emmy Jurger there, the white and pink cart, chasing hard. She's right on his tail now. 3rd in that category is Aston Baker, number 99, further back. There's Aston Baker, the black cart, number 99. He's got Sam Kingsbury on his tail. 125's maybe the smaller carts out there, but they're no less spectacular. 2.5 minutes to go. 3rd race of the weekend for the Super Series, for the British Superkart Racing Championship. Witherow thinking about a move on the much bigger engine cart of Gulliford. Gulliford just needs to keep going to win his class. Kurt Catamol is only just ahead of Aaron Mayle. I can say the gap was less than 0.2 of a second as they crossed the line last time through, so Aaron Mayle's not finished yet. Two great lead battles in 2 of our categories. And up the inside, Emmy Jurger's got a run here, coming into the Brabham Straight. She's trying to take the lead from Alan Witherow. They're absolutely side by side as they come up over the stripe this time. Here's the 3rd place battle, Aston Baker and Sam Kingsbury. Witherow still ahead as they came off Brabham Straight. There's lap traffic ahead of them. 76 of Alex Dudley is one of them. It's over a minute left on the clock now. The leaders have gone across the line, and Catamol's pulled away by 0.3 of a second. He leads by 0.41 now. Catamol looking to make up for his disappointments earlier in the weekend with a lot of reliability problems. This is the race for the O-plates, and Jurger gets the tighter line through clearways. Witherow gets his foot down. What a great show the Superkarts have put on this weekend. Their first visit to Brands Hatch in 11 years. stripe up towards paddock once again. Will it be checkered flag this time, or will we get one more lap? Kurt Catamol, the overall leader. Jurga throwing everything she's got at Alan Witherow here. There's 15 seconds left on the clock now. Leaders will be into their final lap. Sam Kingsbury either side of a back marker there. Whoa, Tony Keel, the number 61, nearly lost it there. Now for your leaders, here they are, coming up towards the checkered flag. Well, 2 retirements early on in the weekend, but he's going to make up for it. GP1, the British Grand Prix winner, Kurt Catamol comes in to win race 3 here at Brands Hatch. Aaron Mayle comes over in second. It's going to be Luke Burton in third place. Try and pick up our 1-2-5 battlers, still fighting it out for that O-plate. Witherow and Jurga, they were side by side across the line, I can tell you, last time through. Still fighting it out in there somewhere. We'll pick them up if we can. Here they are, coming into the final corner. Alan Witherow, oh, and Jurga tried a lunge up the inside there. I don't think she's going to do it. Tried a little bit too hard there through the final turn, so it's going to be Northern Ireland's Alan Witherow. He won't be number 55 anymore. He will take the O-plate. Well done, Alan Witherow. Amy Jurga comes over in second. Third in that class, I think, will be Sam Kingsbury. Yes, Aston Baker has dropped back on that final lap. I don't know whether we've lost him somewhere. No, he's come in a couple of places further back, I think. Yes, Aston Baker delayed on the final lap. Thumbs up from Alan Witherow there. He wins his category, but it's Kurt Catamol who wins overall by 0.7 of a second, ahead of Aaron Mayle and Luke Burton. Michael Parr in fourth, ahead of John Reader, who got ahead of Ben Ardern towards the end then. Bradley Betts, problems in the second race, makes up for it with seventh, ahead of John Busby. Rob Randall and Daniel Lanson complete the top 10. Behind them, Alan Witherow was 11th overall. Amy Jurga's last spin attack didn't work. She's second in the O-plates for the F125 Open class. Andy Gulliford in 13th wins the 450 category. And behind them were Daniel Gerard on the 34, 61 of Tony Keel. Sam Kingsbury finished third of the 125s. Then Toby Vincent, Ollie Ridout, Aston Baker dropped back on the final lap into 19th place. It looks like he had some problems in the last couple of laps. And the other finishers were Ian O'Rourke, Dexter Chan, and the 76 we saw of Alex Dudley. Let's head down to Parc Fermé with Ian.
Hello everybody, welcome down to Parc Fermé. We spoke to him before the race, didn't we? And now we're going to catch up with him after as well. It's not been a brilliant weekend up until that point. Kirk, wow. We spoke before the race. You must be pretty elated right now, shall we say?
Yeah, I've just realised I've lost a GoPro, so if somebody finds a GoPro somewhere on the circuit, can you please
I'll tell you what, we'll actually get the message out to the marshals
if
for
you don't
that
mind.
one as well. Yeah. But look, wow, you put on a show for us.
Yeah, we went up on tyre pressure track race for a customer. That's what he's had. So I went to his, and it's not the right way to go because it was just like jelly, just like sliding around everywhere. And
yeah.
I was just basically double pedaling it just to stop the car from stepping out. So yeah, apart from that, yeah, all the work we've done again. Seems to be a continuous thing. This constantly working. You know, I work for a day, for daytime. I just want to come and race.
Yeah.
So
well, it's paid off in the end. We got there, right? We got.
Well, there. Yeah, that one with my cousin Pete.
Brilliant, well said, man.
So yeah.
Julie, you look very hot, Kirk. Go get out of these leathers. Go get some water. We'll we get you some.
That's my girlfriend's job.
Congratulations, Kirk. Well said indeed. We must say congratulations to Aaron and Luke as well. We've got Aaron again with us, so congratulations, Aaron. It's been a double podium today, not bad, eh?
Yeah, better day today. Obviously, shame I didn't get the win, but Kirk deserved that. He was a little bit quicker, didn't have enough to catch up on him, but still very happy with that. It was much better than we had yesterday.
You can go get some nice ice cold water now as well and relax. Luke, congratulations as well on the podium. Talk us through that one.
This is the longest race of my life.
They're only 12-minute races.
I know, but it's just because the track's so small to what we're normally on. It's just like, oh my god.
And there's a lot of you as well, isn't there?
Yeah. It's just like I knew there's like if I mess up at any point, someone's going to be right behind me to take advantage.
Well, Luke, congratulations. Thanks for talking to us as well. Junior Saloon's there waiting to head out onto the track right now. So let's head over. We did catch up with some of the drivers. We might be able to hear from them very shortly. Welcome back to the assembly area. Well, I'll tell you, the wind has really picked up this afternoon here as well. But it is time for our third and final race for the Junior Saloon Car Championship here this weekend at Brands Hatch. Round 18 about to get underway. So far, Max Scherfiger and Ollie Smith have shared the victories. Will it be third time lucky for somebody else? Well, we are about to find out. Let's go say hello to Zane up here, shall we, as well? He's just behind us. Zane, I'm just coming to say hello, if that's all right. Zane, how's the weekend gone for you?
It's going all right, to be honest. That last race and the one before, it's been a bit boring because I've just been on my own all that time. But just lacking a bit of power, and also just some minor adjustments to be made.
Okay. Have you had a chance to make adjustments in between races then? Are we expecting perhaps a little bit more in this race?
Yeah, it's just a bit of the car and a bit of me, but hopefully it should be fine for this next one.
Well, it's still all a learning curve, isn't it? I bet, what have you learned the most this season? What's been the steepest learning curve for you?
I would just say trying to be fast straight away with the tyres, because the tyres come on straight away, but you just got to learn to make the most of it.
Excellent. Look, Zane, enjoy yourself, won't you? Yeah. Third and final time. It's the last dance here at Brands Hatch. Have a great time. Enjoy yourself as well. Very important to remember these drivers aged between 14 and 17 years of age. The future of motorsport is right here, right now. Actually, just stay with me 1 second, if that's right, a little bit longer. Leon Holly down here has had the worst possible luck all weekend. Leon, this is the one. Was it gearbox again?
Yes, it was. Yeah,
okay.
Same place, same corner.
Okay, right. How are we feeling ahead of this third race now? What have we done? I suppose you can't really test it or anything, can you? Is it just cross the fingers and hope it works?
Well, I trust my mechanics, so hopefully it will work, but I just want to finish and get that first place.
I think if everybody watching this, if there's one driver who deserves to finish in first, it's you. Good luck.
Yeah, thank
really
you very
mean
much.
that. Really do as well. Leon Holly, yes, he's led both races so far, retired from both races in the lead with a dodgy gearbox. Third time lucky for Leon Holly. Can he do it? Let's find out. Dave Goddard, over to you.
Yes, thanks Ian. So getting ready for our third and final race of the weekend for the Junior Saloon cars. This will be another 15-minute race, and it is Leon Holly who will start from pole position. Hoping and praying that gearbox holds out this time so he can take his first win. Hasnain Khan, number 18, will start alongside with Max Scharfegger and Jake Wardle on row 2. Ollie Smith, the championship leader, is back on row 3. He's only 6th alongside Martin Wright. So Ollie Smith will have a bit more work to do here if he's going to take win number 2 this weekend and win number 12 of his season. Zane Quecker and Tom Justice will line up on row number 4 ahead of Matthew Swatton in 9th. William Omar is 10th. 6th row of the grid will be Lachlan Homer alongside Tim Leonard. Row 7, Charlie Stapleton lines up alongside Charlie Allen. Tilly Watson on row 8 in number 12 alongside Ralphie Branscombe, the 96. Then Morgan Potts on row 9 alongside Frankie Lawson, and Eloise Sutton at number 6 rounds out our grid. So Ollie Smith only 6th. Can he make his way through from there for another victory? There's Eloise Sutton at the back. All 3 of our debutants this weekend have given a very good account of themselves. Plenty of cheering for Matthew Swatton in our comments at the moment. And for Lachlan Homer as well. That's what we like to see. Make plenty of noise for your chosen drivers. So it's the blue, white and grey Tool Zone car of Leon Holly on pole. Is his gearbox going to hold out this time? Can he get that first win? The white and black car alongside his Hasnain Khan. Green flag is waved at the back of the grid. 19 cars out there, 15 minutes of racing. We're underway. A good start there by Leon Holly, good start by Hasnain Khan. Martin Wright coming through from the third row of the grid. They all go line astern behind to Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Ollie Smith still down in 6th place for the moment. Watch for him make his way through. Khan runs a bit wide coming out of Paddock Hill Bend, but they're all away cleanly by the look of things. Into Druids for the first time. Bit of a lock-up there for Will Omar, chasing the two Kersley Motorsport cars. Down from Druids to Graham Hill Bend. Martin Wright's got ahead of Jake Wardle. Tom Justice runs out wide there in the 57. Will Omar on the attack behind him. Then it's Lachlan Homer. Repaired that bit of bodywork damage from the earlier race when he was collected by Tom Justice at Clearways. Start to sort themselves out then around the opening lap. Diving for the inside there is Omar. He's always a very forceful driver, is Will Omar, in the number 41, the man from London, on his local circuit this weekend, side by side with Matthew Swatton. But as they complete the first lap, it is Leon Holly leading, Hasnain Khan second. Martin Wright's gained a place off the grid there, and Will Omar having a go at Ollie Smith, and Swatton making it 3 wide. Look at this, into Paddock Hill Bend. We said Will Omar was a pretty forceful driver. He's made up another place there. He's got past the championship leader. He's had a good weekend, Will Omar. Max Scharfegger's had a great weekend. He had a win yesterday. Very busy in the pack there, and Ollie Smith in danger of being swamped here because Matthew Swatton's having a go around the outside. At Graham Hill Bend, that's a rare move, but is Matthew Swatton going to pull it off here? Yes, he's done it. I wonder if Ollie Smith's got a problem because Tom Justice goes through as well. I think Ollie Smith's got an issue with that number 80 car. He seems off the pace here. That's very unusual for the championship leader. He's won 11 times this year. So whether Ollie's got something amiss with the number 80 car, we'll wait and see. Leon Holly leads the way. Second lap completed. Hasnain Khan in second. Scharfegger is third. And yes, you can see that Lachlan Homer pulling around the outside. Ollie Smith has just got no straight line speed. He's in trouble here. Tim Leonard having a go now as well. Smith's down to 11th place. So there's clearly an issue with the number 80 car. Hasnain Khan under fire from Scharfegger. A little bit of a lock-up there from Jake Wardle, the number 3, in 5th place behind Martin Wright. Martin's second race spoilt when he had a trip through the gravel at Clearways. Recovered to 9th place. Down the Cooper Straights. There's our clear leader, Leon Holly. He'll be nervous during this one. He'll just be hoping that his gearbox holds out this time. Ollie Smith rather, under fire. He's going to lose another place. Tim Leonard's going through. I don't know what the problem is, but Ollie Smith not at the races in this one. Across the stripe they go. There's the two Kersley Motorsport entries, Swatton and Justice, with Lachlan Homer, number 94, in the MRM car, teammate of Martin Wright. Onto the wide line there, defending Tom Justice, the 57 on the inside. Bit of a squeal of tyres there. Somebody's locked up. David Mattin in our comments cheering on Tilly Watson from the back. She's 18th at the moment. Tim Leonard and Ollie Smith battle it out. Ollie Smith dropping back down the order here. It's down to 12th now. Leon Holly continues to lead in our final race this weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. There you can see his lead over Hasnain Khan, the Yorkshireman, up there in second, then Scharfegger, Wright, Wardle, then a gap back to Zane Quecker. He's had a good, consistent weekend. Will Omar in 7th, then Swatton, Justice 9th, Homer 10th. Here's the two Charlies, Charlie Allen and Charlie Stapleton. They're battling for 12th place. Both newcomers this year. We've seen Charlie's brother George Allen in that car. Not to be confused with the former truck racer of the same name, of course. They've got ahead of Ollie Smith now. Leon Holly, new fastest lap of the race, 59.382. All good for the 87 at the moment. I won't say too much, I don't want to put the curse on it. Scharfegger under fire from Martin Wright for third place. Jake Wardle rounds out the top 5, 10 minutes to go. He's going to be the longest 10 minutes of Leon Holly's life. Made his debut last season in a black and light blue liveried car. New livery this year with sponsorship from Toolzone. 1.6 seconds up on Hasnain Khan. Improving all the time. Made his debut partway through this season. Tom Justice having a look there. Lachlan Homer side by side with him. Jake Wardle could be moving up to have a go at Martin Wright. Next to his Quecker. Tom Justice on the wide line there, nearly onto the grass as they went into Graham Hill Bend. He's trying to attack Lachlan Homer. They're fighting for 9th place. Where's Ollie Smith? He's got the two Charlies, Allen and Stapleton, on his tail. He was down as low as 14th place on the previous lap. So he's not the Ollie Smith we know. I don't know what the problem is. 4 cars line astern for 2nd place. 1.6 seconds down on our lead. Justice has dropped behind Tim Leonard there into 11th place. There's Allen and Stapleton fighting out. Behind them, Ralphie Branscombe, and behind him, Morgan Potts, newcomer to the championship this week. Jake Wardle trying to move up to have a go at Martin Wright for 4th place. As the train of Saxo VTRs dances its way through Surtees, the left, the right at McLaren. Tom Justice coming under fire from Charlie Allen. He's had a good weekend as well, battling in the midfield. Oh, Tom Justice, I thought he was dropping back. He's pulling into the pits. So problems for the 57 car. He pulled off at the end of the previous race as well, so I presume it's the same issue that's affected him. Leon Holly still leads by 1.6 seconds. Jake Wardle looking to move through into P4. He wants to try and challenge for a podium. His results rather dropped off in the last couple of meetings. He's getting back to form. So 18 of the 19 cars started still out there. Tom Justice we saw pull into the pits, and a bit of door handling there. And over the grass and back on comes Matthew Swatton. He's lost his front bumper. Well, things all going wrong for Kersley Motorsports. Lachlan Homer door handling with Matthew Swatton there, and Swatton, I suspect, is going to have to come in to remove that bumper. He's not happy there, gesturing out of the window. Further back in the order here, Charlie Allen and Charlie Stapleton nose to tail. Charlie Stapleton learning very quickly. It's only his 3rd meeting in the championship. Bumper dragging along the ground underneath the front end of Matthew Swatton's car. It's affecting the handling as well. You can see him sliding about there. There's Ollie Smith on the tail of Tim Leonard. So Smith's moved his way back up into 11th place. Of course, one car ahead of him pulled off, Tom Justice. And I think his teammate Swatton's going to have to come in as well. Could be a damage to his driver's door there as well. See how the loss of that front splitter is affecting the handling here on the 27 car. It's been a frustrating weekend for Matthew Swatton, race winner at Pembrey earlier this season. Just under 6 minutes of this race to go, and still Leon Holly leads. Taking every gear change as carefully as he can in that car. Tim Leonard and Ollie Smith close up on Matthew Swatton's damaged car. If anything, Ollie Smith has picked up the pace slightly. Still lapping a few tenths off his best though. No change among the top 5 still. Zane Quecker all on his own in 6th place, but being reeled in slightly by Will Omar and by Lachlan Homer as well. 2 seconds now the lead gap. 5 minutes left. It's final race of the weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship, the JSCC. Hasnain Khan a little bit wide onto the curb there, still holding 2nd place. Looking for his best result of his short career so far. Tim Leonard and Ollie Smith getting past Matthew Swatton. Hasnain Khan made his debut at Pembrey. Best result was a 2nd at Snetterton in race 2, where he also took pole. So looking to equal his best ever result here at the very least. Ollie Smith gets ahead of Swatton. Surprised Matthew Swatton hasn't got the black and orange flag to remove that bumper. In the closing stages then. Zane Quecker being reeled in by Will Omar and Lachlan Homer. Ollie Smith tries to make a move on Tim Leonard in the Oryx car up the inside. Still side by side. Leonard going to have the inside line for Graham Hill Bend, and he holds the place. Well, Ollie Smith seems to be back up to speed now. I don't know why he dropped back so far in the early stages. Will Omar under fire from Homer meanwhile. One retirement so far, Tom Justice pulling in. Still your leader is Leon Holly. 1.89 seconds is his advantage. Smith has got ahead of Tim Leonard. Up into 9th position now. There's only 2.5 minutes just over to go. Next man ahead is nearly 4 seconds up the road. That's Lachlan Homer. So will Ollie Smith be able to move up further? Say it's unlikely. Still Holly from Khan, Max Scharfegger in 3rd. There is our leader. Just over 2 minutes to go. About 3 laps, I would say, remain. These are going to be the longest 3 laps of Leon Holly's career. Hasnain Khan 2nd, Scharfegger 3rd. Through Paddock Hill Bend. Paddock looking a bit sparse now in the background with only this and one more race remaining. For Ollie Smith, this will be, I think, his possibly his lowest finish of the season so far. Will Omar still under fire from Lachlan Homer. I wonder who that belongs to. My guess is a certain M. Swatton. Oh, he's been clipped there by our race leader and by Hasnain Khan. Hope that hasn't punctured any tyres. As Leon Holly clipped that bit of debris there, his heart would have been in his mouth. Across the line he goes. Now that might be last lap. There were about 57 seconds on the clock as he crossed the line there. Is it going to be checkered flag this time? He'll be hoping that it'll be checkered flag this time. Are we going to see Leon Holly, the man from Cullompton in Devon, take his first win as again off goes Matthew Swatton? What a fraught race he's had. He's still pressing on though, further down the order. Leon Holly. Yellow flags out for that debris at Surtees. See Hasnain Khan in his mirrors. Is it going to be checkered flag this time? 10 seconds on the clock. Or will we do one more lap? Just touch and go as they cross the line. They come up towards the Sir Jack Brabham Straights. Leon Holly from Hasnain Khan. Will it be checkered flag this time? No, one more lap to go. Comes up to lap Eloise Sutton in the number 6. Well, this is going to be the longest lap of Leon Holly's career. He's almost there. Up to Druids. He'll be tense in that car. He's had so much bad luck this weekend, has been leading twice and the gearbox gave out on him. There's the championship leader, Ollie Smith. He's down in 9th. But surely this time, Leon Holly has done enough. Through Surtees, up to McLaren. The celebrations are about to begin for the Toolzone back team. Here he comes, out of Clearways. After trying for over 1.5 seasons, at long last, here at Brands Hatch, Leon Holly is a Junior Saloon Car Championship race winner. A first ever win for Leon Holly as Lachlan Homer goes off on the last corner. Hasnain Khan equals his best ever result in 2nd, Max Scharfegger 3rd, then Martin Wrights, Jake Wardle, Zane Quecker in 6th. Close for 7th over the line there. Ollie Smith coming through for 8th with Lachlan Homer having gone off. He almost caught Will Omar on the run to the line, but only 8th for the championship leader. Leonard and the battered car of Swatton complete the top 10. Lachlan Homer ends up in 11th. Next home, Charlie Allen, Charlie Stapleton, Tilly Watson 14th, Ralphie Branscombe 15th, then Morgan Potts, Frankie Lawson 17th. The final finisher, a lap down, is Eloise Sutton. Tom Justice, of course, pulled off into the pits. Not the happiest of races for Kersley Motorsport, unfortunately. Congratulations, Leon Holly. At long last, he's done it. He would have been so nervous in the closing laps of that one. Leon Holly takes his first ever Junior Saloon Car race win. 1 3/4 seconds clear of Hasnain Khan. Excellent second for him, and Max Scharfegger in 3rd. 4th place goes to Martin Wrights. Completing the top 5 is Jake Wardle, then Zane Quecker, Will Omar, Ollie Smith, Tim Leonard, and Matthew Swatton completing the top 10. Well, full credit to all of the junior saloon cars. A great standard of racing this weekend displayed by everyone, and Ian is down in Park Ferme to talk to a doubtlessly very relieved and extremely happy Leon Holly.
Well, here he is. Don't disappear from me. The man who deserves this more than anybody else. Your round 18 winner of the 2026 Junior Saloon Car Championship. He led round 16, he led round 17, but his gearbox let go. Not this time, though, Leon. That has got to be probably the sweetest race you've ever had, right?
Oh, yeah. It means a lot after, especially the first 2 races, but got it done and over the moon with it.
I'm sure you're a little bit bittersweet because it's maybe what could have been this weekend.
Yeah,
right?
it's a weekend of what ifs, but I mean it's in the past now, so we got the last win. So
you've ended it on a high. Look, you have been lightning fast. What's the secret sauce round here, or do you not want to give it away?
Eat your Weetabix in the morning.
Eat your Weetabix.
I'm going to say one more thing. Huge thank you to my team at Muscatel Motorsport, and huge thank you to Kieran for all the work he's done on my car.
Leon, well said. I am so happy for you. I'm sure everybody watching is really, really happy as well. Congratulations, you so deserve that. You really, really do. Hasnain here as well. Hey, what a day it's been for you as well. A pair of podiums. You must be delighted as well.
Yeah, so it's only my 3rd round now, and we've already got 3 podiums, so yeah.
Wow, you are one to watch out for, I think, aren't you? Look, learning a lot already. Brands Hatch suits you well. What is it about this place for you? Tell me, why is it you've just seemed to click with the car and the circuit in particular?
Well, it kind of feels like a karting track to me, so...
Okay.
So maybe that's why.
Well, we're going to find out, Snetterton, aren't we, as well? Thanks, well done. Congratulations. Now, where is Max Scharfager? He's over here. Max, the only driver to have been on the podium in every single race here at Brands Hatch. You've had a first, a second and a third. Not a bad little bingo card to have there, is it?
Yeah, pretty good weekend. I'm quite happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, look, that one as well. Leon finally managed to get over the line. I'm sure you're happy for him as well. But look, third place, it's not bad. More championship points as well.
Yeah, more points. That's all that matters at the moment, isn't it?
It certainly does. Look, Max, lovely to see you as well. Congratulations this weekend. As I said, he's been on the podium in every single race this weekend. But it is Leon Holly who finally gets over the line. He wins round 18 of the 2026 Junior Saloon Car Championship. We have one final race still to go, though. It is a 20-minute onslaught of the Brands Hatch circuit, the MG owners. A little bit earlier, I caught up with some of the drivers, so let's go hear from them now, shall we? Well, can you believe it? Just like that, the final race of the day is about to get started. I'm a little bit sad. However, we've got 20 minutes of MG action coming up for you, which promises to be an absolute cracker, doesn't it? A massive field of cars as well. We had 29 at start race one a little bit earlier. Let's go down. Look, we've got a couple of familiar faces here. We've got Hannah and Darren. But Hannah, you're not racing, are you? Because you've wrapped up the championship already.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Called it a day.
So what's you've got plans for next year though, haven't you? What are they?
Yeah, I'm going up class to 170. Class there to join my dad and everyone else. So.
Okay. Yeah. So
we're
going to have a bit of rivalry here. I think Christmas will be. Lovely to see you. I'm going to jump in with Dad Darren here. Darren, you're going to be racing against Hannah next. You can't let her beat you, can you?
It's open for her to do. As I say, I would love her to beat me one day. Honestly, it would make my day.
Yeah, well, you've only got to wait until race one next year.
yeah, there's that. Yeah. Well, no, we'll do some testing over the winter, and then I'll see how quick she'll be, and then I'll know what I've got to do.
Have you enjoyed your weekend here? Well, I suppose you've only really been here today, actually.
Been here today, so qualifying had no ABS, intermittent ABS. So 1 minute going into paddock hill, I had some brakes. The next lap I didn't. So yeah, should be further up the field, but it is what it is. Just got to go out and enjoy it, which is what it's about.
I'm sure you will. Look, relax, go have a good time, enjoy it. Final race of the weekend. I won't shut the door. Keep it open. It's quite windy now. There's a nice little bit of a breeze as well. It's nice to see a lot of the cars here as well. We've got Harry Scott's car there. He's not in it, indeed. We've got the Sharps there as well. Just say hello to David very quickly, shall we, in the number 14. David, how are we? I'm just coming in to say hello, if that's all right. How are we? All right?
Yeah, we're absolutely fine.
I'm just trying to...
Needs to be a bit quicker, but...
Needs to be a little bit... Look, final race of the day. In fact, the weekend as well. So this is it. We're gonna try our best and go for it.
We certainly are, yeah.
All right, I'll let you crack on because it is almost time to go race. So yes, as I say, final race of the weekend for Super Touring Rewind South. What a weekend it has been. Not quite over yet. So for one final time, let's hand over to commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action. Enjoy, everyone.
Cheers, Ian. Yes, getting ready for our 21st and final race of the weekend here at Brands Hatch. The grid for this one for the MG Owners Club Championship, sponsored by Adrian Flux Insurance, based on the second fastest time for each driver in qualifying. And Connor Lawson goes up into pole position this time with earlier winner Matt Harvey alongside. Lee Pearce, hoping for a race finish this time, starts alongside Jack Woodcock. Row 3, Scott Bugner and Chris Lawson. Rob Addison and Reese Lawson start on row 4. So all three of the Lawsons in the top 8. Then on row 5, Jake McDermott, struggling a bit this weekend, looking for improvements here alongside Josh Byrne. Row 6 we have number 44 and number 44 Martin Wills, and number 22 James Wade. He ended up in the gravel in race 1. Row 7, 68 Lee Sullivan and 95 Jack Meeker. He failed to finish race 1. Row 8, the first of the MGF, Mark Baker alongside Adrian Olsen. The 9th row we have 69 Philip O'Halloran. The invitation class runner starts alongside Darren Leonard in the MGZS. Congratulations to his daughter Hannah, who we just heard has wrapped up the Class B title for this year, her first championship win. She'll be in Class Z next year. Row 10, Greg Thomas in his ZR. Problems for him in race 1. Alex Forster will start alongside the winner of Class A in the first race. Then on row 11, John Copeland and Harry Scott. Row 12 is Will Sharp, had some damage in race 1 with David Amphlett alongside, then Malt Best and Lance Treadle rounding out the grid. Lance taking over the car from Lloyd Treadle. In fact, there is an amended grid with Alex Forster moving to the back, as we just say, problems for Jake McDermott. That's a phrase we don't say very often. Rare to see Jake McDermott in strife with his ZR. So we'll wait to see what the outcome is there. He's got it going again, but I think he's pulling into the paddock. So Jake McDermott, I think, will be a non-starter. It's not been a happy weekend for him at all. The rest of the cars formed up on the grid. I think there's a couple of gaps there with cars with possibly a bit of damage from earlier on. Just taking a look, I don't think Martin Wills is there, number 44. Jack Meagher's not there either, number 95. He pulled off earlier on, of course. And I don't think Greg Thomas, number 70, is there either. Looks like Jake McDermott, is he going to start from the pit lane or is he going back to the paddock? He's disappearing out of shot there. I think he's possibly going back to the paddock, unfortunately. We'll wait to see if he does join in from the pits. For our final race of the weekend, the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. Matt Harvey on the outside of the front row won the first race in the black and red car. The blue and white car alongside him is Connor Lawson. They set off for their final green flag warming up now. You can see a couple of gaps on the grid. Well, the amended grid said Alex Forster was starting at the back, but he is in position on the grid. Another car I think we're missing is the Kendrick. No, the Kendrick MGF is there. If that car swapped drivers, that should be at the back as well, because if Simon Kendrick's taken over from James, I thought he would have to start from the back. Not too sure who's in that car now. If it's James again, then he will be able to take that grid position. But anyway, we'll concentrate on the ZRs towards the front. It's going to be another mad rush into the first corner here at Paddock Hill Bend, and our final race of the weekend. It'll be a 20-minute race. Hopefully I've got 20 minutes of voice left to cover it. We do it all again on BARC TV, a big event next weekend. Convoy in the Park at Donington Park, the British Truck Racing Championship headlining. With 5 races over the course of the weekend, much more besides. So the big rigs in action alongside lots more next week. So the blue and white car of Connor Lawson will start on the pole. Red and black is Matt Harvey. Second row, the all blue car is Lee Pierce, so who better fortune than earlier on. The blue and yellow is Jack Woodcock. In the grey and green car, Scott Bugner. Green and white is Chris Lawson, a second place for him earlier on. In the yellow and black is Rob Addison with the pink wheels. Orange and white is the third of the Lawsons, that's Reese. Josh Byrne is there, no Jake McDermott. Josh Byrne rather in the sort of turquoise liveried car. No Martin Wills, so James Wade, having cleaned up his car after going into the gravel area on, starts there alone. We're missing Jack Meagher. There's also a gap alongside Darren Leonard where Greg Thomas should have been. So into position then, ready for our final race of the weekend, the Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club Championship, a 20-minute race to close out the weekend here. This marvellous weekend celebrating all things touring car and saloon car racing at Brands Hatch. Red lights are on. The final time this weekend, we go racing here at Brands Hatch. A great start by Matt Harvey. Good start through the middle by Lee Pierce. He's going to be squeezed by Jack Woodcock, who nearly loses it. And Pierce had to tuck in there on the inside. So Harvey in the clear as they go into the first corner at Paddock Hill Bend. Jack Woodcock into second place. Chris Lawson up to third again. Connor Lawson with a poor start from the front row. He's down to fourth. And the three Lawsons all in the top six at the moment. There's Lee Pearce. Scott Bugner's there on the inside. Oh, like a big shoal of fish as they head around the top turn at Druids. In the lead it is Matt Harvey looking for his third win of the season. Woodcock in second place, then Chris and Connor Lawson third and fourth. Lee Pearce down to fifth, Scott Bugner sixth, and Reese Lawson seventh ahead of Rob Addison and Josh Byrne. Into Surtees for the first time. Lee Sullivan rounds out the top 10 in the orange ZR. Mark Baker leads the Kendrick MGF. Not sure if it's James or Simon in that car for that race. Behind him, Adrian Olsen in the number 3. Used to race an MG Maestro many years ago. Used to have full grids of Maestros and Montegos as well. Lee Pearce up the outside. Connor Lawson slowing down. He's in trouble. Pulls the car off against the tyre wall. He's out of the race. So the pole sitter is out. Matt Harvey from second on the grid leads the way. Scott Bugner defending from Reese Lawson there in the 215 car. Then Rob Addison. There is Connor Lawson's car stopped against the recticel barrier, not a tyre wall. The marshals in attendance making sure that Connor's okay. But I suspect that's going to bring out the safety car. We'll wait and confirm. Clearly knew that something had let go in the engine and managed to pull the car over. They bounced their way through Surtees and McLaren. So two favourites removed from action already. No Jake McDermott, now no Connor Lawson, and yes, the safety car is being scrambled. I suspected, with the car parked against the barrier there at the end of the home straight. So the field slows. And the safety car will pick them up on Cooper Straight, I think, with Matt Harvey in the lead. Saw a puff of smoke out of the back of Connor Lawson's car as he slowed down, so it looks like his engine may have gone. But full credit to Connor, he pulled over the car very quickly there when he knew something was wrong, to make sure he didn't drop any fluid on the circuit, I think, for one thing. So the pack comes under control of the safety car. Mark Baker leading the MGF category. Philip O'Halloran leads the invitation class, and Class A is led by Will Sharp, having repaired his MG Midgets. Seen him in a ZR in the past, and he does prefer racing the classic MGs. Bit of bodywork missing there, some contact in race 1. He's got the 28 of John Copeland behind him. I've just spotted somebody behind Will Sharp there. A lesser spotted Jake McDermott. He has joined in from the pit lane, so he is there. He's in 18th place. So we'll see how well Jake comes through the field. There he is, the grey and orange ZR with the white bonnet stripes, instead of Harry Scott in the blue MGB. Back end of the field, and among the MGBs there's Lance Treadle, Alex Forster, the 94. Are we going to go back to racing this time? We'll see when the lights go out atop the safety car. I didn't quite see there whether the lights had gone out, but I think we might be going back to racing this time. Matt Harvey controls the pace of the field, Jack Woodcock behind him. Yes, safety car is in pit lane. Just over 15 minutes to go. We go back to green flag racing as soon as they cross the line. Here we go, the MGs get back underway. Lee Pearce under fire from Scott Bugner for 4th place. Reese Lawson and Rob Addison behind them. Chris Lawson tries to make a run on Jack Woodcock for 2nd place. They make their way through Paddock Hill Bend. The tyres will be slightly cold, of course, on this restart, so they've been weaving to keep them warm. Side by side for 3rd, Chris Lawson past Lee Pearce. as they go through Druids. There are the leading MGFs, well, the only two MGFs in this race. Baker ahead of, I think it's Simon Kendrick on board that car. There's James Wade, number 22, chasing Lee Sullivan in the 68. They make their way through Surtees. First lap of this restart for the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. One driver not racing this weekend is Jim Bainham, the man who runs this championship and has won it so many times, only contesting a part season with his famous MGB this year. One of the real unsung heroes of British club racing. There are the MGFs. Mark Baker looking to retain his category title. Going into Druids once again. Behind them, Adrian Olsen. Puff of smoke there. Somebody's locked up. Hopefully no one's gone off on the outside. Josh Byrne under fire for 8th place from Lee Sullivan. Not quite as frantic as it was in the opening race for the MGs. Matt Harvey only leads by 0.6 of a second. Harvey's done the fastest lap, 57.954. O'Halloran still leads the invitation class. No change for the lead in Class A. John Copeland has got past the battered MG midget of Will Sharp. Doesn't seem to be handling too well with that hole in the front end of it. It's Copeland ahead in that category. Jake McDermott, incidentally, is up to 14th. He's just got past Darren Leonard's MG ZS. Harry Scott is third, I think, in Class A. It's the class for the older cars. Then Forster, Best and David Amphlett round out their runners. Harry Scott having a go at Will Sharp, and you can see Copeland's got a bit of tape on his car, some contact in race one. There's McDermott, got ahead of Adrian Olsen now. He makes his way up the order, having started from pit lane. Still your leader is Matt Harvey, but his pursuer, Jack Woodcock, has just done the fastest lap. 57.534. He's got the gap down to a quarter of a second now, so we could see Jack Woodcock soon challenge for the lead of the race. Here's Rhys Lawson under fire from MG veteran Rob Addison, a contemporary of Adrian Olsen from the days of the MG Maestros. There are the leaders. You can see the gap has come down slightly. These two clear of Chris Lawson in third. He's under fire from Lee Pearce. But it is the number 20, the iTech racing car of Matt Harvey, who leads the way. Looking to make it 2 out of 2 in his third of the season. He won at Thruxton as well. Scott Bugner coming under fire from Rhys Lawson. Scott, who had that massive engine blow up at the first weekend of the year at Donington back in March. There you can see how the gap has come down, but on lap 7 it increased very slightly. So perhaps responding to the pressure from Jack Woodcock, making a return to the championship this weekend. We've pulled clear now, the battle for third headed up by Pearce, who's got back ahead of Chris Lawson, then Bugner, Rhys Lawson, Rob Addison. Across the line they go. Josh Byrne 8th, Sullivan is 9th. Rob Addison trying to get a run here through Paddock Hill Bend. Josh Byrne runs wide, puts a wheel onto the gravel. So Addison up the inside into Druids. Takes P7 away. Byrne's going to have a go at Rhys Lawson as well. Rhys Lawson wide onto the grass. He'll lose a place to Lee Sullivan, I think, as well. No. It's back on ahead of the orange machine. Woodcock still with the fastest lap of the race. Trying to chase down Matt Harvey. 10.5 minutes to go, so we're not at half distance yet. 76.29 miles an hour average around the 1.2 mile Indy circuit here at Brands Hatch. James Wade kicks up a bit of dust there. He was doing that in race 1 when he went into the gravel. He runs in 10th place, just ahead of the MGF leader Mark Baker. Rhys Lawson has a look to the inside there, but he can't get on level terms with Josh Byrne. Black and white flag being shown to Jack Woodcock for a track limits violation. our second place man, so he needs to be careful here. Another of those and he'll risk a time penalty. There are the MGFs. Still Baker, Eric Henrik and Will Sharp into the pits. He's not having a very happy season. He's out of this one. Still in Class A, it's John Copeland who leads the way. Still in Class F, it's Mark Baker who leads the way. There's Jake McDermott just ahead of them in the 77. He's in 11th position. Can he crack the top 10? Well, there is a bit of a gap, you can see there. Number 431, that's our fourth place car, Chris Lawson, getting a track limits violation. He's just got the black and white flag. A couple of these drivers need to show a bit of care, otherwise they might get a 5-second penalty. There's John Copeland, the leader in Class A. Originally this championship was Classes A and B. Class A for MGBs and midgets, Class B was Maestros and Montegos. And as newer MG models came in, the MGF and the ZR, new classes were added. There's Lance Treadle coming through from the back of the grid. Goes past Copeland, that's for 17th overall. The gap is just over a second now as Reece Lawson has a go at Josh Byrne. That's not tyre smoke, I think that's engine smoke from Josh Byrne. He's in trouble. Yeah, Josh Byrne with engine trouble in the 117. Hope he's not dropping fluid there. Still just under 8 minutes to go. I don't think he's realised the amount of smoke behind the car. He needs to pull over, because that engine is on the edge of giving out, I think. Here's Josh Byrne, but imagine he's going to head for the pits this time. He's surely realised. No, he keeps going. Surely can't continue with that amount of smoke coming out of the back of the 117. He's still going for the moment. He's in 7th place. Just hope he's not dropping fluid around the circuits. Turn the circuit into a skating rink. Doesn't seem to be slowing him down at the moment, so I don't know what the problem is. Was he just trying to keep going for another 7 minutes or until the engine goes pop? Josh Byrne trying to smoke out his opponents here. He's got Reece Lawson in the orange car behind him, Lee Sullivan and James Wade in there as well. And yeah, Josh Byrne does get the black and orange flag. Black flag with the orange disc. For a technical problem, you need to pull in. Can't continue while trailing that amount of smoke. I don't think he's realised. Still going, but he'll get the black and orange flag as he comes over the start-finish line. This time, you see the marshal hanging the flag out there briefly, and he does now slow down. So Josh Byrne is going to have to pull over. Perhaps he was hoping the problem would clear itself there. But looks like his race is run. Well, Matt Harvey's got the lead gap up to 1.5 seconds over Jack Woodcock now. Looking good for his second win of the weekend. Here's a pair of battling bees. Harry Scott ahead of Malcolm Best. Surprised to see Malcolm Best switch to MGs over the last couple of years. He's been a Ford Capri man for many years. Having a go around the outside here. Over the bit of powder left on an oil slick from earlier on in the weekend. These two behind Alex Forster, fighting for 3rd in Class A. Just over 5 minutes left to go. Josh Byrne has pulled into the pits, so he's heeded the black and orange flag. What was causing the smoke there? He's out of harm's way. Now there's our leader. You see he's got the headlamps on. to warn back markers that he's coming up to lap 9. He does not want them to get in his way. Coming up on these two, I think the two Bs side by side. Harry Scott still ahead of Mount Best. Look in the background, yes, there's Matt Harvey. As he comes up to lap these two, we'll be hoping they'll behave themselves and get out of his way. Hopefully they're not too engrossed in having their own scrap for points here. Harvey's leads up to nearly 2.4 seconds now over Jack Woodcock, who's still second. Lee Pearce still in third. 3-time winner this year, but his championship hopes taking a bit of a dent with that retirement in race 1. Blue flag has been shown to Harry Scott and Malk Best. Should get out of Matt Harvey's way here. Best goes wide, Scott to the inside, and Matt Harvey goes through the middle. Nicely done. See how much bigger the ZR is than the low-slung MGB there. There's Woodcock still second, Pearce third. Then about 4.5 seconds back, it's Chris Lawson in 4th place. Woodcock, a bit of a lock-up there. I think he was so busy flashing his lights at the back markers to warn them he was there, he missed his braking point slightly. There's Jake McDermott further back in the order. He's up to 10th place. He's got ahead of the MGFs. Has plateaued slightly since then. Mark Baker leads the MGF battle. Ahead of the slightly newer shape example of the Kendricks. Battle between Rob Addison going round the outside of Scott Bugner. This is for P5. Bugner just about holds him off. Reece Lawson and Lee Sullivan, the two orange cars behind them. Just over 2 minutes of this race to go now. It's looking good for Matt Harvey. He's nearly 3 seconds up the road, looking to complete a double. Down the Cooper Straight, Addison, the MG veteran, on the tail of Scott Bugner. Great battles he had here at Brands Hatch last season. Despite some suspension damage, he fought tooth and nail with Jake McDermott last season for the wins. Now fighting for P5 with Rob Addison. John Copeland still leads Class A. Car 215, 5-second penalty. That's Reece Lawson for exceeding track limits. It's the orange and white car towards the back of this group. He'll get a 5-second penalty. So that will drop him a couple of spots. They pass Mount Best's MGB. Less than a minute remaining now of race action this weekend here at Brands Hatch. It's going to be a win for Matt Harvey. It's over 3 seconds ahead of Woodcock, who at least has the fastest lap as consolation. Here he comes then into what will be his final lap. What a marathon weekend it's been. 21 races, touring car demonstrations and lots more here at Touring Car Rewind South. Our final race win is about to go to this man. In the iTech Racing MGZR. What a great weekend it's been for Matt Harvey. A win under his belt already this season, but he's going to make it a double here at Brands Hatch this weekend. Make it 3 for the season. Pulled away from Jack Woodcock and Lee Pearce, who will fill the podium spots. Lapping John Copeland, who's about to win Class A. up towards the final checkered flag this Brands Hatch weekend. A real marathon in the heat of the south of England. They think it's all over. It is now. Matt Harvey takes the double. Woodcock second, Pearce third. And then a gap back to Rhys Lawson will cross the line. Chris Lawson rather will cross the line in fourth. Scott Bugner just holds off Addison for fifth. And Rhys Lawson relegated to 8th for that 5-second penalty behind Lee Sullivan. James Wade 9th, and Jake McDermott, having started from the pit lane, finishes 10th. Mark Baker wins the Battle of the MGFs. We already have our Class A winner across the line. John Copeland wins that class a lap down. Last few cars come in to finish. Last of all will be the invitation class winner, Philip O'Halloran, the last man on the lead lap. Here he comes through Clearways. Last man to take the checkered flag this weekend. Okay, so the provisional results of the Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club Championship then. Matt Harvey takes the win, completing 20 laps in the 20 minutes. Nearly 4 seconds clear of Lee Pearce. He did pull away towards the end with Jack Woodcock completing the podium. I didn't get notification there until after the flag. Jack Woodcock got a 5-second penalty on the final lap. So Lee Pearce takes second. Jack Woodcock crossed the line in second, but Lee Pearce inherits it. Woodcock with a penalty. Chris Lawson fourth, ahead of Scott Bugner. Then Rob Addison, Lee Sullivan, Rhys Lawson also got a penalty, dropping into 8th. Then James Wade and Jake McDermott rounded out the top 10. Class wins went to Mark Baker, Philip O'Halloran and to John Copeland. We lost 3 cars during that race. Connor Lawson breaking down early on. Will Sharp and Josh Byrne, as we saw, pulling off into the pits. So that just about wraps things up here at Brands Hatch. Only remains for me to say a big thanks to all our volunteer marshals and all the other officials here at Brands Hatch and from the British Automobile Racing Club, the medical staff, the recovery crews, timekeepers and everybody else, all our officials. We could not go racing without them, so a very big thanks to all of them. Thanks to the drivers for their entertainment and for their teams and mechanics in the pits for keeping the cars running. Big thanks to all our camera crews, to Elliot, our director, and everybody else behind the scenes for bringing us the action this weekend. And most of all, thank you very much to you, the fans, for joining us this weekend. We're back in action next week on BARC TV with Convoy in the Park. Unfortunately, I'm not with you for that one, so I'm sure it'll be Paul Walsh who takes you through the action of that one. But I'll be back with you for Caterham's at Knockhill in 2 weeks' time. I'll see you then, but for now it's down to Ian for the final word.
Just missed it. Welcome down to Parc Ferme, everybody. Matt Harvey wins round 10 of the MG Owners. Just to clarify, I was helping you push the car there, wasn't I?
You've been very kind, thank you very much.
Thank you. Look, how was that?
Hot, sweaty, but yeah, really good.
Well, you've got the best of it now. Actually, a little bit breezy out there, though.
Yeah, it was fine. I just managed to hold on somehow. I had to do a safety car restart this time.
Yes. Yeah. How was your first experience of leading it?
Jack was a little bit too close, to be honest. But yeah, as soon as I pulled away a little bit, I was just all right. Keep it clean, keep it sensible, and just bring it home. So yeah, glad I did.
It's been a perfect day for you, 2 wins.
Oh, it's been awesome. Yeah. I thought Thruxton was going to be my peak of the year with the first and the second, but 2 wins in a day can't beat that, can you?
It's getting better and better, Matt. Congratulations, and you're welcome, by the way. You know, hang on. There you go. I just need to stretch out a bit. Let's go speak to Jack, shall we? Jack, good to see you, my friend. How are you?
Not too bad.
Wow,
yourself?
You're a bit sweaty,
I
aren't you?
I just said I've had a hat in my car all day. Now you can't speak to me. I haven't got it.
Good race. Enjoy it?
It was so good. I mean, just before we came out, my top mount nut threaded itself, so I had no top mount. My rear handbrake, my right handbrake is seized on. So, touch wood. Luckily, Scott's mechanic Marcus sorted us right out. I'm literally pulled in just as everyone going out. So, from where we were to where we are now,
that's a good
well
result, isn't it? Glad to see the checkered flag, though.
Oh, 100%. He was flying on me. The last lap, I just parked it up at Druids and just I was making it as wide as I could.
Well done. Lovely to see you as well, by the way, Jack, as well. Lee, congratulations. Hey, you almost had him though, eh?
Yeah,
Just saying, he was glad to see the checkered flag, were you?
Yeah, I was reeling him in and I could tell that his tyres were going off, and mine held up for the whole race, to be honest. I think it's from the last one not doing the whole race, but yeah, needed that one more lap, I think, and I would have had him.
Okay, on to the next one, though. On to the next one. Be lovely to see you. Congratulations, buddy. Right, John, if we could just come out here, because that is it for Touring Car Rewind South here at Brands Hatch. What a weekend it has been. Thank you to all of you for tuning in as well here on the BARC YouTube channel. Just before I go, quick question for you all. How many people do you think it takes to bring you the entire broadcast that we've done over the last 2 days? Well, the answer is 7. That includes me. So I just want to give a little bit of love to the 6 other people involved in the broadcast that you have seen doing some wonderful work. They literally spent the entire weekend up gantries, out in the sunshine, out in the baking heat. So a massive, massive thank you. Of course, you've heard from Dave Goddard already, so big thank you to Dave. You've been hearing him all weekend. What a job he always does. Big thank you to our producer, Elliot. Massive thank you to John, who's been holding the roaming camera. Thank you, John. Really appreciate it. I really, really do. Sometimes I just run off on tangents and can go absolutely anywhere. That was John's thumb, everybody. How cool was that? I also want to say a massive thank you to Danny. It was his birthday yesterday. He's been on camera one at the top of the tower. Big thank you to Danny. Massive thank you to Jay and Ben as well. 7 people in total have brought you all of these pictures completely live and free for you to tune in and watch. We just ask you hit that little subscribe button and that's just so you don't miss any of the action. So hit that subscribe button here on the BARC YouTube channel, because guess what? Next week we're back in action. Pointy will be with me next week for the British Truck Racing Championship live from Donington Park. But that's it from here at Brands Hatch. Big thank you to all of you once again for watching. The marshals, the staff, the recovery teams, everybody, all the spectators, all the teams and drivers as well. And that is it from me. I'll see you next week, everybody. Thanks for watching. Take care. Bye-bye.